take me home tonight. Oh, down beside your red firelight. Oh, you gonna let it all hang out. Flat bottom girls, you make the rockin' world go round. Hey. I was just a skinny leg, never knew no good for me. But I knew life before I left my nursery. Left alone with big fat Fanny. She was such a naughty nanny. Big woman, you made a bad boy out of me. Yeah. I've been sailing with my man across the water, across the lake. I see every blue and floozy away. Hey. But that beauty and that style went kind of smooth. That's why take me to them dirty ladies every time. Come on. Oh, you're gonna take me home tonight. Oh, down beside your red firelight. Oh, when you give it all, you got fat bottom girls, you make the rockin' world go round. Fat bottom girls, you make the rockin' world go round. Now I got mortgages at home, I got stiffness in the bones. Ain't no beauty queens in this locality. I said, oh, but I still got my pleasure, still got my greatest treasure. Big woman, you done made me mad at me. Now hear this. Oh, you gonna take me home tonight. Oh, down beside your red firelight. Oh, you gonna let it all hang out. Flat bottom girls, you make the rockin' world go round. Flat bottom girls, you make the rockin' world go round. Get on your bikes and ride, like a cowboy. Ride 'em, come on, hey, go. Oh yeah, that's the way I like it. Yeah, yes, yes. You fat bottom girls, you ride 'em, hey, hey. All right.
Wow. What time is it?
It's Pod Blast time!
Yes, it's Pod Blast time. I'm your host, Chance Bartels. We got a good one for you today, as Steve Harvey would say on Family Feud. Got a good topic tonight. I was playing a bit of dodgebot ball, as I call it, with that opening music. And there's a reason I picked Queen's Fat Bottom Girls as the opening for tonight's nostalgic Pod Blast. Face it, fat is funny. And tonight we're going to celebrate our famous, funny fat people in film, comedy, and TV. We are not making fun of fat or rotund people. We are celebrating them. I have a list of about 20 that we're going to cover, along with some news stories in pop culture land. And I'm happy you're here. The reason I chose that Mission Impossible theme just then after Fat Bottom Girls by Queen was because I was reminded of the rare 1988 to 1990 revival of Mission Impossible, which is a rare show, and it was really good. It's a forgotten show with a kick-ass version of the classic theme by Lalo Schifrin from the 1966-1973 series. Just a quick, brief overview of that original reboot before the Tom Cruise movies. I just think that's my favorite version of that classic theme that I just played. But to give you some quick background, this won't take long. We'll get to the main topic at hand. Mission Impossible, of course, is an American television series that chronicles the missions of a team of secret agent government agents known as the Impossible Missions Force, or the IMF. And that revival show was a continuation of the 1966 to 1973 TV series. The only actor to return for that version on CBS was the regular cast member Peter Graves. And did you know who his brother is? His brother is James Arness, different names, who, of course, was Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, the TV version. He took over the role from the radio play Gunsmoke, and William Conrad played Marshal Matt Dillon in the radio version that we've talked about on the Pod Blast before. But, by the way, you had Mr. Hill played the original leader of the IMF in the first season of the 1966-67 season of Mission Impossible. And Mr. Hill was an Orthodox Jewish performer, and he quit the show because it interfered with his religious practices. So then Peter Graves was cast as Jim Phelps, the leader of the IMF, taking over from Mr. Hill. I can't remember his first name. I'm having a brain fart. I'll look it up. I know it, but it's in the back of my mind. Man, I'm sorry I'm late. I said in the Nostalgic Pod Blast group that I'd start at a certain time, and I'm half hour late. You know when someone tells you to blow it out your asshole? Well, I'm not trying to be crude, but that's literally what I did after having some coffee. So I had to take a quick shower and dunk it, take a little bath, to be honest with you. Man, I'm sorry. Boy, I got to forget sometimes my mom tunes into this show, my mom and dad. Jeez. That was pretty gross what I just said. But that's the reason. And we may have someone call in to review a movie that's on HBO Max, and I think it's still in theaters. It's getting really bad buzz. And this dude was really, really excited about the movie, and he's done some really elaborate videos, like professionally produced videos, like HD, I mean, like all the bells and whistles and all that. And he may call in later, and you can call in too. I want to know, what is your favorite fat comedian or comedian? 770-438-1050. I'll hold up the phone number when I want to open the lines. We're just wrapping up on this Mission Impossible thing. I'll edit this because sometimes all the time actually lately, I go long. But in the new team in Mission Impossible, let's see, you had Nicholas Black, a disguise expert and actor. Max Hart, spelled H-A-R-T-E, a strongman, like you had in the original show. Peter Lupus played the strongman in the original show. And Martin Landau, Barbara Bain were in the original show. Then you had Casey Randall. She was a model turned agent, and she only lasted the first 12 episodes, and then she was replaced with a really sexy actress from the 80s. I'll talk about that in just a second. I'm wrapping this up about Mission Impossible. Then you had Grant Collier, who's the son of Barney Collier, IMF's original technology expert and a technical genius in his own right. And that's the real-life son of the actor who played that character. The black actor, who I like a lot, God dang it! It's on my. I just should have wrote it down. Written it down. Oh God, what is that guy's name? He always said Cat in interviews. He did a lot of Morris, Greg Morris. Thank you, God. Thank you, Brain. The son of Greg Morris played Grant Collier. So, oh yeah, in the 12th episode, they killed off. It was the first time they killed off an agent, and that's how they got rid of Casey Randall, the hot agent. They replaced her with another, actually a sexier actress. I'll talk about in just a sec. So in the plot, though, they find the killer, and Jim Phelps decides to stay on and keep the team together. Midway through season 1, Casey is killed, as I just said, during a mission, becoming the first ongoing IMF agent to be disavowed on screen because they're super secret, right? Their organization, so they have to like basically totally distance themselves from that character. So her successor was Secret Agent Shannon Reed, was the character name for the remainder of the series. And she was played by an actress I loved in the 80s, Jane Badler, who was the chief, like, lizard lady in V, with the aliens that came down, and V, the miniseries, and V, the final battle, and V, the 1-hour series. And then after V ended, she did The Highwaymen. Talked about that last week of the Pod Blast. That was a Glenn A. Larson show starring Sam Jones, who played Flash in the Flash Gordon movie. And that didn't last long. And so she joined this project, and then when this ended, I think she married one of her co-stars and moved to Australia, where she lives now. But she's come out of retirement to do the 2009 reboot of V, and she's in some current show on ABC. I forget what it's called. But that episode aired October 23rd, 1988, and I'm trying to find it, but I'm going to put on the Nostalgic Pod Blast page that opening I played, where you see visuals, and there's a great shot of her looking up on a yacht, and it's total cleavage shot. Obviously, the director was a bit of a perv, or he was trying to bust up the ratings, pun intended. And it's a great shot of her looking up, and it's just sexy as hell. So the show ended February 24th, 1990. Only 35 episodes were filmed. The reason it didn't make it was the damn network, CBS, moved it to Saturday night. And that killed the show. Now, we're about to get to the comedy and our favorite fat, funny people. And I mean that lovingly. Believe me, I do. Last time we talked about Glenn A. Larson, I just have a couple quick things to talk about. I just was going too damn long. And these are things that I wanted to cover about Knight Rider. Someone wrote me and said, man, you didn't give Knight Rider very much justice. And I agree. I'm going to play a little bit of the Hoff, David Hasselhoff, now while I drink some coffee. Let me just get to this clip, the first clip of many tonight on the Pod Blast, and then I'm going to open up the phone lines. In fact, if the person is watching, you can call any time after this clip. This one's probably about 5 minutes long, but let me get this queued up for you here now. God, it is right here, my friends. Yeah. Well, maybe, hey, if this is the dude calling, this is good timing. The Nostalgic Pod Blast, you're on the air. Who are you?
This is Shane B. Wasn't sure how you wanted to do this.
Yeah, let's do it. Yes, this is, hey, audience, I was talking about a gentleman that was going to call in who does kick-ass videos, and we're going to talk about that, but he saw a movie he's going to review, and I'll shut the hell up and listen intently to what you thought about this movie.
Hold on for a second. Did I hear you say somebody didn't give you enough justice for Knight Rider?
Yeah, I got a complaint that I didn't cover it enough, and I got a really cool clip of the Hoff talking about it from, when was it? It was from a few years ago on the Del Rey Network. They did a mini marathon on his birthday of all days in July. It's a killer clip of him talking about auditioning and shit. I'll play that in a minute. And I know you told me offline you've been rewatching Knight Rider.
Yeah, I found that hilarious that it popped up on Netflix here there with the movie also, Knight Rider 2000. And, during my lunch break, I would catch an episode. It's been so long since I've seen it. I was like, let me watch this again. I see a lot of things in there that kind of make you scratch your head. It's like, oh, come on. You missed that. Found a lot of problems, but at the same time, I still felt like that little kid that was sitting on the floor in front of the TV watching the show back in the 80s. I just don't feel that same goodness. But now, as we get older, you look at things a little more differently, a little more detailed, more of an eye, sort of say. It's still a great show.
Well, yeah. What now? Was it just like illogical things, bullshit stunts? I mean, just things that were just too improbable. Because I mean, you're on the road a lot, right? So, yeah.
I tell you, one of the greatest things, it's like it's almost, you've seen one episode, you've seen them all. Mike is always got the woman. Of course, he's a ladies' man. No problem there. No problem there. But like things like, you can tell when the stunt car is being used as opposed to the show car, sort of say, and the jump car. The thing with the cinematography, the way the camera works, where the camera angles are and where they're getting shots from, it's like I know you saw that when you went back and looked at this before you got this thing ready for air. I was like, it'll be fine. This car was hollow that you just, jumps. You're like, there's no way you landed like that. There's one. The last episode I just watched here, I think it was about episode 7, I think. He's helping a girl find her way. They got memory loss, trying to stop the assassination of other girl's president father. But Kit jumps off a cliff, and they do the shot from down at the bottom of the cliff, but maybe linger on it a little too long. And you can see it's a completely different. It looks like a '57 Chevy.
It's probably stock footage or some shit. Yeah.
Probably.
I got to give him some credit. It was pre-CGI, pre-CGI, but all those shows like the Dukes of Hazzard, Knight Rider, I mean, when you really jump something that high, your suspension's going to break when you land, the tire's going to go flat, the axles are going to break. It just suspends a disbelief a hell of a lot. Yeah.
Well, there's episode 2 before that really cracked me up. I had to rewind and check to make sure I saw what I saw. Kit's got the tough outer shell that's damn near indestructible, and a guy's trying to break into Kit from the passenger side, and out of frustration, the guy hits the door with his hand right above the door handle and leaves a dent. Well, it's just like, wow.
No, that would not happen.
Nobody caught that.
Yeah.
Nobody caught that.
No shit. It's indestructible. Virtually, supposedly. Do you remember the evil car? And I like the evil Michael Knight. He had like that beard. He had like a little I don't know. I forget the name of the character. He appeared a few times. It was a dual role for at the Hoff. But I like the ones with his evil twin.
Funny enough about that one, the evil car, the one called Car. It took our time to come up with a name for him, didn't we?
Yeah, real original. Yeah.
That episode, it's like, okay, he's the prototype to Kit. This car is the advancement of technology of the day. It's the best car in the world, essentially. Let's leave it in this warehouse with piss poor security. One guard. Let's leave the damn thing's power systems in it and everything. Let's leave this thing fully operational with one guard with a 6-shooter revolver. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Really? And 2 yokels, drunks, just wander in there and take them. Good job, Night Industry. Good job. Good job. What the fuck are you doing? What's going on?
There was a serious one with his wife, too. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's still enjoyable. As that childhood nostalgic feeling, still enjoy it.
That's it. Nostalgia. I like how you do that in some of your videos now. You were excited about The Matrix, shifting gears here. The Matrix Part 4, because you liked the first one. At least that's what you said in your videos. What did you think? I know it's been out a little while now. It's been out a minute, but I'd love to hear what you thought, even though I know what you thought based on what you said in your review. I heard on the radio.
I was a big fan of the Matrix movies. Of course, that first movie it's undeniable. It's epic. It was a new age of filmmaking, the sex, and not so much new with the story, because the story is real reminiscent of Dark City. If you remember that movie, it's real reminiscent of that. But for the most part, love the trilogy. Look at the trilogy a little more. It's almost reminiscent of Star Wars episodes 4, 5, and 6. Kind of the same storyline, but regardless. So, part 3, you're thinking things are wrapped up. It's like, okay, all right. It wasn't super great, exciting, but, that worked. That worked. That was cool. And then they talk about a part 4. I'm like, oh, must be, we need money time. And you look into this thing, it's like, okay, so it's Warner Brothers. They're doing it again. Okay. We got one of the Wachowskis, and it's like, interesting. Only one's coming back. Huh. Looked into that a little further. There was a report, I forget exactly where I saw it, but it was a report that it was going to be done with or without them. So Lana ended up doing it. The other Wachowski, something about want to take a break from the industry, want to focus on other stuff, do this, that. I was like, okay, sounds like you didn't want to do it. Fine, that's fine. It's in the hands of at least one of. Okay, let's see. So that trailer comes out. Not that a trailer review on that. That was hype. Yeah, it was hype. But I was curious. It's more curious than anything. Like, where can you go with this? Yeah, Neo is the 6th version of the anomaly. He's the 6th one. It's the 6th Matrix. Are we really going to do this and do a reset on the Matrix? Okay, this could be interesting. Don't do that trailer, and it's like, I was shocked when I saw the movie. I swear I predict about half of the stuff that happened in the movie. And I'm like, well, that's not good. I don't like to be able to predict stuff that ends up happening. That's not a good movie. I won't be surprised. I won't be overtaken. I was surprised how bad it was, but not shocked.
Yeah.
There's no shock in it. And, yeah, throughout that that trailer review video of Ted, that's all I could think. As I watched that trailer, I watched the trailer the first time, and it just kind of went by as a blur. And they did what they wanted to do. Throw the flashy lights at you and say, hey, we're doing it again. Didn't you love it the first time? Didn't you kind of like it the third time? Weren't you unsure about yourself and felt dirty after the third time? Well, we're going to try the fourth time. Okay, fine. Do it. And then I stopped a friend of mine. We were watching it together because I had some notes for her. And she's like, well, let's watch it. And we slowed it down to like half speed. And saw so many things that just didn't seem right. I was like, yeah, I'm going to make a video about this. Just on the trailer, I don't even remember how long that video is, but it was enough. I was just like, okay, let's watch the movie. Watch the damn movie. And that's where all the nostalgia lines came in. Because that's all that trailer, that's all I got out of that trailer. It was just like nostalgia. Hey, you remember? Remember this? Remember we did this? Remember when we did that? Remember this? Remember Trini had a motorcycle? Remember that? Remember this shit? Remember that shit? Like, okay.
That's old hat, man. It goes back to Return of the Jedi. They did the same thing in Return of the Jedi back in '83. They had a lot of throwback shit to the first Star Wars. It's old hat formula.
Well, that's funny. That's funny because Star Wars Force Awakens does the same thing against New Hope.
Yeah.
And Last Jedi does the same thing against Empire Strikes Back, yet it does it in reverse order.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, fine, nostalgia fest. Let's watch it. How long is this crap? 2.5 hours. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
All right.
Did you see it in the theater or on HBO Max?
HBO Max.
Okay. One quick thing.
That was.
Well, I want to ask you something. I heard praise from someone that Neil Patrick Harris's acting is just phenomenal. Is that a bunch of shit, or do you agree?
50-50 split. I mean, his acting is good. He's Neil Patrick Harris. Like, yeah, that's how he would act. The problem I didn't like was the role written for him, the dialogue he was given to deliver his whole story, and he just comes off as a corny Bond villain. Pretty much near the end. And it's like, okay, I guess. And he's still at the end of the movie. And it's like,
Spoiler alert! It's been out a while. It's been out a minute, so we can give it all away. It doesn't matter. Anything else you've seen lately? Anything like Scream? Did you see the new Scream movie or anything? Or
I saw half of it. I had to turn the shit off. Scream does the same thing this Matrix movie does. It starts off
yeah.
so
You might.
it's just a
There, you bet.
nostalgia essence. Like, this isn't even fun though.
Huh? Is there any TNA in the new Scream movie, like there always used to be in the '80s slasher movies? Any sex scenes or anything? Any comedy? Or is the comedy really
I did-
lame? Sorry.
Had about as much comedy as Halloween Kills.
Ah.
It's just for a slasher movie. Scary Movie is a better Scream movie than this new Scream movie. And how lazy are you that you named the movie? This is technically Scream 5, and you just call it Scream. Wait, hold on. Now we got to call it Scream 2016, like these idiots did over here with Ghostbusters. Their all-female remake that just, I don't know what the fuck it is. And it seems like this Matrix movie was the jump-off point, almost. Well, actually, it's Ghostbusters 2016. This jump-off point is like, we're going to remake the shit that you like and make it worse. And that's just not good.
Yeah, jump off is in shark, right? Like jump the damn shark. God damn. From the get-go. But Tim, let's talk about your video. You did a great video where you talked about the trailer of Matrix 4. Where can people see your videos? Have you got a YouTube channel? I know you do. Actually, I subscribe, but where is that at?
Best way to find it is Sick 2210, one word. Because I go under the name Sir Buff Drinks a lot, but people tell me they have trouble finding it, but if you put in 62210, it takes you right to it.
Great, Shane B. Man, I'm so glad you called in. I've got to get to my topics in just a sec, but is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Anything else about movies or what episode are you on Knight Rider? Are you in season 1? Let me ask you this: what season are you in the Knight Rider viewing on Netflix?
Oh no, we're in season 1.
Okay, and
Oh
that.
no. I was ready to talk to you about the audacity of this Matrix movie.
Okay. I want to say one thing. It's weird to me that it's on Netflix when Peacock is like the Xfinity-owned NBC streaming service, and that was an NBC product. It's strange that it's on Netflix. Anyway, but that's just a little aside. I don't know why it would be on there.
But the quick hits on this shit right quick. The simple things of it starts like part 1, the Matrix shit. It's like, okay, it throws in your face. The movie slowly becomes the first movie again. Oh, Neil's back in the Matrix. I find doing this whole thing over again. I find it funny that they're just going through mirrors now to get in and out of the Matrix or jumping off a building. So it's like, it's not explained. But then going through the mirrors thing, there's this part where they go through this liquid mirror, or they're getting ready to go through one, and Neil Patrick Harris is trying to pull Neo in, and it's liquid. It's that liquid metal, like part 1 when they found his body.
Liquid plumber, yeah.
But somebody shoots the mirror, and it breaks like glass. And it's like, wait a minute. So it's basically liquid, but you shoot it and it shatters like glass. What is that nonsense? It brings Trinity back. Now, Trinity and Neo are the combined one. The crazy reason for bringing them back. There's a war between the Machine City and the power of these two being close to each other, but Neo constantly wanting to get to her creates energy, and that's Neil Patrick Harris's old main ultimatum. He thinks a Bond villain. He's just like, right. There is a character that is referenced only by name, and Trinity has two kids that we see on screen. She's with a guy in the Matrix. This guy is Keanu Reeves' stunt double from John Wick and some other movies. That's kind of funny. But she always has these two little boys with her. And twice they say, oh, we got to go get Callie. Apparently there's another kid named Callie. We never see this kid. It's only referenced, but it's like, why that? You can only assume that's a trigger word for her, created by Neil Patrick Harris, the analyst, as they call him. I was like, okay, the ship. Because we bring the Nebuchadnezzar-style hovercraft ship back. Problem, the Nebuchadnezzar was a Mark III, number 11, made in the year 2069 in the USA. The ship they ride on now is also a Mark III. You lost me right there. How is it still a Mark III? Well, it's a number 19, so higher number. Made in the European Union. This movie doesn't speak about the European Union anywhere. It's like, what is going on in this movie? And of course, they ended like they're going to do another one. I dare you. Stop it.
It's got those woke crap in it. It sounds like even if you took a hit of acid, it wouldn't make sense.
Well,
maybe you need a hit of acid to have it make sense. I don't know. It just sounds like a bad movie, based on what you're saying.
This is the most beautiful thing in the movie. Probably the thing I love the most is the commentary, the dialogue. There's so many in-your-face lines that kind of feel like Lana Wachowski saying, I didn't want to do this shit. But Warner Brothers made me do. They say it directly in the movie. The company that Neo works for in The Matrix, our character, his partner / business partner, Will, he says directly, they're making a video game. Matrix is a video game now. Oh, okay, original. But they want to make another game. The fourth game. Yeah. In the fourth movie. He's like, okay, that figures. Yeah. And he's like, our parent company, Warner Brothers, really did you just do that? But I think she did that.
That's a page out of the Disney playbook right there. That's the Disney playbook.
Warner Brothers even reviewed this movie to say anything. It's like he, whatever. It's taken constant stab at the whole concept of this movie through dialogue. And I just found that so hilarious. It's like Wachowski knows this is shit. And you can feel she didn't want to make it. I was like, I don't know if that's crazy or genius. That's just throughout the movie.
Hey man, I like Lawrence Fishburne. Lawrence Fishburne is one of my favorite actors. I liked him from back in the day. And What's Love Got to Do with It? Is Ike Turner. He's always solid as a rock in everything I've seen him in. How was he in this movie?
He's not.
He's not.
He is not in this movie. He is replaced with.
I thought he was in the. I'm out of it, man. I thought he was in the trailer. Was that just a psych out?
Flashback.
Oh, okay. That's
flashback.
right.
There are so many flashbacks in this movie. If you haven't, it's like the movie was made. If you haven't seen part 1, 2, or 3. Oh, you're gonna see part 1, 2, and 3 in this movie.
It's not that Lawrence was smart.
Flashback.
Lawrence said, "I don't want the money. Keep your money. This script sucks."
Now, Morpheus' character is replaced by this new Morpheus, the younger black guy, the guy that played the new Candyman and that.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
He is horrible in this movie.
Oh shit!
He's so tongue in cheek, and his dialogue is like how they repeat some of the beats. He's trying to emulate Morpheus. Here's the problem: he is a program. He's not a person. He's a program. Because the movie starts off while they're watching Trinity. How they start off with Trinity again. It's our new characters that are watching this going on. And they're watching the actual video game thing. It's something called a modal. And they somehow work their way into this modal. And when we first see him, he's getting out of a car with two other agents. He's a fucking agent. And they go to get Trinity, but our blue-haired girl from the group, she is basically the Trinity. But they're going. She interrupts and gets caught. And, he ends up saving her. So they stand there at gunpoint. And it's like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we haven't killed each other. Da, da, da. She starts talking to him, and he's just like, I've been seeing things, weird things, da, da, da. He's basically been seeing glitches in the code. And he's like, hold on, you're a program. And they do this little scene as he's talking to her. It shows him at the gym, at a coffee shop. It's like, hold on, you're a program. Why are we seeing you? Shows him in the bathroom looking in the mirror. It's like, hold on, you're a program. You're an agent. What the fuck is this personal life shit you're doing right now? Excuse me? No. We find out this program was written by Neo for the game to combine the aspects of Smith and Morpheus. So standing there talking to her, he's like, I know who I am. I'm Morpheus. I gotta find Neo. And it's like, that's lazy, unwarranted nonsense. So all of a sudden now he believes he's the reincarnation of the Morpheus. Like, what's going on here? Oh my God, it's nonsense. And I'll throw one good one at you. Let you get on your way, man. The ship is the greatest thing. This new ship that they're on, the blue hair girl, she's the captain of the ship. She's essentially the new Morpheus in a way, but and the new Trinity at the same time. So that's weird. Her ship is called the Nemesis. The Nemesis is a Greek goddess of memory. Funny, we want you to remember the good times of the Matrix. I'm like, yeah, that's a fitting name for your ship. That is absolutely fitting. The Nebuchadnezzar is named after the Nebuchadnezzar II, who was the second king of Babylon. And his thing was building a new city of hope and peace and future. That was fitting for Morpheus. That was a great name for this man, this character, to have for his ship. And let's just say, we want you to remember things called the ship. Yeah, that'd be slick. Ha 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 ha. And lazy. Get the frick out of here. The name of the new city is called Io. Not new. Freaking what is the name of the other one was? But it's called Io now. Io was the maiden left by Zeus. Changed her into a heifer to escape the rage of Hera. It's also an abbreviation for input, output. So, in and out. Now, what are they doing? In and out of the Matrix. It's just getting lazier.
Brought to you by In-N-Out Burger. It's almost like, like product placement or something. Well, it sounds like Doogie Howser couldn't save this stink bomb.
No, I said he's a Bond villain. He's just a Bond villain. The ending is so sloppy. The Neo has the Force now. We'll see him do this Force push stuff a lot. The fights are slow. They're not fast-paced, quick, good martial arts. Other the fights feel so slow and lazy, like Arnold Schwarzenegger new action movie. There's slow action. It's just like this movie. They spent over $200 million on this movie.
God.
Budget was. And then just a lot of contradictions. The programmer's access, which was in part 2, they introduced that the hallway with all the white hallway with all the doors. That was a special restricted area. That's why the key maker was so important, because he made the keys that each door, the tumblers work with a code to open doors to go to certain places. And this part 4 starts off where, when Blue Hair Buds is running from the agents, running from Morpheus when he saves her. He's in that freaking hallway grabs her, and then just busts through another door. Like, that's not how those doors work. That's not how those doors work. And just
That's all jacked up. They should have optical recognition and shit, like they do in real life today in our world. You know, just scan the eyeball, the retina scan.
it takes a simple key. It takes a simple key, and it's only accessible by programmers. And he's not a programmer; he's a program. And it's just, man. So I'm still working on this video right now. I got so much to say, but it's probably gonna be about a fucking 3-hour video. But
I know the feeling, man.
I'm gonna rip it apart. I'm gonna rip it apart. I hate it. I do not recommend it. And you know who did nostalgia well? The movie that went up against it that same week, pretty much, was the one that kind of was scared about. Spider-Man: No Way Home.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Spider-Man: No Way Home. That movie, I was really excited to see which one of them was going to kick butt at the box office more. And Spider-Man is still number one right now.
Yeah.
Still number one.
It got knocked down one week. Did it reclaim the number one spot? I'll look online. I know it got knocked down by Scream. It's back up. Unbelievable. That's awesome. I liked it.
Yeah, as of last Tuesday, I knew it was still. Yeah, the first half of the movie I didn't really care for, but that second half is so solid. When Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield join in, it's solid from there. It's great work that they did. It's funny. It seems like Tom Hiddleston, whatever, the one that played Sandman and the one that played the Wizard. I don't even think they were all set when they shot this movie because they were in CGI form the whole movie until you get to the end and they get turned back to normal and it's like, it looks like CGI and they don't deliver dialogue. When they get turned back to human form, they do not deliver dialogue. It's like, oh, those guys aren't even there. I don't think they were ever on set. But it was great the way they had the three Spider-Man working together, their dialogue together, the banter, the comedy, the understanding what each one was going through, how they were trying to help each other with certain aspects of their life outside of the fighting. And the movie was running to home plate. All you had to do was just make the slide, and then the bottom of their cleat caught the dirt, and they flipped over the foul line. They almost stuck the landing.
Yes, indeed. Hey, I got a question. You obviously saw it in the theater. I saw it in the theater with a really young crowd, like tweens, and when Garfield showed up, the crowd went crazy. All these kids, that was nostalgic for them. And he was like the Spider-Man from like 2014. It blew my mind. But when Tobey Maguire showed up, it got a big round of applause from the crowd. But man, when Garfield, I was surprised. But I saw it at the Sandy Springs Cinema and Tap House. But I was surprised that Garfield got as big a reaction as he did. Did the crowd react? Did you you can see movies with a bad crowd that don't make noise and a good crowd. Like, what was the crowd like when you saw it? Did you see it like the first day?
I actually had a, how do you say, bootleg of it. I didn't watch it with a crowd. I did not see it with a crowd, but I did go through and watch some crowd reaction videos. And yeah, there was bigger reactions for Garfield. It kind of makes sense because Garfield is, you want to say, the sexier Spider-Man. He looked like he could, be that handsome guy. Maguire, he looked like the goofy, timid guy. And Tom Holland is just, he looks like a child. But Spider-Man did take on the job of Spider-Man 15. I was like, okay. No, that was one thing I hated about Far From Home. I was like, wow, he's so young. He just looks like a baby. But,
right.
I liked Homecoming until I saw Aunt May, and that's when all hatred just went wild. I was like, no, you're too young. You're Marissa Tomei. I should not want to make sweet loving to Aunt May.
Yeah.
What are y'all doing?
Yeah, they killed her off, and spoiler alert. Yeah, they killed her off probably at the right time. I think with this one, I don't know.
I think
But-
that was cheap. I think that was cheap.
Yeah.
Because it's the third movie. It's the third movie. We went ahead and skipped the Uncle Ben storyline, of course, because we've seen, well, everybody knows the Ben storyline. Although we've seen it enough. Let's give him some more emotional impact. Let's kill her. And I don't really know how I feel about that. I mean, I can see how it was impactful to him as a character, but me personally, watching and being like Spider-Man's my favorite superhero. Me watching it, I felt nothing. And it's like I felt kind of unwarranted a little bit, but I get it. I got it. I understand. And to have Goblin do it, I mean, can we agree? William Dafoe is the man.
He is the man. He's a strange person too. Like, you know, he's from America, but he sounds like he's from Holland or something. It very unusual speech intonations, but what a great actor. Hey, did you ever see, this is a nostalgia piece for you, Autofocus, which is the story of Bob Crane? He was in it, and that is a effed up movie, man. Do you know the story of Bob Crane from Hogan's Heroes? He was a pervert, sex addict. Oh, anyway, Greg Kinnear was in it.
I've heard of it.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I digressed. Well, you're right. William Dafoe is the man, and he was so good as that split personality, Norman Osborn, and then the demons that come and go in his mind. He played that beautifully, like he always, like he did back in 2001 when the first one was shot.
Yeah, he is absolutely the best thing in this new Spider-Man movie. Between him and oh wow, I can never remember the guy's name, but the one who plays Doc Ock. Those two are great. They nailed their roles, and even Jamie Foxx. It was like Jamie Foxx got another attempt at doing Electro because everybody hated that Electro in Amazing Spider-Man 2. But this one, I've heard nothing but positivity about the way he portrayed the character in this movie. It's like, that's the Electro we wanted.
That's right.
Where was that?
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, Sony, maybe Sony stood in the way of that. And maybe Marvel said, nah, let's give him some legs. Okay, great. And I hear a lot of people that is like they wanted to see more of him portraying Electro like that. It's like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, and they even had an homage, I thought, to the end of Superman 2 with that hokey ending where Superman kisses Lois Lane and her memory goes away when they, you know, did the spell to make MJ forget about the whole Spider-Man deal and forget, in fact, who Peter Parker is entirely. He's a stranger. I thought that was like a slight homage to Superman 2. I don't know. I'm an old fart nerd. That's what I got from that.
Well, that's a big problem with that movie, though, is the whole simple fact that they've exposed Dr. Strange as an idiot. Why would you not tell this man, this kid, whatever? You told him, yeah, I can do this spell, and that's it. That's it. You just start doing it. You don't tell him the consequences and break it down to him and talk to him logically. It's like, you know, when I do this, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is... No, it's not. No, he started the damn thing. Oh, this is in the trailer.
Well, that shit was probably edited out. Hey, when the Blu-ray comes out, there'll be deleted scenes. I bet they did film scenes to that effect that got left on the cutting room floor. I'm just guessing.
No, it's in the trailer. It's in the trailer because once he starts it, I did a trailer review on this one too. It's in the trailer. I couldn't help but to bring it up. It's in the trailer. Once he starts it, then he starts to, well, wait a minute. That means Aunt May won't remember me. Oh, that means MJ won't remember me. And he told, he did tell him.
He goes, whoa, stop. I want my friends to know. Yeah, right.
So I was like, that right there is like, you know, once I started, I can't stop it. Right there. Let's sit down and talk. You know what? Let me get a pen and paper and let's figure out exactly what you're looking for here. And one thing I got a problem with, I just saw today that it confirmed, I don't know how much you trust this one, I got to check some more sources, but it's confirmed that he's supposed to return for this Doctor Strange into the Multiverse movie.
Who is?
And
who's supposed to return?
Spider-Man.
Okay.
Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
Well, see, I've read, let me just stop you real quick. There's a rumor that Tom Holland doesn't want to play the character anymore, which I think is BS, or it's his manager in a Freddie Freeman type negotiation ploy for a fat contract. I don't know. Anyway, continue. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Oh, no, it's your show. I think it's absolute BS. Like, I don't know what else role you're going to play, kid. Besides of this Uncharted movie, I can see him as a young Nathan Drake. Sure, why not? I got to look into that one later. But yeah,
He wants to be James Bond. I don't see that.
Yeah, he can go to,
Supposedly.
He can go to hell. He can go to hell.
He's not James Bond quality. I like him. But hey, he freaked out when Sony. But the funny thing is, if we have long memories, you and I, not too long ago, Sony said they were going to split from Disney, and he freaked out on Twitter about not getting to play the part anymore. And that was only like a year ago. So I don't believe he doesn't want to play Peter Parker and Spider-Man anymore. That's bullcrap. In my opinion.
That's going to have to go back through Disney because Disney owns it.
Sony owns Spider-Man. They lease it. They have like a partnership, a revenue partnership with Sony. Years ago, Marvel sold the character of Spider-Man and some of the properties in the Spider-Man universe to Sony. So that's a Japan-owned product. And Disney just does a partnership with them. Did you know that?
Which doesn't make any sense how they think they're going to bring him back in this Doctor Strange movie. That with the logistics of, everybody forgot who you were. Looking into that a little more, first off, it was Mephisto that did this for Peter Parker, not Doctor Strange. But either way, the spell doesn't work on, wait for it, aliens and gods. So there's a little group floating around space right now that still remember him. And Doctor Strange being who he is, it's like venom with a snake. If a snake bites it, the venom is in the snake, okay? And Doctor Strange, as the caster of the spell, does the spell work on him too? There's no way you're going to forget who Peter Parker is. You're the one who did this. It shouldn't work on you. We have Harry Potter for all that crap, casting spells, and then not working on the person who's the caster of the spell. It's just, it got a little convoluted.
Right, it was. Hey, question. Do you think that Tobey Maguire's version of Peter Parker, did he die when he got stabbed by the Green Goblin? He did get on his feet. I'm not saying they'll bring him back in a future movie, but do you, in your mind, do you think that version of Peter Parker died because of his injuries inflicted by the Green Goblin?
In No Way Home?
Yeah. Remember, he got stabbed by the Green Goblin at the end of the movie, in the back.
Oh. Have you seen the movie?
Yeah. He got stabbed. Remember, the Green Goblin pulled out.
He's alive now.
So my question is, do you think he died from those injuries? Because he gets sent back to where he belongs.
Oh, no.
Okay. No, I thought it was kind of, it could have gone either way, you know?
Nah, they're smart. He's too young.
Yeah.
This portrayal of a character anyway.
Tobey Maguire? You're saying Tobey Maguire is too young?
Dear God, you are talking about Tobey Maguire. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm talking about Tobey Maguire. Remember the version of Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire,
no.
he got stabbed.
I think the way if I remember correctly in the movie, they say that once everyone's returned to their original dimension, all the rights or all the wrongs are righted. If I remember correctly.
I think you're right.
Dimension.
Yeah.
Yeah, him going back to technically healed. And that's why they wanted to go ahead and hurry up and get him back.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that. And I remember that now. You're correct. Yeah. All right.
But if I can see less of this Zendaya girl, I'm absolutely thrilled. I'm so happy. She was never a character in Spider-Man. Well, she was a character, but not a character to the extent that the Sony Disney team up made her to be. She was a girl in passing in Peter Parker's life. I think they went on like one date, but they were never all this in love kind of stuff. And she just comes off as a non-contributor in these movies. She's just a love interest. And it's like, I can't stand you. Now, she's also in Dune. She is pretty decent in Dune.
Right.
Probably because she barely speaks. But not bad.
Are we talking about Zendaya, the actress Zendaya who plays MJ? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, the one, this personality that thinks they
MJ.
made such a name for themselves to have one day. Yeah. Oh, that was the
Okay.
funniest thing about that movie too. They made it a staple to let the audience know 3 times what MJ stands for.
That's right. They did. They did.
Because
They did. Yeah. Hey, I liked her in The Greatest Showman. I bet you did not see The Greatest Showman. It's the P.T. Barnum story starring Wolverine. What's his face? Having a brain fart.
huge Jackman.
Yes, thank you. And it was a musical, so you may not have saw it, but Zendaya was in it. She was like Zach Brown's love interest, and she was good in that movie. Just saying. So she's pretty versatile as a young actor.
I guess she's got some talent somewhere. I saw some of it peeking in Dune. It seems like she's going to play that role fine. Dune 1, I kind of liked it. I know a lot of people hated it. But it's like, no. They're building up to tell a story. And they did it well. And I heard a lot of complaints about, well, the movie just ended. Was that it? Is that it? You watch the opening of the movie, it says Dune Part 1. Right there at the bottom. Calm down. Gee.
Yeah, because people were complaining it's so slow. They said, "Oh, it's so slow. The beginning of Dune sucks. It's boring. It sucks." I remember that was a complaint by many online.
I really got that emotion that they were building up to tell a story. They're setting it up. I'm kind of excited to see Part 2. To see where they're going. I know nothing about the books or the other Dune movie they made. I don't know anything about it, so I'm coming into it fresh.
I like that. Fresh. Well, man, I have got to run. I'm so glad you called in and shared all your views on all these movies that are in theaters now and on HBO Max now. I hope you call in again, Shane B. Man, I really appreciate you.
Hey, man, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me on, man.
My pleasure, man. You have a good weekend, and we'll talk with you soon, Shane.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, bye. Shane B, everybody. That was cool. He went on a bunch of other movies besides Matrix 4, and I like that. Thank you, Shane B, for calling in. Now I want to get to this clip. All right, a lot of time has gone by before I set this up, so briefly, before we get to the best comedians that are rotund or fat, if you will, that we know and love. I got about 20 for you. Before we get to that, I just want to continue on because last time, for some reason in Apple Land, and I use a service called, one of my platforms I'm on is podcast.co, and last week's show got more downloads there. We're not talking 50 million downloads, but it got the highest I've ever had for whatever reason. And last time I did a biography, a very in-depth biography, over 6 hours long, but a lot of that was other stuff. But let's say 4 hours was dedicated to Glenn A. Larson, who died in 2015, and all of his cult television classics that he wrote or produced, created, and the like. And so I got a complaint that I didn't get enough attention to Knight Rider. So I do have a quick clip from the Hoff himself. This is from a marathon that aired Sunday, July 17th, 2016 on the El Rey Network, and he gives some behind-the-scenes info. This is from my personal collection. It might be on YouTube, I don't know, but this is from my DVR. I'm going to play this while I get some more coffee and take a break. I think it's about 5 minutes long. I think it's really interesting, and then another quick thing about Knight Rider and the $6 Million Man, and then we'll get started with the main topic, fat comedians. So let me get to my clip, which is right here. Here we go. Here's the Hoff himself, David Hoff. David Hasselhoff.
Hey everyone, this is David Hasselhoff, actor, singer, producer, but more importantly, Michael Knight on Knight Rider. Hey kid, pick me up.
It's so good to be communicating again.
Welcome to the El Rey presentation of the Hasselhoff Birthday Knight Rider Marathon. Happy birthday to me.
This car is something else.
The series was originally released in 1982, ran to 1986, created and produced by Glenn Larson at NBC Universal. Now, the premise of the series. This is cool. Michael Long is an undercover police detective who is seriously injured on the job. Now, a billionaire named Wilton Knight takes his body, restores him to life, redoes his face through plastic surgery so he doesn't look like the original Michael Long, now Michael Knight.
It isn't me. Gives you a second chance to live.
Wilton equips him with state-of-the-art technology. They send him on missions to champion the cause of the innocent, and his most important weapon is KITT, a heavily modified Pontiac Trans Am equipped with the most incredible crime-fighting techniques imaginable. But the most important one, artificial intelligence. KITT can think.
Anything you can think of, I can perform.
Sure do admire your modesty.
Modesty is a state of mind, Michael.
The reason the show is so successful is because of the relationship between Michael and KITT. And the voice of KITT, William Daniels. I've never done a scene with him. I still haven't worked with William Daniels. I would do the voice, my voice, and whoever wanted to read KITT would read KITT through a radio, and then they put his voice in later. First time I met William Daniels was at the Christmas party.
Is that a fact?
A guy at my table says, "Hi, I'm William Daniels. I play KITT." And I said, "Hi, I'm David Hasselhoff. I play Michael Knight." And he goes, "We have a hit show."
We're in show business now.
The first time I went in to do a screen test for the show, my nerves got me. I picked up the script. The script was glowing in my hands. I said, "This script is incredible. This is my ticket. I said, American James Bond with a talking card." I blew the audition. I came home. Manager calls, everyone doesn't like you except for Glenn Larson. He said, "Why not that tall kid with the big hair? Let's test him again." I didn't even call me Michael Knight for 2 weeks. I believed that I was the character. I went in, I was still nervous. I said, "Excuse me, give me a second." I walked outside of the studio and said, "I am the Night Rider, I am the Night Rider." I walked back in, I was totally calm, and I nailed it. And that same crew that was working on the screen test was working on the pilot. And when I walked in to shoot the very first episode, they all went, "Congratulations, you are the Night Rider, you are the Night Rider." And they were making fun of me because I was out screaming to myself. But you gotta believe in yourself first. Buckle up for more of the Hasselhoff Birthday Night Rider Marathon, right here on the El Rey Network.
I'm going to see if I can get away with playing this very copyrighted music. Bow, bow. Great Knight Rider theme by Stu Phillips. It has like over 9 million views. The YouTube official video of that opening sequence, which normally has narration by the star of the old Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea television series based on the 1961 20th Century Fox movie, now owned by Disney. And Disney owns the show as well. Lasted 4 seasons. MeTV currently runs Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, but the actor who played Admiral Nelson did that opening narration. He was in the pilot. And he is the philanthropist and wealthy dude that performs that pays for this plastic surgeon that reconstructs the face of Michael Long, who becomes Michael Knight. Anyway, now we're going to get on with something else. I don't want to have another marathon show. It's been a long day as it is, but I love that music. That's just that right there by Stu Phillips is one of the most iconic TV themes of all time. It's sampled by rappers, like I said, seen on YouTube by over 9 million people, or at least 9 million times. I don't know how many unique those views are, but that's still a very impressive number. And so Richard Basehart, the star of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, narrated a nice opening. I didn't play. It's in the official YouTube video that NBC and Xfinity put on YouTube on their official channel. And then after he died in 94, Richard Basehart. It died in 1984. So his narration continued, just like on the Incredible Hulk, the old Incredible Hulk show. Ted Cassidy, the original Lurch in the Addams Family, he narrated Dr. David Banner, physician, scientist. I can't do that deep voice like that. I have a Ron Howard type little Weasley voice, but Dr. David Banner, physician, scientist, searching for a way to tap into the human strengths that all humans have. He died in 79, Ted Cassidy, shortly after having open heart surgery, but they kept that in, just like they did the opening by Basehart after his death in 84. So Knight Rider ran for 4 seasons on NBC from Sunday, September 26th, 1982 until Friday, August 8th, 1986 for 85 episodes, which consisted of 80 one-hour episodes and 5 two-hour episodes that were cut in half for rerun syndication. Now, before we get to the comedy item, Internet BS of the Week. In my opinion, this is up for debate. I found this online when I was researching the $6 Million Man. I found a little bit about the $6 Million Man that Glenn A. Larson worked on and wrote for, that I read on this website. And this website is like the Wikipedia page for $6 Million Man. You have to listen carefully in the opening to the narration. Steve Austin, astronaut, a man barely alive. That wasn't by Richard Anderson, who played Oscar Goldman, who narrated The Gentleman. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. Let's listen to the opening. It's just very brief, and there's a point. I'm contending it's not the gentleman who this website claims voiced that line. It's someone that is somewhat recognizable. Let me play for you now that opening. Where the hell what did I do with it? It's right here. Here it is. Pay attention to the line, Steve Austin, astronaut, a man barely alive. Right here.
2, 1. Looks good in NASA run. Roger. BCS arm switch is on. Okay, Victor. Landing rocket arm switch is on. Here comes the throttle. Circuit breakers in. We have separation. Roger. Inboard and outboard are on. We're coming forward with the side stick. Looks good. Roger. I've got a blowout. Day for 3. Get your pitch to 0. Pitches out. I can't hold altitude. Correction. Alpha horn is off. Turn selected emergently. Flight call. I can't hold it. She's breaking up. She's breaking.
Steve Austin, astronaut, a man barely alive. Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology. We have the capability to make the world's first bionic man. Steve Austin will be that man. Better than he was before. Better. Stronger, faster.
Universal logo there. That's the season 2 version of $6 Million Man. I'm such a geek. There's 5 seasons total, and that was the season 2 beginning and ending music and opening and ending credit sequences. And there was a different one each season for season 1, season 2, season 3, which season 3 is the one that's on TV's greatest hits, and it's the one I like the least. And then season 4 and 5 were the same. They just, in season 5, they did the same version as season 4. But that line, Steve Austin, astronaut, a man barely alive, from the Bionic Wikipedia website, Harvey Bennett is the executive producer of The $6 Million Man, also known for his work on other TV series and the Star Trek film franchise. As a producer, Bennett also made an on-screen contribution to The $6 Million Man. It is his voice that intones the lines, "Steve Austin, astronaut, a man barely alive," in the opening credits. That's wrong, in my opinion. That line was voiced by actor Terry Carter, who had just acted in the third TV movie titled Solid Gold Kidnapping, which aired on Saturday, November 7th, 1973, just a couple months before the Friday, January 18th, 1974, one-hour episodic debut with The First Time You Heard That Opening. Now, Terry Carter is an African-American actor best known for Generation Xers as the second-in-command in Battlestar Galactica. I'm going to play a sample of both these gentlemen's voices. He has a very distinct voice, Terry Carter does. And he played Colonel Ty alongside Commander Adama, played by Lauren Green, in the short-lived but well-remembered original Battlestar Galactica. Here's a 1975 commercial, I can't speak, for Ultra Sheen Protein Cream Conditioner by Terry Carter. And listen to this voice, and then I'm going to play you Harvey Bennett's voice. It's Terry Carter, folks. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's Harvey Bennett at all, no matter what the internet says. Here's Terry. Listen to this voice. Just pay attention.
If you're buying hormone hair dressings because you think they can grow hair, you might as well do this with your money. Ultra Sheen wants you to know the truth. And the truth is, no hormone hair dressings, creams, or tonics of any kind can grow hair. New Ultra Sheen Protein Cream Conditioner penetrates the hair shaft to give your hair more bounce and body. Makes your hair look healthier and feel silky soft. Put your money on something that works. New Ultra Sheen Protein Cream Conditioner. It works.
Okay, that's Terry Carter. That's the guy I contend said that line. And again, he had just been in $6 Million Man in the form of a 2-hour movie, which aired Saturday, November 17th, 73. And the first time you heard that line was on January 18th, 74. They had him record that. Now, here is Harvey Bennett. There's kind of rough audio. All there is like lame, not really lame, but lame audio quality convention appearances. He's deceased now, Harvey Bennett, of him speaking. Let me see. I think I pulled a clip. Yeah. So you can compare. And then move on to the topic at hand. Here's Harvey Bennett speaking. It just doesn't sound anything like that voice here.
Does anybody want to ask me what I thought of it?
Yeah!
What I thought of it? You now know enough about me to know that I honor tradition. That may make me a conservative filmmaker, I don't know. But I felt that it was, they lost me when they put the Grand Canyon in Iowa.
It's too bad audio. Because I'm such a geek, nobody cares. I'm proving a case here. Now, I'm going to play the season 3 opening of $6 Million Man just for that line, and then we'll move on to some other pop culture news. But now you've heard both pieces of evidence. Here's the actual line. I'm telling you, it's Terry Carter. It's not Harvey Bennett at all, in my opinion. He had just been in the show.
Steve Austin, astronaut, a man barely alive.
There you go. I'm not going to torment you with the rest of that. I just played the entire season 2 opening and end credit sequence. So that's my contention. I think that's more internet BS. It's not Harvey Bennett. It's Terry Carter voicing that. He's a very distinct voice. But now it's time for an update.
This is Jeopardy!
Well, at last, Amy Schumer, Jeopardy champion of over 2 months, was finally defeated after a record-breaking run as champion. From CBS News, Jeopardy champion Amy Schneider has finally been defeated. The long-running champ lost Wednesday's game to newcomer Roan Talsma, a librarian from Chicago. Schneider's loss comes after a 40-game winning streak and just 2 days after she moved ahead of Matt Amodio into second place for consecutive wins on the quiz show. Only current host Ken Jennings has ever topped that. And that was interesting because Ken Jennings was hosting, filling in for Mayim. And so I thought it would have been cool if his record got beaten and blown out in front of his own eyes as a host. That would have been cool, but it didn't happen. So only current host Ken Jennings has ever topped that. Schneider's total game winnings reached 1 million. That's $1,382,800, putting her in fourth place for highest all-time regular season cash winnings on the show. Quote from Amy Schneider, "It has really been an honor," Schneider said in a press release. Continuing, "To know that I'm one of the most successful people at a game I've loved since I was a kid. And to know that I'm part of its history now. I just don't know how to process it." Well, after taxes, I think Amy will be taxed in California. Someone out there will know, at least 40%. So that's good that she cleared $1 million to the tune of $382,800. That'll help with the taxes. So hopefully she'll get pretty close to a free and clear $1 million. That's very impressive. So Schneider was felled. What a word. F-E-L-L-E-D. Was felled in the final Jeopardy round after failing to answer the clue, the only nation in the world whose name in English ends with an H. It's also one of the 10 most populous. The correct answer, and I knew it. I was in my lazy boy. I'm a lazy guy. No, I work hard. It was Bangladesh. I knew it. The only nation with H in the last letter of the name. Anyway, the librarian Talsma got it right to claim victory. "I'm still in shock," Talsma said. "This is my favorite show. I was so excited to be here, and I just wanted to do my best. I did not expect to be facing a 40-day champion, and I was excited to maybe see someone else slay the giant. I just really didn't think it was going to be me. I'm so thrilled." Schneider's run on the iconic game show captured the hearts of millions of fans. She is the show's first transgender contestant to qualify for the Tournament of Champions. So Amy will be back for that later. During her time on the show, Schneider became the highest female earner. Now, see, that's where the article loses me a little bit. And it's not because of hate or anything like that. It's really not. I think they got it right, CBS News, when they said this is the first transgender. That's correct. Anyway, I just don't think it's fair to other female contestants. But that's just me. But here I go again, digressing, and it's probably going to bite me in the butt. But I think you should have a separate category for transgender. But I understand. Amy Schneider identifies as a female, so we'll just have to, it is what it is. So, and a brilliant individual, Amy Schneider. I mean, very, very. I was kidding last week that a rogue employee rigged it in terms of the daily doubles because that's computer controlled. And I just mused, could it be that unbeknownst to Sony and the executive producers and the staff at Jeopardy, that someone was having it manually be controlled where Amy Schneider always hits the daily double to keep this thing going? No. I was just kidding about that. So, yeah. She's the show's first transgender contestant to qualify for the Tournament of Champions, and during her time on the show, Amy became the highest female earner in the show's history. There you go, see? Okay. Okay. Potato, tomato, potato, right? I'm just going to continue reading here. In show history, and the first woman to reach $1 million in regular season earnings. For fans sorry to see Schneider go, rest assured, her face will grace, not a graceful face, I'm sorry, television screens once again when she returns for Jeopardy's Tournament of Champions this fall. And the former name for Amy Schneider, for those wondering, is Thomas E. Schneider. In a former life, in a former universe. And And this is not an insult. She looks like Michael Dunn, the actor from the Wild Wild West, the old show, who was the villain of James West, the very clever, ingenious villain, I might add. And Michael Dunn was also in a classic Star Trek episode from season 3 titled Plato's Stepchildren, in which you had the first interracial kiss between Captain Kirk and Lieutenant Uhura, played by Nichelle Nichols. So, hey, that's your Jeopardy update. Great stuff. Congratulations to Amy Schneider. That's a lot of dough. That's wonderful. So, oh my gosh, we had a really interesting piece of audio here. He finally admitted it. The origin of the COVID-19 virus is this person. Check it out.
You foolish earthlings. Do you think you can cure this disease? Why, it took me years using the finest equipment to discover it. You are helpless and will be forced to give me what I want. By the time you have found a cure, the earth will be mine to do with as I please. All over your world, thousands of victims are suffering, and there is nothing you can do about it. Tomorrow, thousands more will fall victim to my monster Renophis, a monster that still hasn't used all of its weapons. Listen to me, earthlings. Surrender your world, and I shall send Renophis away. If you don't surrender, everyone on Earth will become a victim. Don't think that your medical research unit will find a cure. Why, with all the medical knowledge you earthlings possess, you can't even find a cure for the common cold.
It was Rodak! It was Rodak from the Space Giants, who conquers other worlds to be added to his collection. He collects planets, and he thinks Earth is the most beautiful planet he has seen. All kidding aside, the Space Giants, I've talked about it before. That was a show shot in Japan in 1966 to 1967. 52 episodes were filmed, and WTBS, Ted Turner, imported it and had it. It was already translated into English, and he aired it after Star Wars was released, and it worked. It was an after-school classic in the late 70s until 1981, airing at 3:30 in the afternoon on WTCG and WTBS. And Rodak, like I said, was the villain. He was a very hideous-looking, monstrous alien, very ominous. He had all these monsters he'd send to Earth and Lugo men, and that's another story for another day. 52 episodes were filmed, half-hour in length, and there was an ending where good overcame evil, and Rodak was killed by the good guy, a 50-foot robot named Goldar, who transforms from a robot to a rocket. These were the first Transformers, ladies and gentlemen, and I have a soft spot in my heart for that show. It was fake as hell, just like the old Godzilla movies were, but you love those, right? Don't you? I do. I love the original Godzilla movies, but let's move on. We got to get to the comedy. Got to get to the comedy here. Have an anniversary to celebrate here in terms of TV Land. It's always TV Land with me, isn't it? And it's right here. I love this theme. Come on, you little mother effer. Remember this show? God dang it. It's just not my night. It's just not my night. Come on now. Oh, I don't know why it won't go. They got me. There we go. I love that version of the theme. Happy debut day to the Dukes of Hazzard, which roared onto TV screens 43 years ago on Friday, January 26th, 1979. 143 one-hour episodes and two 2-hour episodes were produced. For 7 seasons, CBS always aired them Dukes on Friday nights until August 16th, 1985. A spin-off show called Enos also aired on CBS for only 18 episodes and one pilot show during the third season of The Dukes of Hazzard. And Enos aired at 8 o'clock Wednesday nights from November 5th, 1980 until September 19th, 1981. Let's see who's calling in. The Nostalgic Pod Blast, you're on the air. Who are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Who is this?
It's Jason.
Hey, Jason, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is my volume down too much, or?
No, you sound perfect, actually. You know, don't change a thing.
Okay. Don't you go changing. Try and please me.
That's pretty good. Billy Joel.
So, I wanted to call in and say this. Just a good old boys. Never meaning no harm.
Keep going. Beats all you never saw. Been in trouble with the law since
you
the day.
screwed me up.
Sorry, go ahead.
You can help me out on this.
All right, well, let me play the music in the background. Maybe that'll revive your memory on the lyrics.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Waylon Jennings.
Can you hear it, the music, or no? You probably can't. Here you go. Hang on. Nah, I'm going to have feedback. Oh, well. All right, go on. Just a good old boys.
Never meaning no harm. Just that ain't gonna meet of the law.
Beats all you never saw. Been in trouble with the law since the day they was born.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you ever notice that when they, do you know that car? This is one of the other reasons I called you.
The 1969 Dodge Charger that was the General Lee.
Cut in half.
Yeah.
And you know what they put on the front of it?
Yep. Say it.
It was a Firebird, wasn't it?
That I don't know. All I know was a 1969 Dodge Charger. And they had several stunt cars.
They cut them down the middle. They made them a half and half mix, or half and, you know what I'm saying, 60-40, whatever, wherever the strongest point was. But the actual General Lee, the ones where they're sitting by the car.
Right.
That's a hybrid. I mean, people will text you and tell you that, yes, I'm absolutely correct.
That's cool. I never knew that.
Dukes of Hazzard freak. I don't own any DVDs or any of that stuff, but, if I want to see it, I'll YouTube it.
I will. That's a good factoid there. Thank you, man. And there was a cartoon show, too. Lasted 20 episodes.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, Daisy and her Dukes.
Yeah. And I remember, of course, when Coy and Vance came in during a contract negotiation problem with Tom Wopat and John Schneider.
Yeah. Well, Catherine
Bach. Catherine Bach.
Yeah, Catherine Bach had she was the one that was really starting that whole ball game. She had a real problem with what she was making because she wasn't even making their grade.
Right.
And, I mean, she was part of that women's lib thing, and fine. Why should she be paid less for acting just as good, if not better, than they?
That's a fair point. Equal pay. There should be equal pay for sure. And now, Enos,
I've never had a problem with that. I mean, if you're good, you're good.
Now, hear me clearly, Enos with an E. Enos.
Yeah, Enos the Penis, we called him.
His show, he transferred to L.A. to be in law enforcement in that show and that storyline.
Yeah.
And it didn't make it because the network screwed up. It was getting good ratings on Wednesday night, then they moved it to Saturday night. I have some on film, reel-to-reel film. That show's never been released on DVD. The Dukes is. I have them all on DVD, uncut, with the original music and all that stuff. But they never released poor Enos. Kind of like Three's Company spin off The Ropers and Three's a Crowd. Three's a Crowd sucked. Lasted 1 year. But The Ropers never was released on DVD. I'd love to see that. That actually was a good show. I don't care what anybody says. And it's never been released.
I love the Ropers. I mean, the Ropers, Three's Company spinoff, like you said. I love that show, too. Have a double
Yeah.
I'm kind of like a man of 1,000 voices.
You're good. You're good. And
like I can do Mike Rowe. Well, he's a good egg. One of my buddies met him. He said, I was sitting there having a Guinness. And he was an Irish guy. He rides a 1400 bored out. So it's a Kawasaki Ninja.
Right.
Bored out, and it's a 1400. So, I mean, you're talking way bigger than the car engine. I mean, it's like a Boss Hog in a way.
Yeah.
And you know what that is, right?
Yes.
A Chevy 350. It's a 350 on a motorcycle. I mean, you only have one gear. It's forward and neutral.
Right. That's right, man. Hey, I
know it. I've been on one.
Cool, man.
That's the only thing you have. You don't shift gears, but it takes a little while. I mean, because you don't want to be going just gassing that thing. But they set them up. They gas distribution into the carburetor. That's what makes a car run. Is air and fuel and spark.
Right.
So, what I'm saying is. They don't. You can put it on settings that will make it go like a rock ship, or you can make it just ride along smooth.
Very cool. Very cool.
Get up any damn hill.
Hey, in the Ropers, getting back to the Ropers, remember Mr. Brooks, the snob neighbor? That was Jeffrey Tambor, who's still around. He's been in all sorts of current stuff. He's a hilarious actor. Was back then and still is to this day.
I like him. I really do. Jack, meaning John.
John Ritter.
Yeah. That was
who played Jack Tripper, of course, yeah. And I love Problem Child, the movie he did.
At the bar he was a bartender, right?
No, he was a chef.
Oh, that's right. He was a chef, and Janet was the bartender.
Right. No, she worked in the flower shop.
Waitress.
She nope. She worked. She was a manager of the flower shop.
I'm thinking about Suzanne Summers.
She was a secretary.
Okay, so they never worked there. I remember.
The Regal. No, they hung out at the Regal Beagle. No.
The Regal Beagle.
Nope, never worked there.
No. Okay, well,
none of them. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a TV freak. It's actually kind of sad that I know this.
Well, I think I swear I saw a thing where Suzanne Summers tried to try out to be a bartender or a waitress there. Anyway.
And she was getting her ass pinched probably, yeah.
The Ropers had already arrived. They had changed places with the original people.
And then before too long, poor Suzanne was off the main stage doing scenes solo, making a phone call from her parents' house because of her husband, who played hardball with the producers for more money, and that sometimes doesn't end so well.
That's exactly what my point was. She and I guess her husband. So I mean, you're more
Alan Hamill.
But that's what I remember. Yeah, he. Too big a stink, and they replaced her.
The star was John Ritter. They contended, no, Suzanne Summers is the star. Suzanne deserves. That's what people want to see. They want to see the TNA. They don't want to see John Ritter with his physical comedy and
with a sock in his
genius.
Huh? Remember Larry?
Oh, yeah, Larry was a great character, the smooth salesman.
Yeah, the dark, short Italian guy.
Yeah, played by Richard Klein. Great actor.
Yeah, because he always had that sock, planted down in his pants. That was the thing back then, man. Because they were the skinny jeans,
Yeah.
Bell-bottoms. They were kind of bell-bottom / skinny jeans.
Right. Remember the one when they were going to watch a porno movie on a Super 8 film projector? And then they thought they were going to get busted by Stanley Roper, and it turned out to be a Woody Woodpecker cartoon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, because he was always trying to kick their asses, trying to find a way to get them out of there. He always thought, oh, Jack's gay.
You couldn't do that these days.
Gay, but he was trying to prove. No, he was trying to prove he was straight. That he wasn't gay. He didn't buy into the gay thing.
No. Well, Mrs. Roper knew the truth. She knew he was straight.
She damn sure did. Oh yeah, she knew. Oh,
he always
a
thought
woman knows.
he was gay. Yeah. Anyway, the great Audra Lindley, who played Helen Roper, and Norman Fell as Stanley Roper, who broke
she was a great actress.
Norman Fell would break the fourth wall and look right in the camera when he'd slam his wife. He'd throw a zinger out there and look right in the camera, smiling. I love that.
Oh yeah. No, well that's when TV was TV. Now TV is more like Instagram or freaking Facebook posts. You know, it's not like it used to be. Like I remember, like the Brady Bunch. I mean, any of that stuff. What you would call it, Lost in Space. All those TV shows. I mean, it's technology that's killed. It's just like. Video killed the radio star.
That's right. The first music video on MTV in 1981, right? And it was true.
No, that wasn't. No, that
the Bungles.
It was the Bungles, and that was the first song when they came on.
When they flipped the switch on MTV, in 1981.
Yeah.
November 81.
A lot of people just found that out right now. Right now. You know who this is? Talking to you right now.
The nostalgic pod blasts. That's right, man. We always pod blast into another piece of information.
It's Tony Montana. You know who I am?
Say my name.
Say hello to my little friend.
Scarface. Al Pacino.
Yes, I watched that last night.
That's scary, man. The uncut chainsaw scene, man. That's some effed up stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty good. After a certain time, AMC kind of like lets them say fuck and everything else. I don't know if I guess you could with that because it's internet. So.
But Michelle Pfeiffer was so hot in that movie.
Oh,
Scarface.
Man. I love that bob on her, man. I could put that bob on her all day long.
Even in Grease, too. Cool Rider? Come on.
I'm a licensed cosmetologist, man. I've been doing this shit for 29 years.
Michelle Pfeiffer was hot.
I did Clairol and Goldwell and went with the Gold Club to damn Jamaica and did the hair and makeup for them.
Right. She was hot as Catwoman. Catwoman in the movie Batman Returns, 1992. She was still good looking in What Lies Beneath with Harrison Ford. Anyway, I love Michelle Pfeiffer.
I know, and then the drugs go.
She's now in the Marvel Universe.
Life.
She's Henry's wife.
Universe.
Ant-Man's wife, the original Ant-Man in the Marvel Universe, MCU. Anyway.
Yeah. Batman. That's Kim Basinger.
She was great. She played Selena Kyle. Yeah, the librarian, the timid librarian who gets revenge.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They always
mistreated.
Do that. That stupid or smarty pants with the glasses on, and then they take the glasses off and shake their hair down.
Do you remember Grease 2? Do you remember Grease 2?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. It was a terrible film, but it had its moments, and one of the moments, anything that Michelle Pfeiffer was in was a moment in Grease 2. If you're going through puberty, early puberty like us.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when Olivia Newton-John didn't look too bad in there either in the first,
Oh, hell no. She was even though she was 29 when they filmed it.
She was a little too skinny for me though.
Well, she was older. She was older than Travolta. She was pushing 30 when they filmed it in spring 1977. Oh, she looked terrific. No, I'm not knocking her at all. I'm just saying.
No, I know.
She could pull it off. She pulled it off. The teenager look.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Well, she barely pulled that off. I mean, barely. And there was a lot of makeup involved in that, and I know about that because I know a guy that does makeup for The Walking Dead. And you're talking about these people. Some people have to sit down for 6-7 hours just to get makeup.
I did. I was on Walking Dead. I got shot by Merle in episode 2. I'm the only one you see in his scope. It's on YouTube. He shoots me in the head. He goes, "Hey man!"
I saw that on your bio. Yeah.
I'm the dude he shot.
Thomas His name's Thomas.
What?
I don't know. I don't know if you were on. You know, I mean, you were on there.
I was only in the first couple seasons of Walking Dead.
No, I know.
As
This
a
guy's
featured
been with it
walker,
since
big
it
deal. I was
started.
one of many.
He's been doing the makeup with them.
But I was in the makeup chair, to your point. So I was in there not quite 6 hours. That was like the bicycle girl. That was like the really intricate, full-fledged makeup treatment. At least 6 hours. I was in there maybe an hour or two.
She's riding down a little road.
I beg your pardon?
She's riding down the little road on a bicycle.
Yeah, that was the first Walker you saw. It really sold the series. It really made you believe there's a zombie apocalypse going on.
Well, I mean that's the thing, you know.
2010.
I was in a relationship where the TV was on a different channel, if you know what I mean. And so I missed a lot of that stuff. And then she passed away, and then I spent a lot of time trying to catch up, you know, where I can. So I know a lot
Hey,
about
that was a key
it,
episode, though, where Merle shot me because Shane screws Rick's wife, and then she gets pregnant, and so the audience didn't know whose baby is this. Judith, the little ass kicker baby. There was a question. Is
Merle's
Rick the
guy with
father, or is
goatee,
Shane,
right?
who at that
Right,
point was
right.
dead, killed off, huh?
Yeah, he's got the exact. Well, when you come up, show up for trivia one night at like
Yeah.
O'Reilly's or something, you'll see. Yeah, I have a goatee that looks exactly like his, and he stole it from me.
Well, that was the second episode. Just watch it. It's like 10 minutes in. You'll see me get shot, and they had a squib and a remote control device, and my brains get blown out. It was pretty fun doing that. Anyway.
Oh, I bet, man. Shit. I mean, you done some other stuff though, right?
Yeah, I've done other stuff. Yeah, some credited, mostly not.
Man. Blow your whistle. Toot the horn.
Nah. Well, all
You
right.
don't do
I've
it
talked about a
sometimes,
little
you
bit.
don't
I
ever
don't.
get it
This
fitted.
isn't about me. It's about all of our memories collectively. But I got to work with Dolly Parton right next to her, playing one of her 4 sons in Joyful Noise. She talked to me in between takes. She was very, very sweet, just like you'd imagine.
Man, I don't doubt that for a second, because I
beginning of the
actually got my mom. My mom knows all the people, the old school people from the Grand Ole Opry, like Grandpa Jones.
Yeah.
I grew up going to bluegrass festivals.
Yeah.
We used to go up to Labonia.
Yeah.
They'd have them in Alpharetta. You know, I mean, they'd be all over the place. And I remember all I would do is I would get a hold of those roach clips that had feathers attached to them.
Hey, did you ever see the movie Lawless? Did you ever see the movie Lawless with about the Darabont brothers, Moonshine? Tom Hardy was in it, Jessica Chastain. It's a period piece based on a true story about these brothers that are making moonshine.
Mm-hmm.
I tarred and feathered a bootlegger. That was fun to do.
Yeah.
I got to play a henchman of
I know one of the
Charlie
guys
Rakes.
Have you ever watched Moonshiners?
Yeah, right. But we're getting
Okay,
all.
you know the guy that's got all the. Oh, yeah, we are getting off story.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just got to reel it in a little bit, just in interest of time. Not this very second though. I got to get back to my topics. But
Yes. I appreciate you taking the call.
No, I don't. You don't have to go just yet, brother. I'm just saying I gotta start heading that direction. But I want to ask you a question. You can think about this if you need time. But my main topic tonight are famous fat comedians, because I contend that people that are rotund, I think the fat comedians are the funniest comedians, and I have a whole list of them.
Louis Armstrong.
On the list, of course, who sadly,
Chris Farrell.
not Louis Armstrong.
not Louis Armstrong. I'm sorry, Louis Armstrong. Chris Farley.
That's on the
John
list.
Belushi.
On the list.
Steve Harvey.
Steve Harvey's not on the list because I don't think he's fat.
Oh, he was. He lost a lot of weight.
Well, yeah. Now I don't consider him fat.
Okay. All right. How many people you got on the damn list?
Louis Anderson, not Louis Armstrong. You're getting confused with the musician, but
Yeah, Louis Anderson. I said, no, I corrected myself.
Okay, good. I couldn't. I've got
Louis
20.
Anderson.
I've got 20 that I've got to cover.
Oh my God.
Plus a bonus one.
What do you consider fat?
That's the thing. It's all in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? It's all subjective.
Yes, that's absolutely the truth.
Like, because I don't consider Steve Harvey to be fat, like obese. I
Not
just don't.
anymore now, because he's doing what is it, Family Feud now?
He used to have a toupee. Look, I can't prove it. I think he wore a black man's toupee because it looked so fake, like the front. Back when he was first getting started doing Def Comedy Jam, I really think Steve Harvey wore a hairpiece. I really do.
He may have. Maybe he was going through cancer. Who knows, man?
Oh, God, don't say that. No, I don't think the man's had cancer. That would be publicized. Oh, what a horrible thought.
Maybe not.
I met him. I interacted with him. He thought I was funny just as a paid. Oh, I'm not. Well, I already said that in the show. At the time, it's now done in L.A. It was in Atlanta for a while at the Atlanta Civic Center. And the production company would pay for Asians and Caucasians to be in the audience because it's in downtown Atlanta and they could get people of color for free. And they had too many and that was a big secret. Anyway, so I was paid to be.
Thank you for letting that out.
I shouldn't have said that, but whatever. I already
It's already done. But,
I already put it out there a while back.
No, it's important that
But let me say, Jason, I would jump up and down giving all this energy, and they put me in the front row, and the stage manager goes, in all the years I've been a stage manager for game shows, you are the best in terms of energy. And I'm just telling you what he said. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. And Steve Harvey noticed me, and he would, every time he'd see me in the audience, he'd go, in between commercials, he'd go, everybody, you see that guy? That's Chance. Look at him bouncing up and down. His whole ass is coming off the seat. And he had a shtick with me.
That is awesome, dude.
And he had an ongoing shtick.
Man, you got accolades. Sometimes you got to toot your own horn.
No, that was a long time ago. But he doesn't remember me anymore. But he had at the time it was great, and we had a shtick. It wasn't even intentional. I asked him a serious question. I said, "Steve, are you going to bring back the black stems on the trees?" And he goes, "What you talking about, black stems?" And he made it sound like it was a racial thing. I go, no, you got me wrong. I go, you got me wrong. He goes, they used to have lollipop, and back in the Richard Dawson days, like in 82, 83, they introduced these trees with Tootsie Roll Pops on them. And if you pulled one out that had a black stem, you got a bonus $100. And it was called the black stem. They would put they would mark it with a magic marker on the base, on the stick of the lollipop.
You got 86.
And I go, why don't you bring back the black stems? He goes, what you talking about, black stems? It was funny. He did, he was effing with me. Anyway, it wasn't on camera, it wasn't recorded, but it was a fun thing. Anyway.
That's hilarious, dude.
That's why I don't ever want to talk bad about him. He was nice to me. And I'm not saying you were I wasn't saying you were. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to imply that you talked bad about him. You clearly did not. I'm just saying.
No.
I'm just saying for me, I would never say an unkind word about Steve Harvey, even though I don't understand why he's a TV judge. He's a TV judge currently, and the man's not a lawyer. You have to be a lawyer to be a judge. What's that all about, Judge Steve Harvey?
Yeah, well, it's called celebrity judges. There's other judges out there on TV that aren't judges, and there's doctors out there that aren't real doctors either.
Judy Shineland's a real judge. Judge Joe Brown, is a real lawyer. Is a real lawyer. And she was a real judge, right? Family court, right. She was a real judge and an attorney. But anyway.
Yeah, now we're straying.
I always thought it was funny. Now I'm like contradicting myself. Steve Harvey wrote all these books about women and relationships, but the man was divorced like 5 times.
Yeah.
He wrote all these like relationship
a lot of kids,
healing books. I'm just kidding. I love the guy.
I do too. He's good. He's doing a good job with Family Feud. Richard Dawson,
yes.
He probably holds the record in the world for kissing the most women.
Right. In COVID days, that fucker would be dead. If he did that shit today, excuse my language, folks. This is a nostalgia show.
Smallpox or the Black Plague or something like that.
Yeah. He would have had mono like 100 times over at least, and he probably would have had COVID. He'd be dead.
He's probably had mono several times.
Yeah.
If he does that on national TV, imagine what he does. I can imagine. I can just see this, okay? Him going out to a restaurant. And damn it, he's Richard Dawson, man. He's a big deal. But, like, some mob guys are out there, and he kisses the hand of one of these guys,
Yeah, but he was European. They understood because in Europe they have very little hang-ups about nudity and sex. We're gonna one of my comedians we're gonna talk about.
That's the way it is. It's just the way it is.
That's the way it is. See, but they don't like violence. It's backwards here. we love violence in America in terms of television and movies, but sex, people are hung up about sex in terms of movies, and especially it's gotten better with streaming. With streaming, all that crap's out the window because there's no censorship in streaming shows. Like in Prime, all that's out the window now.
I mean,
but
you can say shit at 6 o'clock in the afternoon on TV now.
Well, you can't on basic cable. That's what Walking Dead would do.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Yeah, they don't. I mean, it used to be about 2 years ago, about after 10, I think it was, that they didn't have to bleep everything out and make them say, when he says "f you," he's saying, well, damn you, and that's what you hear is damn you, but you can see his mouth saying F you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyhow.
Hey, another nostalgic thing to your point, Jason.
That whole game.
Yeah, that's right. Jason, what about when they would, back in the day, in the 80s, they would actually do alternate takes with cleaned up dialogue, like in National Lampoon's Vacation when it aired on network TV. It was like obvious, like ridiculous.
Yes, they did that with whatchamacallit, great movie, awesome movie, Caddyshack.
Caddyshack, right. Well, we'll be singing Zippity Doo-Dah out of our armpits.
Yeah, instead of our assholes.
Right. You got it.
Yeah. Oh, I love that movie, man. Part 2 sucked. Really, it just didn't hold a candle.
Are you talking about Caddyshack or European Vacation or both? They both were kind of bad.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it really does. That's a whole different genre. That's
James
a whole
Mason.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, so I saw you had a like on me saying The Shining because you were correct. Jaws was already, that was out of that genre.
Yeah, Jaws was rated PG, not rated R. Yeah.
The Shining was one of the other movies I went to see when it came out. I went with my mother because I was the only kid of hers. She loves horror movies. And I was the only kid of hers that would go see scary movies with her because my brother and my sister wouldn't because, I don't know, they were pansies and I guess they got nightmares or something. But anyway, so I went and like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. My brother dressed me up. He had to watch me. Okay? So my mom was out on a date. So my brother was going to go with his friends to, do you remember the movie theater at Perimeter Mall?
Yes.
It was
I saw
from
Passenger
the building.
57 there. I saw Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade there. I've seen a lot of movies there.
Yeah, it was like away from the mall itself.
Yes, it was a standalone
Yeah,
General
yeah.
Cinema Theater.
Well, he puts me in corduroys and dressed up like an Oxford. And I'm like 13 years old. And I was at that time, I weigh 167 pounds and I'm 5'10". But back then, I was waiting for the growth spurt. So, and that was a rated R. Texas Chainsaw Massacre was a serious damn movie. Well, he got me in.
Directed by Toby Hooper, who had a heavenly birthday not too long ago in January 2022.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, happy birthday.
Yep.
But that one, it kind of freaked my brother out pretty bad, but I was okay.
Leatherface.
He did it,
Leatherface,
for
yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Leatherface. Absolutely. I love it. They're using them now in those commercials. The people are as stupid as they could possibly be.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Let's
right.
go hang behind that chainsaws. Are you kidding? There's a perfectly good running car right there.
Hey, man, in Orlando at Universal Studios during Halloween, they have people chasing you around with chainsaws that are obviously rubber, but they scare the hell out of you because they sound like the real thing, and they come right up on you.
No, they are the real thing. They just got a rubber chain on them.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
No, yeah, because I used to go to Netherworld.
Yeah.
They don't have it. Well, now it's just moved, but it's moved to Stone Mountain now.
Did you ever go to Universal for the Halloween Horror Fest? And there was a character named Chance for a while, a female character. My name's Chance Bartels, your friendly host of the Nostalgic Pod Blast. But there was a female character. She looked like a female Joker, like in Batman, with a painted-on, like, evil clown. And she was kind of sexy, but her name was Chance. I thought that was cool. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah. Well, she was working for the Joker, so that kind of makes sense. Right?
No, because that's Universal, and the Joker is Warner Brothers.
The other's Marvel.
Warner Brothers owns DC Comics, and that's Six Flags.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry.
Right. Six Flags. Yeah, okay. I did actually go and attend some of those Fright Night things, though.
Yeah.
The girl, she was freaked out, but I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. I know nobody's gonna hurt me, but shit happens. You still got the fact that shit happens, and who put this electrical shit up, and what is this wall painted with? That kind of thing. That's what I think about, because that's what I do for a living. I'm in construction. So, I know about fire. And you get in a place like that, it's just full of people, man. And it's painted with an oil-based paint. Well, that place would go up like there'll be people dying getting out of there.
Like an overpass on 85 in Atlanta, Georgia.
I just made you a movie right there. There's your storyline.
Oh, yeah. I like that, man.
I do, too. Let's collaborate on this.
Okay. Hey, don't give anything away, man. People rip things off. There's a whole bunch of writers out there that rip off shows like this.
I know. I may have given too much away. But you and I can collaborate on this, and we can make this. We
got to join the Writers Guild. We got to join the Writers Guild. We got to get protection, man. But yeah, all right.
Well, are you part of that?
No, but check out the Walking Dead episode Guts. It's a key episode, not for me, even though you see Merle shoot me, but you'll see a great scene between Shane and Rick's wife at the very beginning before the opening credits. It's a sexy scene.
Yeah. Episode
2 titled Guts. It's the one where they rub guts on themselves. They learn that if you rub guts, they can evade the senses of the walkers, the zombies.
Yeah, no, that'll be cool. I'll watch that.
If you blink, you'll miss it, but you'll see it. I mean,
put it on my TV. I've got one of those Chromecast,
Excuse me. Cool.
I love that thing, man. You can take it. You just rent a movie from Google instead of spending $22 for two people just to get into the damn movie. And then it is something about the big screen. I like the IMAX though. I'm partial to that.
Good.
People that go to IMAX, they spend a little bit more, but they have more respect for other people than people do in a regular theater.
I would agree.
Like crunching your popcorn, close your mouth, okay?
They don't have a screaming baby in there.
Yeah, and then you gotta get up and move. Then you find yourself all the way up front where you need sunglasses.
Right. The people generally don't fart in there,
I wear my sunglasses at night so I can.
Man, that sounds great. You know what? You just brought back a memory. I won tickets to see Corey Hart at Six Flags on Z93 Radio, WCGZ. I won in 1985. I was like 14 or 13 years old, and I won tickets to see Corey Hart who sang that song.
Oh, man, I go back. You have no clue, dude. When you and I get together, we got a lot to talk about.
Yes, we
I
do.
used to be married to Kim McCarthy, WSB radio traffic reporter.
Yeah.
She was my wife for 13 years.
That's awesome. Wow.
And Keith Callan, God rest his soul, was my best friend. He was supposed to be my best man, but he died before I got married.
He could fly a helicopter, boy.
He didn't fly.
He didn't?
He just did the reports. He wasn't flying it.
I thought he was flying it. That still doesn't make me lose any respect.
I'm just saying. He was not a pilot.
Bruce Arian was a pilot, 11 Alive.
Bruce Arian was, and then I knew Bruce, too. He used to hang out with that camera, further than anybody had the balls to do, but he trusted the guy flying the dadgum helicopter.
Yeah, that was our NBC.
That's a serious offset when you're laying that damn low. He was close to 60, 70 degrees to get a shot, because he had to go below where the landing gear was. You know, the landing the equipment. You know, the pads for landing.
The landing
in an
pad.
helicopter.
Yeah.
Well, the landing pad is actually a cart that you land on when you go back to the PDK. Because I used to fly with my wife when she'd do traffic. I'd get free flights all the time. If I wasn't working, she'd just call me. I'd show up there and get to go fly around Lake Lanier, over Road Atlanta, over around Stone Mountain, down to when they had the lights down at what you call it, the park, the Nights of Lights, you know, for Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was anyway. One of my clients, Dorothy Fuqua, she's donated a lot of money for that.
My dad worked for Fuqua. I don't know if that was kin to J.B. Fuqua.
Gardens.
Atlanta,
J.B. Fuqua. Yeah, I did his wife's hair.
My dad was a CFO for Fuqua for years.
Oh, well now things are starting to make sense to me.
And Fuqua owns Snapper Mowers. Look, we're an international show. We better reel this in a little and talk about some nostalgia, because no one knows who Bruce Arian is, or WXIA, the NBC affiliate in Atlanta, Georgia. But we know it. We need to talk about this in person or offline.
That channel, that was Channel 5. And then I was on a dance show back in the early 80s. I was breakdancing. I was wearing red parachute pants and a black parachute vest. And it was when Thriller was real hot.
Yeah.
And I went on WSB Channel 2 when it was White Columns.
ABC affiliate in Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was later bought by the CBS affiliate, which was Fox 5, you know.
No.
Yeah, they later bought it. Fox did, which is CBS, basically.
Okay.
I believe. I could be wrong.
Fox and CBS switched. Fox and CBS switched.
So
and then back in the day,
there.
NBC and ABC switched in Atlanta.
Yeah, because it was Fox 5.
It still is Fox 5, WAGA, but WAGA used to be a CBS affiliate. Now they're
That's
Fox.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still on the same page.
We're on the same
It
page,
used to be,
brother.
but they split ways, is what I'm saying. They went a different way.
The CBS affiliate now used to be WGNX, an independent station, channel 46.
Yes,
Yeah.
46, which
Right.
was a CBS station.
Right. It was.
I remember I used to watch late night scary movies on that.
That's where the what's his name? Al Capone's Vault, the infamous Geraldo Rivera special aired in our market.
I'm going to be so famous now, and guess what? Now he is.
Yeah.
But it wasn't really because of that. That was like the worst thing he could have ever done. But it turned out to be the best thing he ever did for his career, because the ratings were off the freaking charts. I'm waiting to see this thing on this guy that says that his dad told him where Jimmy Hoffa's buried. That's coming up in February.
Wow. I heard a cuckoo clock. Hey, man, I have to run because I have got to take a leak, and I got to play a clip so I can get up and do that. Because I can't just leave you talking without, I won't be able to hear you. It won't be fair to just leave the room while you're talking.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be a dick move, and you'd see on camera.
No, I appreciate the gesture, man.
Well, I enjoyed everything you had to say. We went in all sorts of directions, and that's cool. And I appreciate you calling in, Jason.
That's what it's all about. Yeah, man. Anytime. Just let me know.
Yeah, thank you. And hey, this was unsolicited. You just happened to call. Unsolicited, and I like that. You call anytime. I did not tell you to call. I didn't, right? This was not set up.
No, you don't. You definitely don't do that. I do it when I'm damn well ready.
Right. There you go, brother. Well, have a good day tomorrow, and stay safe, man, doing that construction.
That's right, because, every day you wake up is a good day.
Amen. Amen. All right. Well, we'll get together, I promise, okay?
Yeah, man. Yeah, because we could damn sure use you on movies and maybe some music stuff, too.
And sports. I know sports, too. Old school sports. I know sports, too. Old school sports. So
okay. Well, yeah, we can use a sports guy, too. But it doesn't matter.
One of them.
It's not about using you. It's about getting out and having a good time and actually getting where we just talk in private.
Exactly. All right, my brother. Well, you have a good one, okay?
I will, and you have a blessed evening, and I will talk to you soon.
Hey! I probably shouldn't do this before you go because it's going to make you want to talk about 50 million other things. But no, I'm not saying it'd be a smart ass or a dick.
Go ahead. It's all right. It's all right.
Here's a list of shows that will turn 50 years old in 2022. All of these shows began in 1972. I did post it on the Pod Blast page. You might have seen it, but let me just run down this list. The Bob Newhart Show turns 50. Emergency turns 50. Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids, created by Bill Cosby and voiced by Bill Cosby, turns 50. Kung Fu, starring ill-fated David Carradine, turns 50. The classic MASH, based on the 1970 feature film, turns 70. Maude turns 50. I said turns 70. Turns 50, MASH does. Maude turns 50. The Price is Right turns 50. The Rookies, a police drama starring Kate Jackson, long before Charlie's Angels, turns 50. She had longer hair in that. She looked better than she did in Charlie's Angels. Sanford and Son already turned 50. The Streets of San Francisco turns 50. And the Waltons turns 50. Do you feel old yet, Jason?
Way. I'm getting ready to go downstairs and build my coffin.
Hey, man, do you remember an anti-drug ad? It might have been a local ad. Listen, do you remember an anti-drug ad? It was an anti-crack cocaine ad. It was
Nancy-Reagan.
No, it was local, and it was funny. It showed an African black gentleman in a turns out it's a coffin, and they're like, like, don't do drugs. He goes, I just want to get some sleep. And it turns out you think he's in a bed, but he's in a coffin, and he closes it. It was so cheaply made, but that's a very memorable local ad. No one will know what I'm talking about. Hopefully it's on YouTube. They can look it up. Funny.
Yeah, they can.
Unintentionally.
I'm sure they can.
Unintentionally funny PSA, public service announcement. Oh, hell, I just want to get some sleep. Boom, and it's a coffin.
Talking about, I was thinking about the Nancy Reagan say no to drugs.
Right. That was a great campaign.
That was what I was thinking about when you started saying it, and then I shut up because I finally realized
no, I just can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop. Well, I'm gonna go, and I got to get on with the rotund and fat comedians that we know and love. And
yeah. I had a few more, but you probably read them off. I'll be like, oh, damn it, I should have told.
That's
but
okay.
Anyway, thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Anytime.
What you got to do.
Plug the other show you do. Plug the other show, the Saturday night show, real quick.
Oh, Man Talk. It's 718-508-9816. 708-508-9816. Anyway, if you want to call in, all you have to hit is 1 when you get...
What time, though? What time? What time is it on?
7 to 9 on Saturday night.
Eastern Atlanta time, 7 to 9 p.m.
Standard time.
Yeah.
To 9 o'clock. We won't be on this coming weekend because there's a race, and the actual host that's in Palmacia, Florida, is going to be at that race, and it's impossible to do a radio show when there are Indy cars racing around the track. So the following Saturday, the show will be on.
Awesome. I got to pee so bad. I will talk with you later.
All right, brother.
Okay, have a good one. Thanks, Jason.
You too. God bless.
God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. That's Jason, everybody. All right. So I'm going to quickly tell a final anecdote about the Dukes of Hazzard, then we'll get on to the main topic, finally, I believe. I've only gone over 2 hours without getting to the heart of the matter, but that's okay because we had 2 awesome callers, and I enjoyed hearing everything they had to say, and I will play it back just to hear them. This show is about the clips and the information. It's not about me. It's never about me, and I can't take my own voice or my own face. So when I do play it back, I just go to the clips that I pulled that I thought were interesting, that have music or interviews, and then I listen to the calls and the callers. So if I miss something, like I think with Shane B, who called in to review several movies, including the latest Matrix and the latest Spider-Man movie and a little bit of Scream in there, I might have missed something because I was running my damn mouth over him, but I'm going to later hear every word he and Jason said in case there was overlap, and I hope you do the same, and I apologize if I overlapped. I hate that when more than one person talks at the same time. So quickly, before Jason called in, we're talking about the show, The Dukes of Hazzard, which celebrated its 43rd anniversary recently, back on January 26th. Happy debut day to the Dukes of Hazzard, which roared onto TV screens in that Dodge Charger 1969 model 43 years ago on Friday, January 26th, 1979. 143 one-hour episodes and 2 two-hour episodes were produced. The third season premiere was the first 2-hour episode. Carnival of Thrills, which had Robin Matson in it, who was a very sexy actress at the time, and she did a lot of soap operas and things, and she played a love interest for Bo Duke in that show, in that story. Carnival of Thrills. She was on a traveling stunt show, and looked like they were going to get married there. So for 7 seasons, the Dukes of Hazzard aired on CBS, and them Dukes, Boss Hogg would exclaim, aired on Friday nights. Always on Friday nights. Sometimes at 8 o'clock, sometimes at 9 p.m., until August 16th, 1985. A spin-off show that I talked about with Jason, Enos, hear me clearly, Enos, E-N-O-S, character's name, also aired on CBS for 18 episodes, plus 1 pilot during season 3 of the Dukes of Hazzard. Yeah, we heard you the first time. Come on, Flash! He passed away, unfortunately. What a great actor. Roscoe P. Coltrane. So, the Dukes, let's see, Enos aired at 8 p.m. Wednesday nights from November 5th, 1980 until September 19th, 1981. And then the show, unfortunately, was moved to Saturday night at 8 in May of 1981, which tanked the show's ratings. When the spinoff was canceled, the star, Sonny, who played Enos, returned to Hazzard County in the main show, which was cool. Unlike the Ropers could not return to Three's Company under contract because they had exceeded the minimum number of episodes. I think it was they said if you went more than 22 episodes, you can't come back to Three's Company. Plus, Don Knotts had already been a big hit as Mr. Furley, their replacement on Three's Company. But I'm digressing. But Sonny could return to the Dukes of Hazzard, unlike the Ropers and Three's Company. 2 reunion movies aired on April 25th, 1997, and on May 19th in the year 2000. A Saturday morning cartoon show I talked with Jason about, titled The Dukes, was made that lasted 20 episodes, which ran from February 5th through October 29th, 1983, in Saturday morning TV land. And as I asked Jason, you remember Coy and Vance, the cousins that replaced the main stars, the main male stars? John Schneider and Tom Wopat, who were in a negotiation dispute with the producers of the Dukes of Hazzard at the time. So for 1 season, you had Coy and Vance, I think in 84, 85. Then the next year, 83, 84. And then the next season, everything was resolved, and Coy and Vance in the season premiere rode off into the sunset, never to return, I don't believe. The entire series has been released on DVD. There was a rumor, I don't know if it's true, that Bill Cosby paid back in the day to have the Dukes of Hazzard shelved from syndication and reruns because of the use of the rebel flag on the hood of the General Lee car, or the top of the General Lee car. And of course, Waylon Jennings belted out the TV theme tune with Good Old Boys, which was released as a 45 single record. Kids, that was a single, meaning not a single like, well, I'm going to hold it for the camera, a single CD. By the way, the camera can be seen in the Nostalgic, with a C, Nostalgic, not Nostalgia, the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel, or in the Facebook group, the Nostalgic Podblast. But what happens is sometimes music is muted after I'm live, but you'll hear all of the audio on Apple, and the video and audio should be complete on YouTube. But sometimes things get muted. So if sometimes if you're watching this now and the sound just goes out, do not adjust your sets. It's not the control voice from the Outer Limits controlling the horizontal and the vertical. No, it's just the bots. The music bots on Facebook giving me grief and muting stuff. But I love that theme by Waylon Jennings. And that single record, Good Old Boys, reached 21st place on the Billboard charts back in 1980. Yeah! Now we're going to move on to something else and get close to the main topic. Oh yeah, a while ago. I want to read some comments from the Facebook group, the Nostalgic Podcast. I posted a picture of something that a lot of you remember that might be Generation Xers or even younger or even older, even a baby boomer. There was a little change holder, a rubber change holder you would squeeze. I'm holding it up for the camera now, and you keep your change in it. And so many people remembered this, and I found out they're still making them. And in fact, I have one in my hand that was purchased in the Atlanta, Georgia area, and I believe it's nationwide. Some Ace Hardware stores have these. These are coin holders, the classic coin holder, and it smells like a fresh garden hose at a Kmart. Remember Kmart, the garden center? You'd walk in there and it would smell like a rubber garden hose. And that's what these smelled like. And I remember as a kid, you'd put it on your nose, like a clown, look like a clown nose, but no, you would squeeze it. And it works really well, and it holds change. Now, I know everyone's using cards these days, right? Everything's with a debit card. Cash work, almost in a cashless society. Not really, but a lot of people want it to be cashless. But I still pay with cash whenever I can. Pay as you go, and you never owe. And I still use change, and I love quarters. I have a couple pinball machines here at the Casa Pod Blast. Cyclone, which is based on an amusement park ride made in 1988 by the Williams Pinball Company, and I have Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure, based on the original trilogy of Indiana Jones movies. Both work great, and I use them as piggy banks with quarters. So the point is, I love getting quarters with change, and if a cashier tries to give me 2 dimes and a nickel or a combination that's anything but a quarter, I'll say, hey, can you make that a quarter? Because I like to stuff those quarters into my pinball machines. So there's that item. Now this got some good comments I want to read about the change holder. Let me put it on camera. It's kind of awkward to do this and try to run a show solo without a production staff. It's just me when I'm live for now. But here's some comments about the classic coin holder. Chris Seckinger said, just a couple of years ago, I'm with a friend and we're standing in line at Target buying beer before we head to our monthly poker game. I pay for mine. And when it comes time to pay for the $9.13 for his, he pulled out one of these beauties out of his pocket so he could get change. I had a laugh. He'd saved all the ones from our glorious childhood of the 70s and was still using them. So cool. He had a vintage one, a vintage coin holder, a rubber coin holder. Richard Sykes says, I used to put it on my nose and ask if my nose was red. Yep. I did that too when I was a kid. Vicky Walden said, I remember them well and the smell of rubber. Daddy kept one and so did I. Ann Roth said, we carried our lunch money in these change holders. Trent Reeves said, I still sell these at classic car shows with the Rat Fink character on them. Danny Huff said, yes, it did, meaning in reference to what I said in my post that it smelled like a garden hose at Kmart. He says, yes, it did, Danny Huff. Carrie Malone Moore says, my grandpa always gave me one filled with coins when we visited. That's pretty sweet, filled with quarters and coins. Cyril Russell says, I remember those days. And James Downing says, I was in Ace Hardware yesterday and they still sell these. And he's in Nashville, Tennessee, in the Nashville area. And as I've been saying, it's really an awesome time to be a nerd, geek, spaz, dork, fan person, or parent's basement dweller. Say what you will about Disney taking over everything that geeksters or geek stars deem cool, but they absolutely produce an excellent product when it comes to their streaming serials and movies, and they almost always deliver the goose pimps, as in pimples. Case in point, the Book of Boba Fett. Won't go into details. I'm going to speed along past what I was going to say, but it's really well done, and I'm enjoying it. And that's open to debate. Some people like it, some don't, but I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Item. Here's a new feature I introduced last time. Bad words. Words that are never good, no matter what the definition. This week's word, spoiled, as in, my milk is spoiled, or you spoiled the surprise in the season finale of my favorite show. Or, those kids of yours are spoiled rotten. Spoiled, the bad word of the week, meaning it never has a good meaning. Item. The nostalgic word or expression of the week is tallywhacker, as in the movie Porky's. which was filmed in Miami, Florida. A lot of people in internet land think it was shot in Canada, which is not correct. But Porky's, and also there's a debate whether it was released in 81 or 82. Well, it was released in 82 in wide release. Back on March 19th, 1982, it was released in Canada and the United States of America by 20th Century Fox 40 years ago. So that means Disney owns Porky's because Disney bought the 20th Century Fox film and television library. Wow, Disney owns Porky's. And Porky's right now is streaming on Amazon Prime. All 3 Porky's movies. Porky's, the first one, Porky's 2 the next day, and Porky's Revenge, Part 3. But what a tremendous success. Say what you will. A lot of people find it raunchy. A lot of people don't like it. Like I talked with Al Hardy. I said, did you know that Porky's is streaming on Prime? And he goes, it's classic line. Al Hardy says, I didn't care for that. He's from another generation. He's a boomer. And that's okay. It just didn't speak to him. For someone that was going through puberty, it just pushed all the right buttons. Hilarious movie. Yes, it's low-class comedy. But it's funny. I laughed out loud. And get this. It cost only $4 to $5 million to produce, but it made $160 million at the box office. That's a tremendous hit right there. That's something. So I'm going to play the original movie preview trailer for the first Porky's because we're going to segue into comedy here. Let me find that. Should have had it pulled up, and I've got to pee so bad. I'm trying to get to not TMI. I know I've been drinking coffee as I prepared this pod blast. I had almost a full pot of coffee, and I have got to go number 1 really badly. But let's listen to the trailer. This isn't long enough for me to relieve myself, but let's listen to this for poops and giggles. I don't have to poop. Just saying. Okay, let me get to this now. Here's Porky's which is on Amazon Prime, if you have Prime.
20th Century Fox would like to introduce you to Pee-wee and his pals. Tommy, Mickey, Tim,
What's going tonight, Mike? I don't know.
and the biggest man on campus.
Why do they call you meat? Because it's so big?
When they're not in class, they're into everything.
Visual.
You're gonna need it. Okay.
Egg. Meat gets the egg on his forehead by Pee-wee.
Okay, pull over.
But what they'd like to get into most is a place called Porky's.
I left my idea. Here, use this one. That's my Bible school card.
Unfortunately, we can only show you the outside of Porky's, because what goes on inside is not to be believed.
Boy, the locker room. Oh, it turned me on.
Kim Cattrall.
We'd like to
Miss
show
Honeywell.
you more of the locker room, but this kind of physical education just isn't taught. We can't show you more of the shower scene, because what they're looking at isn't watered down.
They want us to look. They want us to look.
Porky. You too will be back for a second look.
Okay, I'm ready.
That was an HBO classic, man. That just ran endlessly on cable. That's where we first saw it. All right, and personal story. One time with a buddy of mine, I won't mention names. This is so bad. I rented a copy of Porky's, and I figured out how you can erase things on videotape by putting a piece of clear tape over the part of the VHS tape that was punctured, that had a little tab that was pulled, and I would erase all of the nude parts. So whoever rented it next, isn't that a dick move? I did that as a teenager, and they thought it was hilarious. We rented it just for laughs after I did that, but it's amazing I didn't get in trouble or caught doing that. So I'm going to play the trailer for Porky's 2 the next day. I'm not going to play the one for the third movie, but I'm just going to play this in the hopes that it's a little bit longer so I can go relieve myself here. How long is this thing? Yeah, I figured it may not be long enough. I don't know. Oh no, it ain't long enough.
If you thought the night before was funny, wait till you see the next day.
Okay, I'm ready.
20th Century Fox presents Porky's 2, the next day.
It's kind of a lame trailer. I apologize.
And things are still jumping at Angel Beach High. what they do to each other is bad enough.
I don't know what he's up to.
What they do to everybody else is even better.
Well, you better bring the army, boy.
Well, actually, we had something slightly different in mind.
Oh, yeah? They ain't happy. The Indians ain't happy.
And no one is safe.
I happen to be the big Bob Gephardt, County Commissioner.
This is really not good for
I'm 17
audio.
today.
What kind of man would do a thing like that? I can see we will now have to deal with the purveyors of filth.
Hey, deal with this. Because one thing they know how to get
Oh, Pee-wee. Oh.
is even.
Like shooting fish in a barrel.
Okay, I'm ready. Come on, you guys, what's going on?
Porky's 2, the next day.
Remember the last time we're on this road?
I really want to hear this story.
That was a really bad trailer. I apologize. I didn't pre-screen that. I thought there'd be better audio, but there was not. Let's get on here with some more action. And I'm trying to find something. I posed a question in the group. That's what I'm trying to find so I can read some of your responses. Here we go. I asked a question recently. Name a food that you hated that everyone liked when you were growing up, or a food that you liked that everyone hated. Past or present. An example would be chicken livers. When I was a kid, that was something Mom prepared, not all the time, but it was in the repertoire, the menu repertoire of things. And when you think about it, it's kind of gross, isn't it? Eating a liver. But let me see here. Let me read some responses, and then we'll get to the main topic. Okay, and I'll tell you some of mine. There are some likes here. All right. Tina says, I like herrings. Most people hate those. Vicky says, any kind of livers. I don't know if she meant that she likes or dislikes, but she said her comment was any kind of livers. Shane B., who called in, said corned beef, hate. And that is a good one. Let's see. John Lombardi said blue cheese, love. I don't like blue cheese, but that's just me. We're all different, you know. Everyone has a rear end, right? Everyone has an opinion. And then Richard Sykes says, I don't know if you consider ranch dressing as a food, but I hate it. Okay, and so let's see. By the way, getting back to Porky's, in the first movie, there's some seriously harsh dialogue, some really racial dialogue and stuff that it's pretty harsh by today's standards. I mean, there's some really effed up stuff in that script amongst the laughs. So let's see. Yeah. All right. Here's a couple of mine that I can't stand. Parmesan cheese. To me, it tastes like regurgitated puke. It smells like puke too. Feta cheese. Again, tastes like regurgitated puke. That's just me. And blue cheese. To me, tastes like regurgitated puke. So whenever I have a salad, I always say, hold the blue cheese. With the Cobb salad with bacon and blue cheese, hold the blue cheese, please. So continuing on, my fake rant of the week. That's another new topic where I have a brief fake rant. Jerry Springer was a main reason why pop culture went into the toilet and never escaped. Think about it. You had Phil Donahue, but Jerry Springer took daytime TV to an all-new low, right into the gutter. Part of that, I think, is true. Now, he used to be the mayor of Chicago, Jerry Springer, but I remember when he hit the scene in the early 90s, I think 91, man, Jerry. Because of him, you had these knockoff shows like Jenny Jones. And remember the time that poor guy was killed? They had like a secret crush episode, and there was a gay man who had a crush on a straight man. And he made it known, and he was killed. It's a terrible thing. And Jerry, we talked about Geraldo Rivera, Jason and I did, when he called in earlier. And Geraldo featured like death on tape, and he had like these racially charged themes with skinheads and stuff. And Oprah was decent. And of course, really took over from Mary Tyler Moore as the highest paid female in entertainment history at that time. Oprah Winfrey overtook Mary Tyler Moore. For a while, it was Mary Tyler Moore that held the record, but I digress. So that was my fake rant of the week, that Jerry Springer really took pop culture into the gutter and into the toilet. So no complaint this week, except, yes, there was a complaint we've already covered, that I didn't pay Knight Rider much justice, and I should have spent more time on it in the Glenn Larson Pod Blast last time. So let's see here. Any more pop culture news before we get on to the main topic? Finally. What I'm going to start doing in the YouTube version of the Pod Blast is I'm going to note when we talk about the main topic, like have a cue mark so you can go right to it, the topic at hand, in case that's a topic you're interested in. Oh, geez. Now it's time for this, and now I can finally take a whiz. TMI. Because I can play a lengthy clip. A good clip, but a lengthy clip. Got to get caught up. Playing catch up here with this. It's time. For some birthdays. Going back in time a bit, since we're in February 2022, we're going back to January a little bit. And I changed the music for birthdays. You notice that? All right, I went stupid over last time, well over 6 hours, so I had to edit myself on the spot. So let's do this now. Legendary talent Dolly Rebecca Parton turned 76. Dolly Parton was born on Saturday, January 19th, 1946 in Locust Ridge, Tennessee. And Dolly married a gentleman named Carl Thomas Dean in 1966, and they're still together to this very day. I'm going to play one of her earliest on-camera performances in a moment. And I already talked to Jason about working with her for half a day in Joyful Noise, playing her son, one of her 4 sons, right next to her. I'm in the shot, and I have one line, amen, along with everyone else in the church scene. It's a funeral scene for my dad, played by Chris Christopherson. That was just a very memorable, and she was so sweet, Dolly Parton. She turned to me in between takes. I said, she initiated conversation. I tried to keep my space and not bother the lady in case she was trying to memorize her lines. And she says, so what do you do? And I said, well, I was just in Nashville not too long ago. And she goes, oh, where was you playing? She was so cute. And I said, oh, no, I wasn't performing. I was just there to see a concert. She's so sweet. Anyway, and also in that scene was Dana Owens, otherwise known as Queen Latifah, who was really sweet, and Keke Palmer, who sang the national anthem at one of the games in Houston in the 2021 World Series against the Atlanta Braves. When they played in Houston. Pretty cool. Wait a minute. There was the NLCS. Oh man, no, it was NLCS. Yeah. I'm sorry, folks. My mind is all mixed up right now. And I'm talking to Jason that, I can help you with sports too in the trivia. So I'm going to play now a song that Dolly performed on TV, one of her earliest appearances. It's on YouTube if you want to look it up. It's called Dumb Blonde, and that's not a statement. That's not a joke. That's not a double entendre. It's just an old performance that I want to play. I hope the bots won't get me with this song, but let me pull this for you really quickly. Did I mention the movie was Joyful Noise? I don't know if I did, but the scenes we shot were shot in Fairburn, Georgia, in a historic church and school. This must have been back in 2011, and it was just a great, great experience. I'll never forget it. Now, let me try to play Dolly in 1967 and see if this will go. I hope it will, folks, in the audience. Let's see. And Dolly says a few words here.
Dolly, you also have recorded another song recently, and it's a beautiful song. Why don't you go sing Dumb Blonde? I don't
Do
think
what?
that... no, that's not the way I should put it. Wait a minute now, I'll think of it. Dolly Parton recorded a song called Dumb Blonde.
Yeah.
She is about to sing it for you.
Thank you, Bobby.
Dolly.
Don't try to cry your way out of this, and don't try to lie, or I'll catch you in it. Don't try to make me feel sorry for you. Just because I'm blonde, don't think I'm dumb, 'cause this dumb blonde ain't nobody's fool. When you left, you thought I'd sit and you thought I'd wait and you thought I'd cry. You called me a dumb blonde. Oh, well, somehow I lived through it. And you know, if there's one thing this blonde has learned, blondes have more fun. You flew too high off of the ground. It's stormy weather and had to come back down. Well, I found new thread for my old spoon. Just because I'm blonde, don't think I'm dumb, 'cause this dumb blonde ain't nobody's fool. Oh, when you left, you thought I'd sit and you thought I'd wait and you thought I'd cry. You called me a dumb blonde. Oh, well, somehow I lived through it. And you know, if there's one thing this blonde has learned, blondes have more fun. You flew too high off of the ground. It's stormy weather and had to come back down. But I found new thread for my old spoon. Just because I'm blonde, don't think I'm dumb, 'cause this dumb blonde ain't nobody's fool. Thank you very much. Bobby?
The great Dolly Parton. Now I'm going to play one other clip of Dolly. I want to spend a little bit of time with Dolly, on Dolly, I should say. Here's Dolly from December 20th, 1990, flash forwarding from 1967 in that last clip, on Late Night with David Letterman, and I can finally relieve myself, take a whiz. Here's Dolly Parton with the great David Letterman on NBC in Late Night with David
How are
Letterman.
we doing on time? Right on schedule? Great. All right. Our first guest has a brand new album called Home for Christmas. Do we have a copy of the album? Morty? Huh? Morty? What? Oh, the CD. Yeah. There it is right there. And tomorrow night she will have a Christmas special on another network called Christmas at Home. Ladies and gentlemen, here she is, the one, the only, Dolly Parton. Yeah.
Sit on the edge.
Man alive, watch your bell harness there. Be very, very careful. Reindeer games, huh?
Yeah, this is Rudolph's outfit. This is one of the little outfits I've
You know, you
wore
look
in the
great.
Christmas
You look
special.
great, but again, you smell unbelievably great.
Well, thank you.
This, whatever this is, whatever that scent thing is, it works really well for you.
Evening in Frog Alley, I guess.
Evening in Frog Alley.
Looking forward to.
Yeah.
But anyway, good to see you.
Are you going to sit here the whole night dressed as a reindeer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So don't ask me no serious questions.
All right.
I remember the time you had Shelley Long come out in the Bo Peep
Oh, yeah,
outfit.
yeah.
But I wore this in the Christmas special that you were talking
Yeah.
about being on tomorrow night with the kids, and we were baking cookies, and I thought, well, this would be a fun
Yeah.
thing for you.
Dolly, What do you think we can do in the Persian Gulf?
I'll have no idea.
Hey.
Well, let me talk to my friends.
Yeah, let's talk about this. Man, look at those nails.
Yeah,
now,
they're red,
are
too.
those? I don't want to. Those are your nails, or those?
Well, these are the acrylic coated nails, but mine are under there. But if I break one, I can build one just as long as I need to. Yeah, I've been wearing.
But those aren't
for-
those press-on deals.
No,
are they?
they're not the press-on.
Yeah.
No.
Now let's talk about your Christmas show. This is you and your actual family members.
Well, we went back home to the Smoky Mountains, and there's about 200 people in the church congregation and the extras and all the atmosphere, I guess we should say. But we had a real good time doing this. It's hard. Tom serious.
It is a little odd, yeah.
But we had a great time. We had all the kids, Mom and Daddy, all my brothers and sisters, and we had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Any of the relatives get out of hand? Was this the first time in show business for some of them?
Well, a lot of my people play and sing. A lot of my brothers and sisters write. So it's not really foreign. I've been at this for so long. They're kind of used to it. But some of them are more shy than others.
Yeah. Did you pay them? You have
yeah,
to pay
they
them?
got paid.
Did they get paid well?
Not well.
and
They got paid scale, I guess.
And the show will be on. This is tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Don't you want to go rub your head on a tree or
I want
something?
to rub my head on you. As a matter of fact, there's something back here.
What do you have
yeah,
back there?
hand me that.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
No,
come
I
on.
don't
Let me.
think so.
Yeah.
All right.
Just-
Hey.
Didn't you ever wonder what it would be like to be a reindeer?
No. Hal, let's go look for Mr. Christmas
It's a
again.
common sexual fantasy.
There, see, look. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Stupid.
You know,
Mr. Christmas.
tonight we're having a farewell party for one of the staff members, Paul.
No, they warned me. They
He's
said
been here quite some time, and I know it's the holidays, and I feel just terribly about letting him go now, but we're all going to miss Frank Gannon. Bye, Frank. Good luck to you.
Frank told me not to do this.
Yes, gosh, he was a nice guy. Oh, the fun we used to have with Frank. But onward and upward.
Well, it wasn't his fault. I just thought it'd be fun if we could just be horny together.
Yo! Frank, don't think of it so much as a door closing, but a door opening, all right? Okay. Now, what will you yourself be doing for the holidays? Are you working? Are you taking off? What are you going to do?
I'll be home for Christmas, if you'll pardon the expression. I go up to East Tennessee, the Smokies. And
What is it like? Does it get cold in the Smokies? You get snow
sometimes
there?
we get snow. We don't get as many snows as we used to. But it gets cold enough. It seems like Christmas.
Yeah.
Then on Christmas Day, I go back to Nashville and have Christmas there with my husband's family.
Oh, so you actually have two Christmases
Yeah.
then, huh?
That
And your
works out
husband's
good.
family, do you get along well with them?
Oh, very well.
Yeah,
I've been in that family for 25 years. We get along real good.
And they don't mind that you're show folk?
No, they like it. Yeah.
I don't know what that
they
means.
like
You know,
it,
I,
yeah.
yeah, I think they would be proud to have you as part of the family.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah. And everything is going well for you? Things are in good shape?
Everything is good. We just got all kinds of good things coming up.
Yeah. And you're going to sing a song for us?
Yeah, I was hoping that you'd wear the little reindeer ears and help me, but you won't, will you?
Well, I had them on for,
Yeah,
you
but you know what? I really didn't bring those for you. Those were Paul's.
Those are Paul. Oh, geez,
I
Paul,
brought
I'm sorry.
some- Can I borrow those
Oh,
back?
man, I inadvertently slipped into your antlers.
They told me you wouldn't wear them, but when you said that, I thought, well, I'll try.
Okay, all right, so Paul will put on the ears.
Of course we'll put those ears on.
He has to be my partner.
Of course I will. And Dolly Parton says...
That's a little different deal. That's what Paul will wear the antlers, but it's still Gannon's last night.
All right.
Okay. We're going to do a commercial. When we come back, Paul and Dolly will be performing, you know, with the antlers.
Yeah,
Music.
you'll have
All right,
fun.
we'll be right back here. Now, what do we need here for this song? Anything?
Oh,
You got your spare antlers? You're going to go over there and sing with the
We're
band?
just going to go, and we're just going to have fun with it. You sure you won't wear these?
I'll be right over here enjoying it in my own way.
Well, all right. Let me go over
Thank
there.
you very much. Dolly Parton, ladies and gentlemen, here with the boys from the band. Yeah. Hey, you didn't say anything about that.
Cute, all right.
Yeah.
Now, anybody wants to join in with us on this, you can. Sure you won't wear your horn?
No, I'm all right, thanks.
Oh, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, he had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it, why, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer, they used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games until one foggy Christmas Eve, old Santa came to say, "Hey, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?" Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, "Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. Play one, dearie." Oh, sounds just like a national fiddler. You're gonna scare them Nashville boys to death. Oh, and then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, what you got my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, "Oh, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history." Wait now. Today when we were rehearsing, I heard these boys singing Rudolph, and I thought it might be fun if we just let them take a course by themselves. You think you can do that?
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer
listen at 'em.
had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw him,
Sing it now.
you would even say it glows.
Sure you won't join them now, David.
I used to laugh and call
Mr.
him
Christmas.
They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer
Okay, that was very good. I'm proud of you. Oh, but you're not getting off that easy. David can because he's the star of the show. But I think you should sing a chorus too. Would you help us? You can help everybody. Oh, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer, you say it used to laugh and call him names. They wouldn't let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, "Hey, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?" Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, "Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. Oh, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history." Very good. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you.
I love that. Yes, I'm a day late and $1 short because Christmas is come and gone, but Christmas should always be in our hearts. Even if you're Jewish or Muslim, keep the spirit of peace and goodwill towards fellow man in your heart. Sincerely. Happy heavenly birthday to actor, director, and magician. Yes, he was a magician as well. Bill Bixby, born Wilfred Bailey Everett Bixby III on Monday, January 22nd, 1934 in San Francisco, California. Bill Bixby is best known for starring in My Favorite Martian in the 1960s, The Courtship of Eddie's Father in the late 60s and early 70s, and The Incredible Hulk in the late 1970s and early 80s for 5 seasons, as well as being a director on the television show Blossom, which starred the current Jeopardy host Mayim Bialik. Mayim Bialik. Forgive me. Sadly, Bill Bixby died of prostate cancer on Sunday, November 21st, 1993, when he was 59 years of age. Early detection is key to beating prostate cancer, and he worked until the very end. I've seen interviews with the stars of Blossom that work with him, and of course, nothing but nice things were said about Bill Bixby as a director and co-worker. So I'm going to play a clip just of the opening credits to The Courtship of Eddie's Father. Let's listen to this. And there always would be little pearls of wisdom before the opening credits, including this.
Dad, why do we have rules?
Well, so people can live together in peace and harmony.
I don't know if we have too many rules or not enough.
Maybe we have too many people.
Then we need more rules.
Then we have less freedom.
What do we do about that?
Eddie, you've just put your small thumb on a big question.
Did you ever try to think of just nothing?
Yeah, pretty hard, isn't it?
Yeah, something always keeps sneaking in there.
People, let me tell you about my best friend. He's a warm-hearted person who loved me till the end. People, let me tell you about my best friend. He's a one-boy, cuddly toy, my up, my down, my pride and joy. People, let me tell you about him. It's so much fun. Whether we're talking man to man or whether we're talking son to son, 'cause he's my best friend. Yeah, he's my best friend. La la, ba da 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 ya, ba da 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 ba, ba da 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 ya, ba da 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 beep beep, oh oh bye, rubba dubba beep, oh bye, rubba dubba beep, oh bye, whoops.
And I think Bill Bixby was kind of like America's dad on television. Kind of like Mike Brady in the Brady Bunch, played by the great Robert Reed, who passed away in 1992, sadly. Speaking of passing away, this is old news by now in February 2022, but we lost Meatloaf, born Marvin Lee Aday in Dallas, Texas. He was born on Saturday, September 27th, 1947. He died of COVID, complications from COVID. Very, very sad news indeed. He passed away January 21st. That's when it was made public. January 21st, 2022. Rest in peace. We'll talk about some other people that we lost. I'm going to get to the comedians here in a bit, but Jay Ahrens posted in the Nostalgic Pod Blast group that on January 21st, 1984, Culture Club topped the Canadian singles chart with Karma Chameleon. Karma Chameleon. I guess that was the first transgender performer, really, that was mainstream. Boy George. And then also, I thought about this, just blasting you with some nostalgia here. Before there was, yeah, that's the ticket on Saturday Night Live, there was Joe Isuzu. I'm not going to play a clip just because I'm running long again, but remember Joe Isuzu? And remember the Isuzu? Remember that vehicle? Japanese? Let's see if I have a little factoid for you about the Isuzu. Well, we'll do it next time. I need to get to the main topic, finally. Oh, back on January 22nd, Steve Perry had his 73rd birthday. The Journey lead singer and frontman was born as Stephen Ray Perry back in 1949 in Hanford, California. Happy birthday to Steve Perry. I love Journey. I know I said a while back in a previous pod blast I thought they were overrated, but I was just having a bad day. And then we're going back. I'm getting caught up here on Sunday, January 23rd, and Sunday, January 23rd, 2005. Late night TV comedy began to die when Johnny Carson passed away at age 79. The greatness survives, however, every night at 10 p.m. on Antenna TV, the free over-the-air classic TV network, with classic episodes of The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. Rest in peace, Johnny Carson. Happy 81st birthday to Neil Diamond, who hit the scene on Friday, January 24th, 1941 in Brooklyn, New York. And Neil Diamond lived up to his last name since he sold more than 100 million records worldwide. Let's see. Oh, there's another interesting piece of news that Jay Ahrens posted in the Facebook group. On January 23rd, 1984, Michael Jackson released the single Thriller off the album of the same name, and John Landis directed the music video. Oh my gosh, it was a big anniversary. February is Black History Month, And back in the day, this debuted Sunday, January 23rd, 1977 on ABC TV, but you had Roots, the premiere of the epic miniseries based on the book by Alex Haley. And remember the era? I'm going to do a pod blast. I don't want to give it away. I will. I'll just go ahead and give it away. I'm going to do a pod blast in sometime in 2022 about the epic miniseries like Shogun. You had these epic events. They've kind of gone by the wayside in the days of streaming in the modern era. But you had Rich Man, Poor Man, even V that I talked about earlier when I mentioned Jane Badler being in the Mission Impossible 1989 to 90 reboot. She was in those years. It started in 88, but I digress. But Roots was a big TV serial. And it was an 8-episode miniseries, which was broadcast over 8 consecutive nights. And it followed a family from its origins in West Africa through generations of slavery and the end of the Civil War. I'm not going to play the trailer because it says the N-word in it. And I think one of my comedy clips says that, but it's a person of color saying it, so I'll leave it in. I'm not a fan of that word. Anyway, oh my gosh, here's another. Oh, no, I'll save that for the funny man. This is a funny man, so I'll save this birthday. And I got to thinking the other day, this is going to be dated because it's probably, by the time you hear this, it's probably already happened, but the AFC and NFC championships are upon us, and it's been an awesome, amazing football season. And with the playoffs, just a lot of upsets. And I'm really looking forward to the Super Bowl this year. I've been really enjoying it. And I was thinking about football card collecting, and I dug up some football cards. I have like a Joe Montana rookie card from back in the day. I'm a Generation Xer. I was a big Steelers fan, still am, but that was my team growing up. Anyway, another heavenly birthday to one of the greatest rock guitarists of all time. That would be Eddie Van Halen, Edward Van Halen, who was born in Amsterdam in the Netherlands on Wednesday, January 26th, 1955. The songwriter and co-founder of his band, Van Halen, with his brother Alex, the drummer, was plagued with severe health problems over the years. Eddie Van Halen died at age 65 on Tuesday, October 6th, 2020, after suffering from a stroke. But the incredible music that Eddie Van Halen created and performed lives on forever and will never be silenced. And of course, he was married to Valerie Bertinelli, who I think would have been more aptly renamed Valerie Van Halen that I mentioned last week. That's just such a cool name. Anyway, rest in peace. Also back on January 26th, the great Wayne Gretzky turned 61. A true Hall of Famer in hockey. He was born in Brantford, Ontario, Canada. And he would earn the moniker The Great One on ice. We're going to talk about The Great One in comedy later tonight, based on his astounding achievements playing the sport of hockey, which he played professionally for 20 years between 1979 and 1999. What a champion he was, and as a player and coach, too. Man, this guy turned 79. He was kind of a TV one-hit wonder. Gil Gerard, the star of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, a Glenn A. Larson project, talked about last time, in the Glenn A. Larson TV mogul series, when I talked about Cult TV. But the Buck Rogers in the 25th Century pilot was released in movie theaters, cashing in on the wave of Star Wars, science fiction, big screen movies. And just like Battlestar Galactica, they tried it in movie theaters, and it actually did pretty well. The Battlestar Galactica pilot, a 2-hour pilot movie, was released in movie theaters on Friday, March 30th, 1979, a full 6 months before the TV show began on NBC on Thursday, September 20th, 1979. They tweaked that a little bit for television, like they did for Battlestar Galactica, the 3-hour with commercials. Battlestar Galactica first episode from September 17th, 1978 on ABC was cut down for a theatrical release, and it did really well in the box office. So Gil Gerard was born Saturday, January 23rd, 1943 in Little Rock, Arkansas. And for a while, Gil was married to Connie Sellecca from The Greatest American Hero, among other things, from 1979 to 87. That's how long their marriage lasted. I was going to play a preview trailer for Buck Rogers, but we don't have time. I posted it on the Nostalgic Pod Blast Facebook group, and it's better to see it anyway than it is just to hear it. Another heavenly birthday back on January 24th, Warren Zevon. Werewolves of London. What a song. He was born on Friday, January 24th, 1947 in Chicago, Illinois. Warren Zevon was just 56 years old when he died on Sunday, September 7th, 2003, almost 20 years ago. Another iconic voice actor passed away, Peter Robbins, who was the voice of Charlie Brown. He died at 65 of an apparent suicide. Very, very sad. He had a lot of problems. But I think of him as the innocent Charlie Brown. And I didn't mention this. I'm not going to play a clip. This is going way back to January 12th, but 56 years ago, on Wednesday, January 12th, 1966, Batman hit the scene at 7:30 p.m. on ABC TV. It stars Adam West, Burt Ward, and the gang changed pop culture forever. 120 half-hour episodes were filmed. The action comedy ended its primetime run on Thursday, March 14th, 1968, lasting 3 seasons. The first 2 years, the show featured cliffhanger endings to be resolved the following night on Thursday evenings. So Lost in Space started that in the 65 to 66 season. In its first season in black and white, it had a cliffhanger, and these letters would slide into the action saying to be continued next week, same time, same channel. And of course, they changed it for Batman to same bat time, same bat channel. And both shows were filmed at 20th Century Fox, even though they aired on different networks. Batman debuted as a winter replacement show on, as I said, January 12th, 66, which was in the middle of the 65-66 season. And there's pictures of Bill Mumy as Will Robinson and Burt Ward as Robin on the set shaking hands while they were filming their shows, respectively. Both were Fox shows, now owned by Disney and TV Land. And many Hollywood heavy-hitting talent wanted a role or even a window cameo in Batman. Remember, you'd have all sorts of characters, including Santa Claus, popping out of that window. You had the original Lurch right after the Addams Family ended. The season after, in full color, you saw Lurch. Whoa, it's your Batman. Ted Cassidy. You had Sammy Davis Jr. in the window. You had the actor who played Colonel Klink in, which we talked about earlier, Hogan's Heroes. You had a bunch of Milton Berle. It was just a cavalcade of stars from that little window. And of course, Batman and Robin were actually right side up, pretending they were scaling the side of a skyscraper. It was a wonderful, wonderful campy show. Campy meaning corny and comedic. And it ended in prime time on Thursday, March 14th, 1968. Hard cancellation, so no summer reruns for Batman. When it ended, and NBC wanted to pick it up. Like a week after it was canceled, NBC made the call to the producers to pick up Batman, but they'd already destroyed the lavish Batcave set and other sets, excuse me, which cost big-time money, I think $500,000 to construct. So there was no way they were going to rebuild it, so Batman simply ended when ABC pulled the plug. Pow, bam, bong, splat. One of the best cars in television history, the Batmobile, was designed and created for Batman, the Adam West Burt Ward show. And I loved also the Batcopter, the helicopter, and the boat. There was a speed boat, and you remember. And a movie that was filmed at the end of season 1 that featured most of the main villains. It had Catwoman, the Penguin, the Riddler, and the Joker taking on Batman and Robin. And it was titled Batman the Movie. I think I wrote down here in my notes when that actually was in movie theaters. And in that, you had the only time that Catwoman was played by Leanne Merriweather, who was a Miss America. She won the Miss America pageant. Let's see. I thought I had mentioned, let me look here, when that was released. I can't remember off the top of my head. I thought I had made a note of that. Here it is, Bat Fact. Batman the movie was filmed after season 1 before production of season 2 and was released in movie theaters on July 30th, 1966. Season 2 began airing on ABC on Wednesday, September 7th, 1966. And Julie Newmar reprised her role as Catwoman when the show resumed. And then she quit after season 2. And Eartha Kitt played Catwoman in season 3, the final season of Batman, the 60s live-action TV show. Another quick birthday. Happy birthday in heaven to iconic pop culture actor Paul Newman, who was born on Monday, January 26th, 1925 in Shaker Heights, Ohio. Paul Newman's major film roles include The Hustler with Jackie Gleason, whom we'll talk about when I finally get to Fat Comedians. And that was released back in 1961, the same year as The Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea movie, directed by Irwin Allen. Paul Newman starred in HUD in 1963, Harper in 1966, Cool Hand Luke. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Strother Martin said that line in the 1967 movie. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid in 1969 that we talked about last time in the Glenn A. Larson tribute show. Elias Smith and Jones was a clone of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, which was a major blockbuster at the time. Also, The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean in 1972 starred Paul Newman and introduced Victoria Principal. The Sting in 1973 was a big hit. Paul Newman movie, The Towering Inferno in 74, Slapshot in 77, the sports hockey drama The Verdict in 1982, Absence of Malice with Sally Field. And he was he voiced the role of Doc Hudson in the first installment of the Dixie Pixar movie series Cars. And that was his final acting performance, with his voice recordings being used again in Cars 3 in 2017 that were archived 9 years after his death. Those finally saw the light of day. He was a 10-time Oscar nominee, and Newman was awarded an Academy Award for Best Actor for The Color of Money, co-starring Tom Cruise in 1986. The movie about snooker or pool, whatever you want to call it, billiards. Paul Newman won several national championships as a driver in Sports Car Club of America road racing, and his race teams won several championships in the open wheel IndyCar racing. Paul Newman was a co-founder of Newman's Own, a food company for which he donated all tax profits, post-tax rather, and royalties to charity. As of May 2021, these donations have totaled over $570 million US. And the pizza's not bad. The Paul Newman pizza, I like the salad dressings too. The balsamic vinaigrette's really good. And someone I know designs the artwork for those products. He's the younger brother of a friend of mine, a very talented artist. But the philanthropist and actor sadly passed away, Paul Newman did, on Friday, September 26th, 2008, at the age of 83 in Westport, Connecticut. Rest in peace to the great blue-eyed Paul Newman. Let's see, and we've covered that. Just don't want to leave anything out. All right, so let me get back to a couple things here. And someone's trying to contact me, and I can't respond because I'm busy doing this. Well, I guess that's a wrap on birthdays. So now, finally, for our main topic, Funny Fat People, Volume 1, because I know you'll have some I don't mention in tonight's show. And fat is very subjective. Some people, like Jason talked about, I don't find fat. They don't seem fat to me. And I'm not talking about people that are morbidly obese here. I'm talking about people that do look pleasantly chunky or pleasantly plump. There's some that I don't consider, like Rodney Dangerfield, for one. A lot of people considered him to be a fat comedian. I don't think of him as fat in my mind. So I didn't put him on the list. You'll hear him tonight, but he's not listed in my list. I have about 20 here. And we're going to start, because I'm a gentleman, ladies first, with some larger-than-life funny women. And again, like I said at the very beginning, I think fat comedians, and I say that lovingly, okay? I know we don't fat shame, so no letters, no emails, no hate towards me, please. I'm just saying, when I say fat, that's the topic of tonight's show. Fat, funny, famous people. So here we go. Let's start. Ladies first, Melissa McCarthy. She is hilarious. And she's pretty, I think, actually. She can be pretty. She's an American, obviously, comedian, actress, writer, fashion designer. Did you know that? And producer who has featured... This is poorly written, this article that I'm reading here. Who was featured, not has featured, dumbass. Why don't these websites have editors, Let me start over. Melissa McCarthy. She, of course, is an American comedian, actress, writer, fashion designer, and producer who was featured multiple times in the annual rankings of the highest paid actresses in the world. Did you know that? Melissa Ann McCarthy was born on Wednesday, August 26th, 1970 in Plainfield, Illinois. On May 19th, 2015, Melissa received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, located at 6927 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood, California. In 2016, she was named by Time magazine as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. Okay, I don't know what constitutes that, and I think she's mega talented. I'm just reporting what is stated in this article I'm reading. Melissa McCarthy attended and graduated from St. Francis Academy in Illinois. Moreover, Melissa has received nominations for 2 Golden Globe Awards, that's awards awarded by the foreign press, and 2 Academy Awards, and is the recipient of several accolades, including 2 Primetime Emmy Awards. McCarthy told Refinery 29, quote, I have, meaning lost weight in parentheses, I have, but it'll be back again. I'll be up, I'll be down, probably for the rest of my life. And I loved her in Bridesmaids. That was a funny movie. That's not a chick flick. That's a movie for all. That's a funny movie. Melissa later added, the thing is, if that is the most interesting thing about me, I need to go have a lavender farm in Minnesota and give this up. There has to be something more. Now, there's no comedy clips I can feature in terms of her doing a monologue because most are from Saturday Night Live. And I'm telling you, Xfinity does not play when it comes to their clips. They don't get that it might lead to the sale. I have multiple seasons of Saturday Night Live on official DVD releases, but I'm going to respect their wishes and not play any of her monologues. But I will play a trailer for a movie shot right here in Atlanta, Georgia called Identity Thief. This was released way back in 2013, starring Jason Bateman. And she was, as the title implies, an identity thief, and it's a hilarious movie. And she's really kind of sweet in it, even though, once you get to the heart of the story, you'll see her weaknesses. And I mean, not her weaknesses, but her tender heart, if you will. I love movies that have a heart, especially comedies. But let's listen to a little bit of Identity Thief, the preview trailer from the movie theaters. Jason Bateman's trying to use this card, and it's declined at the gas pump.
When that comes up, we gotta cut the card. Swipe it one more time. Nothing wrong with that card. I gotta cut the card.
Don't cut the card.
I gotta
Put
cut
the scissors down.
Go pay your bills, Randy.
It's Sandy.
Sandy. Es un nombre de una mujer. Yo soy Sandy. Oh, mi nombre es Sandy.
I bet that was hurtful, wasn't
Miss Patterson, you missed your court date in Florida 3 days ago.
it? I've never even been to Florida.
Pull a mugshot. That says the criminal who stole your identity.
Oof, boy, he's, is that a woman?
Sandy Bigelow, Patterson.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling.
What do you do now? You go down, you go get her?
Oh, no. She'd have to be standing right here to do you any good.
That's the new standard of police work? What if I go down to Florida and bring her back here? You would have to clear my name, right?
Daddy, the TV's broken.
I'm gonna fix it. That's why I have to go on this trip.
This is crazy. You don't chase criminals.
I can handle her. She's like a hobbit. I'm going after Bilbo. Gotcha. Sandy, Bigelow, Patterson. We can do it the hard way or the easy way.
I'd like to pick the easy way.
You're fighting it.
I'll fight it like it, girl. Sandy.
I love that guitar. I'm gonna sue you.
That was not the easy way.
You stealing money from Paolo?
Holy! Come with me to Denver, and I won't press charges. You're gonna love it. There's nobody shooting at you there.
You got nothing.
Hey, I can do this all day with you.
Are you Kenyan? Is everything okay?
Still on course, honey. We gotta go.
I'm gonna tell you what's going on. Sandy here likes to watch.
Oh, no. I can't let this woman out of my sight. This is awesome. You're diabolical.
Thanks.
You're crazy! That's not a compliment.
I know.
You got hit by a car. Are you even human?
Trick is to just relax your legs. Read it on WikiHow. How about some music? My milkshake, but I have to charge. My milkshake brings all the money. We'll walk 500 miles. Dude, I can hit this. Now, ooh, Barracuda.
You okay? Identity Thief. That was a big hit movie. Funny. So let's move on to number 2 on my list, and this is in no particular order. I'm just going to do the women first, ladies first. Roseanne Barr. Originally, she was a very heavy comedian when she hit the scene on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson back in, I think, 1985, if memory serves. Could have been 84. I think it was 85, but I'll look that up. I should have wrote it down. I should have written it down. But Roseanne Barr was born on Monday, November 3rd, 1952 in Utah. So she's 69 years old. I'm going to play 2 clips of her. Here's a more recent one. This is from her comedy set titled Roseanne Barr, Blonde and Bitchin'. And I think she does some comedy about her weight in the beginning of this. Let me get it. I think she's hilarious. And yeah, she's had some controversy, all right? Like the way she sang the national anthem, you know, that outraged a lot of people, understandably so. And some.
I just want to say that there was a time in my life where
But that was a long time ago.
just work really, really hard. Someday I will be in the main room and Mitzi Shore will see me. And it's still like that, Mitzi, and I love you.
Yeah, Mitzi, that's Pauly Shore's mother, and she ran a very famous comedy club in the Los Angeles area.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Let's play a little bit of this.
Hi. Thank you so much. Woo, you guys. Hi. Thank you. Aren't you nice?
I should have edited this. My apologies.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What a privilege it is for you to have me here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You don't think my fat ass makes my ass look fat, do you? Hi. I know what you're saying. Roseanne, what has a has-been of your magnitude been up to recently? I was just about to tell you. I recently performed on a gay cruise, ladies and gentlemen. Woo-hoo! A lot of the homosexual demographic is here tonight. I'm guessing. I love it. Thank you. It's wonderful. A gay cruise, the captain really does go down with that ship. I'm proud to say, though, I did really, really well, and I've been invited back for Cocktoberfest. I look forward to that. Love the gays, love the gay men especially, because if it was not for them, us fat women would have no one to dance with. So thank you. Everyone is gay now in the whole world. Everyone is gay. And every single news story is about the gays, too. For instance, the Episcopalians just ordained the first ever out gay bishop. Give yourselves a round of... Which really outraged the more traditional closeted gay bishops.
Or Catholic priests. Funny shit. Okay, so I think one of her homes is in Hawaii, and you know about the controversy from a few years ago that cost her gig in the Roseanne revival. Now it's just called The Connors, and they killed her off. But let's listen. Long before that, back in 1986, Rodney Dangerfield, the great Rodney, introduced Roseanne in this comedy set from 1986. Let's listen here. And you got to love Rodney Dangerfield.
All right, Roseanne Barr here.
She was pretty heavy at this point in her career, early on.
Oh, hi.
It's about 4 minutes long
Well,
here.
it's a thrill to be out of the house. I never get out of the house. I never go no place. I never have no fun ever, because I'm a housewife. You a housewife, too? Yeah, I hate that word. I hate the word homemaker, too. I want to be called domestic goddess.
Oh, that's where that comes from.
So do I seem bitchy to you at all? I feel bitchy, I'll tell you that. This was an awful morning. Like I get up this morning, I put my maxi pad on, adhesive side up.
Oh! Oh! Nasty.
Oh, come on, you've done it. Yeah, it makes you cranky, don't it? So I am
I'm a mom, I tell you that. That's great. I got 3 kids. I'll tell you how I had them. You'll love it. Well, I had one with the birth control pill, then I had one with the diaphragm, then I had another one with the IUD. I don't even know what happened to my IUD. Never came out. But I have my suspicions, because that kid picks up HBO. Well, some stuff bugs me about being married, like having a husband and everything. That gets on your nerves a lot, because they get on your nerves a lot. You married? Huh? They bug you, and they keep on doing it over and over and over. And they get on your nerves. And they know right what to do. That's why I think they do it on purpose, you know? Like when they all the time try to talk to you. God, I hate that. Comes in there, Roseanne, don't you think we should talk about our sexual problems? Like I'm gonna turn off Wheel of Fortune for that. Yeah, put it on a gift certificate. All right. We have sexual problems. You won't believe this when I tell you you'll die. You'll die when I tell you this. Comes in there, Roseanne, why don't you ever try to be more aggressive in bed? I'm sure. Why don't you try to be more aggressive in bed? So I thought about it and all like that, you know. Then the other night we're laying there and he reached for me, so I said, no! Never happy. Says, God, Roseanne, I cannot even remember the last time we had sex. Well, I can, and that's why we ain't doing it. And then they're never happy either, you know. They're never happy. You try real hard, but they're never happy. He's like, Roseanne, I need more space, so I locked him outside. I don't know, but it's hard to be married a long time and everything like that, you know. It's really hard and everything, but they do bug you. This is what gets me, too, is that they always think that you're going to be the one that cleans everything, huh? Like, they think that's your destiny to clean. And I guess their destinies have a couch surgically implanted on their behind. I mean, you may marry the man of your dreams, ladies, but 14 years later, you're married to a couch that burps.
That's a great delivery, you know?
So anyways, you guys are a real fun crowd. Hey, Rodney, come back up here. Come here.
Rodney Dangerfield. Rodney Dangerfield, who I do not think is fat. So moving on now in February 2022, it's Black History Month. So here's a few funny fat comedians of color. Isn't that a terrible thing to say? I feel bad saying fat, but that's my topic. Funny, fat, famous people. Here's one that's a blast from the past. She's no longer with us. She passed away a while back. But Shirley Hemphill. I loved Shirley. She was funny. She had a funny look, funny face. She was born on Tuesday, July 1st, 1947 in Asheville, North Carolina. Shirley moved to Los Angeles in the 1970s to pursue a career as a stand-up comedian. You'll know who she is if you don't recognize the name. After working the Los Angeles comedy club circuit, her routine eventually attracted attention, leading to her being cast in guest starring roles on television. In 1976, Shirley landed the role of brassy waitress Shirley Wilson on the sitcom What's Happening? The series was a modest hit for ABC, but production and cast problems caused ABC to cancel the series in 1979. But they bring it back in What's Happening Now in the 80s, and they brought Shirley back along with it. The following year, in 1980, Hemphill was cast in her own sitcom titled One in a Million. The series failed to attract an audience and was canceled in June 1980. Now, I want to play a clip of her doing some stand-up at the Improv. And let me see if I can get this to go. And again, I really, really liked her. I love that show, What's Happening. I've talked about it many times on the Pod Blast, but let me just play some of her stand-up here. From an evening at the Improv. This is Shirley Hemphill.
Let me pull back this stand because I do have a tendency to spit and I don't want to miss anybody.
Yes, he did say I was on TV, which was nice. And I know a lot of y'all sitting out there and you're thinking, wait a minute, is she fat or is that makeup? Go ahead, I'll take time, see now. Now, you get a napkin and I write this down. Now, this is what you should do. Now, this is for your fat friends. You can pass this along. They should be on a diet like when they sit on the toilet and both their legs go to sleep. Write that down for your fat friends, right there. Okay, now, another one is like when they get on the elevator and people look at them and smile, then they check out a capacity sign. Write it down, I'll wait, go ahead. I gotta exercise and stuff a lot. Does anybody jog here? Anybody down here? Yeah? How many miles you jog? 4 miles a day? Girl, that's obscene, isn't it? I've been jogging about a year. On a good day, I can do maybe a block and a half, but the thing, I ain't gonna hurt myself over no jogging now, listen. But you know what is embarrassing? Ladies, you ever be running and you don't have a bra on? Whoa, we talking about hump in your back time, aren't we? And you know, God has blessed me, and I'm running, and the sucker hit me in the eye. So I just tied him at the kneecaps and went on home. I didn't know what to do. It was rough, girl. I like tennis. I play tennis a lot, and I used to follow him anywhere. I went to U.S. Open and stuff. I like McEnroe. He's a real donkey still. I like him. See, but all this stuff, he be giving hands and all that stuff, see, it would stop if we get the first black linesman, because we don't have time for that stuff. He shoot us the bird. We go, no, I'll cut that sucker off. Don't play with me. I don't need this job. I work at the post office. We get on this case, yeah. You know, I know I got to go to one of these Health Star things and, you know, kind of tighten up this stuff here. And I like little Richard Simmons, is that his name? I like him because he looks like he cares, boy. But Jack LaLanne's, I wish he'd die of a muscle spasm. Come on, fatso, put your left toe in your right ear. Suck an egg. I haven't seen my feet since 72, okay? Get out of my life and let me suck on this pound cake, okay? Before I go on, is there anybody here who speaks Spanish? I'll tell you why, because I have a Chicano housekeeper, and I'm trying to, just peanut butter and jelly. Just tell me how to say that, because if I have to eat her chili one more day, I'm going to die, y'all. You know you're in trouble when the chili takes the hairs from under your arms? You know you're in trouble, so when you sit on the toilet, you have to fasten the seatbelt. Oh, God, I think I got polio. I can't move my legs. Oh, I just popped my ear. God. You know, God has a sense of humor, because he'll let you get up and walk all the way in the living room. And then, ever so gently, he goes, where you going? Nowhere, God. I was just going to bend my leg here. I didn't mean no harm. Yeah. So I'm jogging and stuff. Let's see. When's the last time? Excuse me, I'm so rude. My name is Shirley. What's your name? I think my hands are cold and stuff. I just got through with the soda. So listen here. When's the last time you had a physical? 2? Yeah. You know what? I got to go and, don't hurt yourself, baby. I got to go get a physical. And you know what? It's so embarrassing to me because of that examination table. See, it is meant for people your size. Because I thought I was sitting on the table, and the doctor came in and said, Miss Hippier, can you get your whole ass on the table? Okay, Doc, I'll hold this part, all right? You know what's embarrassing, though? That paper on the exam table, it is so noisy. People in China know you turning over. You know, I want to win an Oscar, and I would like to win an Emmy one day, but I think right now my ambition is to one day ease off this table and leave the paper there. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want it all up in my buns. Do you know what I'm talking about? That stuff is like fly paper. I can't get it off. And this nurse hates me. I know she does, because she lets me get like 2 or 3 blocks, and then she hollers, Miss Hippier, can you leave the paper here? Let's see, how can I put this and not be tasteless? Because, you know, I can't go off. You know, what's those pap tests? Hey, we got to find another way. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. Bring it from the armpit or something, but this is, girl, this is degrading. I cry every time I go. I think it's the most degrading thing, first of all, because you got the cookie in a total stranger's face. Listen to me now, and he look like he's hunting for bus change. Y'all know what I'm saying? Girl. And when he used his elbow, I said, come on, Doc, wait. Give me a break here, Doc, okay? Now, I don't mean to be vulgar, y'all, but when I get real nervous, I have a tendency to spell gas, so I caught the boy down there, and I cut one of those losers loose. He went, my face, is it on fire? Is my eyebrows singed? He said, damn, Miss Imperial, we had that in Vietnam, we would have won. So, girl, I'm over here crying. I got instruments all up in me. He said, Miss Imperial, I need a little air. I'm going to step outside. You stay right there. And I heard him and the nurse out there, she said, you don't pay me that much. I'm not going back in there. So he told me mine was good for the next 8 years, so I hope I can make it past the Olympics. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Shirley Hemphill, that was a nice, clean set of comedy. Now, I don't get offended easily. I don't care if comedy is blue or not blue. But that was Shirley, and, wouldn't laugh out loud funny, but I really liked her. I liked her just, I don't know, I guess it's my childhood heart, Generation X heart. She sadly passed away back on Friday, December 10th, 1999, at the age of only 52. Next up, another heavier stand-up comedian, Loni Love. She was born in Detroit, Michigan on Wednesday, July 14th, 1971. She was best known for being on, about 10 years ago or so, Chelsea Lately, the Chelsea Handler comedy show on the E! Television network, which is owned by Comcast Xfinity, which owns NBC. And she was on the Round Table, which is a regular stable of 3 comedians that would talk with Chelsea about topics. She's been on there. She was on there for years, and now she's on The Real, which is another all-female gabfest clone of The View, which started back in 1997. Barbara Walters created that show, I believe, or co-created it. And it's become unfunny, in my opinion, The View. But Loni Love, talking about Loni Love, she's on The Real, which has really strong ratings. So I'm going to play a little bit of her comedy. I don't know if she says the N-word or not. I hope not. But if she does, she's African-American. So it's, there's nothing evil intended by it, believe me.
Walter, thank you, Walter.
She's funny. And
like Jeff was saying, I do have a talk show in America. It's called The Real. It is really hard getting talk shows in America, y'all. They wouldn't even give us a full year. They said, we're going to give you some test episodes at first, right? And they said, we're going to put you in 7 cities. I said, okay, this is 4 years ago. And they started the test episodes in June. But in April, the producers called me and they said, now, before we do the test episodes, we're going to send you some diet shakes to see if you can lose a little weight, right? Yeah, I said, send the shakes, send the shakes. Those shakes go good with hamburgers, French fries, and brown liquor. I ain't lose no weight, and we on season 5 of my show, and we just won an Emmy. So do you and be you, okay? That's what you do. Because I believe in embracing your flaws. Don't let nobody make you feel bad for something that is just naturally you. Yeah, you try to improve, but sometimes you use what you got. If you got a big nose, take side profile pictures. Just you be proud of yourself, okay? Now, also what they tried to do was they wanted to actually change up this season of the show. So they decided we're gonna go live because our show used to be pre-taped. And I said, are y'all sure y'all want us to go live? Because live meant I have to get up at 4 a.m. in the morning to prepare a show for 8 a.m. I'm a stand-up comic. I told them, look, I might be drunk, I might be hungover, I might say the wrong thing, I might cuss. I don't know if you want to go live. They said, no, it'll be okay. And then, you know what, you guys? I started changing my life. I said, I have to change my negatives to a positive. And I said, maybe I can come up with something positive out of this. If it's a live show, they can't edit out my jokes, and I can do some things that they don't want me to do, and I won't get in trouble for it. So I said that might help me later in life, right? Now, I ended up trying to find out who I was as a person, because I had a feeling I needed to know who were my ancestors. So I ended up doing a DNA test, and I found out that I'm 10% British, right? And not only that, I knew that I was 10% British because I love Queen Elizabeth, and I believe that I am one of her cousins, right?
Cousins.
No, y'all can laugh if y'all want. See, she likes lime green. I like lime green. She has a purse that has no money in it. I have a purse that has no money in it. That's my cousin,
Yeah, right.
And once I found out I was 10% British, I said, let me go see my cousins. I went to London, and they let me in to Buckingham Palace, but I only got past the gift shop, right? But that was okay. I was trying to explain to the guards that, hey, I have a DNA test. I'm 10% British. I'm her cousin. They said, get the hell out. So I didn't want to embarrass her. I said, but I'm going to find out about her later. Now, while that was going on, one day at my show, we ended up having one of my co-hosts got sick, and she couldn't come in at 4 a.m. in the morning. So I told my producers, I said, we need to find a substitute. Well, they decided that they were going to call in Mel B, the former Spice Girls, to come in. I said, oh, my God, Mel B, this is great. She's black, I'm black, she's British, I'm 10% British. We probably cousins, too. This will be good, right? Now,
get to the
while
punchline.
this is going on,
please.
Y'all know the royal wedding was about to happen. Now, the royal wedding between Prince Harry and Meghan Markle was the wedding that I wanted to be at because
What a
Meghan
disaster
Markle
that turned out to
is
be.
Black. I'm black. She's from the hood. I'm from the hood. That's probably my cousin. I'm trying to get to that wedding, right? So when I had Mel B come on the show, now wherever we have
She is funny. I'm telling you, this ain't the best clip. I've messed up pulling this clip.
Producers produced, right? But because we live, I decided to go a different direction. Now you see where that comes in handy. I look at Mel B and I said, Mel, do you know anybody that's going to the royal wedding? As I'm saying that now, whenever I'm, talking to somebody, the producers have an earpiece in my ear because they're talking to me. When they saw that I went off on that question, they said, Lonnie, what are you doing? Now, the way I communicate back to them is I blink. I said, I'm going rogue. That's what I'm doing, right? So I look at Mel B. I said, do you know anybody going to the royal wedding? I thought she was going to say no, and we were going to move on. She says, all 5 of us are going to the royal wedding. I said, all 5 of y'all? She said, yes. Now, that got me to thinking, if all 5 Spice Girls are going to the royal wedding, they haven't been together in 5 or 7 years. That means they're going for a reason. So I look at her, my producer in my ear, abort the next question. I'm like, bitch, I'm about to get an exclusive, right? I look at Mel B, I said, so does that mean that y'all gonna be performing at the reception? She looks down, she says, I said too much. I said, I take that as a yes. And she throws her cards up in the air, and then my producers are like, what are you doing? I said, I'm going to the royal wedding, bitches, okay? The show ended at 9 a.m., y'all. By 9:10, the clip of me and Mel B having that conversation went all around the world. It was in Australia. It was in Africa. It was everywhere. But more importantly, it had to go to Kensington Palace because they needed to get a comment. So they had to go to Queen Elizabeth and tell her Mel B was on this talk show that said she was going to be performing at the royal wedding by a girl named Lonnie Love who took a DNA test and she 10% British and thinks she your cousin. Now the Queen of England know who the fuck I am.
That was not worth it. I'm sorry. And she's funny. Apologize for that. That wasn't a very good clip. But Lonnie Love was born on Wednesday, July 14th, 1971. Yep. So next up, this is another comedian of color, Cheryl Underwood. And this is funny. Now, excuse me. Last time I played a clip of hers, I didn't know the N-word was in there, so I listened to a little bit of this. It might have it in there. If it does, it does. That's not my intention. But Cheryl Underwood, who is hilarious, was born Monday, October 28, 1963 in Little Rock, Arkansas in the South. She's 58 years old, and she's a radio magnet. She's got quite an imprint and footprint, rather, in the radio universe and terrestrial radio. And she's on television on CBS on The Talk, which airs at 2 o'clock in the Eastern Standard Time, or Daylight Time, depending on the time of year. You're around at 2 o'clock, Monday through Friday. And she's been on there since September 2011. She served the country, too. She's a veteran of the United States Air Force. But she started doing comedy back in 1988. This is the last clip till I get to the men that I'm going to play of female comedians, particularly comedians of color. Here she is, Cheryl Underwood.
I truly believe God left me on this earth to tell you. Number one, if you ain't got no man, ladies, don't worry about it. A man don't make you the woman that you are. You make you the woman that you are. Don't wait on a man to ask you out to dinner. Take yourself out to dinner. Put your little coins together, rent a limousine, and take yourself to the best restaurant in town. Because if you don't like your company, who the fuck else gonna like being with you? Know this, women like what they hear. Men like what they see. So fix yourself up. Why? Because when you look good, you feel good. And when you feel good, you got a strong self-esteem. When you look bad, your head be all down, and you'll talk to any motherfucker that walk up on you. Because that's what you feel you deserve. But when you look good, you can hold your head up high, and when an ignorant motherfucker walk up on you, you be like, go on with that bullshit. I look too good to be with your ignorant ass right now. So get your hair done. Get your nails done. Get a manicure. Get a pedicure. Scrape that husk off your motherfucking feet. Exfoliate. Scrape the dead skin off your body. Lotion your whole damn body. Just don't lotion shit hanging out the pants leg and hanging out the sleeve. Drink water and cranberry juice. Why? If your pee and your sweat smell stronger than ammonia, pine sol, or Mr. Clean, you's a nasty bitch. Get your teeth clean at least twice a year. Why? If you brush your teeth, but your breath still smell like hot bubbling garbage, bitch, you got gingivitis or periodontal disease. You need to fix that shit. Trim your pussy hairs. Shave under your arms. Shave your chin and your mustache. Why? Your man already got boys that he hang out with. You want to be with a woman. Your ass got a goatee looking like Burl Ives up in this motherfucker.
That's a reference.
Stop smoking.
Yeah.
Men do not like women that smoke. They'll tolerate it, but they really don't like it. Learn how to dress. All you bitches out there wearing white shoes with black pantyhose, stop that shit tonight. I don't give a fuck what a fashion magazine say. The shit don't go together. Wear some fucking makeup. I know I got to wear makeup because without makeup I look exactly like Wesley Snipes.
No.
Look at the white people going, I knew that bitch, I knew it. That bitch was in either 214 or Murder in 1600. I knew that bitch. Learn how to hold your liquor. Ladies, a man want a woman who carry herself like a lady at all times. Men want a woman when he walk down the street. Men he don't even know go, that's your woman? Yeah, that's me. He don't want no bitch he got to explain shit about to everybody he meet while he walking down the street. He don't mind if you have a glass of wine, a beer, or a shot of tequila, but what he don't want is the drunk bitch in the parking lot going, I peed on myself. I didn't pee on myself. You don't want that shit. The one thing I've learned from being a Zeta was to have sisterhood for all women. So when you leave here tonight and you watching this DVD at home, take this with you. Watch out for other women when you out in these clubs. If you see a bitch walk away from her purse, help a bitch out. Tap on shoulder, bitch, is this your purse? If you see a bitch walk away from her drink, put a napkin on the bitch drink. Y'all know how much a triple shot of Hennessy costs in these motherfucking clubs. Help a bitch out. Don't let a woman take a drink from a man. You did not see the bartender make it or a waitress hand it to her. You know why? Some of these motherfuckers trying to fuck us by slipping a Mickey. Well, I'm an old school bitch. That's what they used to call it, was a Mickey. Now they call it Rufus, little date rape drug, and a bitch drink. See, I wish a bitch ass man doing that shit would meet my ass in the club. Why? I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas. I can outdrink the average man. So you slip a Mickey in my motherfucking drink, I'm gonna switch them glasses on your ass. You gonna wake up in my hotel room with your wrists tied with your own socks, your drawers down around your ankles. I'm gonna have you cocked over the sink like a sawed-off shotgun.
Oh, Cheryl Underwood. She spells her first name with a S. S-H-E-R-Y-L. Very funny. Now the men. Got a classic one. John Belushi, who was born on Monday, January 24th, 1949 in Chicago, Illinois. Unfortunately, as everybody knows, John Belushi was pronounced dead from illegal drugs at the age of 33 back on Friday, March 5th, 1982. Belushi's flame of talent was extinguished far too soon. Although he's been deceased for 40 years, John Belushi's God-given artistry as a comedian made an immortal impression in pop culture history for future generations to enjoy. Go and play a clip from one of my favorite movies with him, The Great Animal House. And let me get this for you now from Animal House here. I love this scene. The whole movie's just great. Well, you know that. It's a classic, directed by John Landis. Let's see if I can get it going here.
Pig.
Hang on. Here we go.
Honey.
Well, you must know.
Eric was just leaving.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
Well, I could make you leave if you asked me.
Pluto! Hey, I think you know everybody here.
Wait, really, can't you?
Oh, no, don't worry. Just keep your hands and feet away from his mouth.
Eating everything in
Don't you
sight.
have any respect for yourself?
This is absolutely gross. That boy is a P-I-G pig.
See if you can guess what I am now.
You know the scene. I don't need to describe it.
I'm a zit. Get it? All right, you bastard. Let's go right here.
I love him. Now, I got a cool interview of talking about the Blues Brothers, which was his 1980 classic with his co-star Dan Aykroyd. Here's a brief interview. It's pretty insightful.
Person and he also has an adorable baby girl.
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that you all both are from Toronto.
It's not in stereo, unfortunately.
Oh, right.
You can still hear it. Go.
Okay, Dan.
Yes.
They're green.
What's that? No, one's green, one's brown, actually. Can you see?
He's a mutant.
One is a little darker. One is a little darker than the other.
toes, too. Yes,
All right, John, off with those things. I want to see what the eyes really look like.
Come now, let's see.
Oh, they are hypnotizing. Hey, it's good to see all you
Elizabeth
guys.
Taylor in National
Dan Aykroyd.
Used your eyes, did you?
Well, you can't depend on them too much, you know.
Oh, well, you do a lot, I think.
Listen, John.
Thank you.
I want to ask you something, John. Are you as weird as they say?
Who says?
Who?
I don't know. People tell me, say, John Belushi, he's weird.
I'm as weird as the normal, weird, overweight weirdo. Yes.
You're not overweight, you're just portly.
Portly.
Yeah.
Shops.
I'm
big,
not
big
weird.
man shop.
Am I as weird
He's
as
as
that?
weird as they come, I think. No.
Yeah, I'll ask
Actually,
you,
very
Dan.
normal.
He's passively weird. I mean, he's not dangerous weird.
Oh, well, as opposed to Danny, who's dangerously weird.
Danny's dangerously weird.
Very
Danny is a very menacing person.
Yeah.
What do you
He
do,
said
Dan?
that Danny was...
Well, drive cars fast. That's one thing.
Yes.
I'm going to have to go on the air, I think, for public safety, campaigns and say, this is not the way to operate a motor vehicle, like Elwood did in the movie.
Was there ever any time, Dan, that with those stunts, and I realize you had stuntmen, but was there ever any time when you really felt that you were a little bit in danger?
There was one particular occasion where we were filming Lower Wacker Drive when a tire blew on the truck that was towing us, and we actually were more afraid for the people on the truck.
A camera car. It's
like a pickup truck with
that has a
all over
mount
it.
that the car that they're in is attached to, and we are literally
director
towing
John
them with
Landis
camera
speaking.
mounts and lights. But in Lower Wacker, we were going 65, 70 miles an hour to get the shots of speed. When John Belushi climbs out of the car to wipe the window, we're going very fast. It's real. That's one of the reasons the movie looks that way. And
Dan is a very safe driver. He taught me how to drive. Shoulder check.
no, but the piece of film is in the movie. I mean, that's something to look for. In Lower Wacker, a tire blew on the car. We were towing them. And that was very frightening because the camera car started waffling and taking their car.
And I'm doing, that's why I sound like Walter Matthau when I'm doing that line.
Another great piece of film because you can see on John Belushi's face a little more than acting. It's sort of like, I'm going to die.
But you don't stop until the director says cut.
They did their dialogue, all their
That's
lines.
right.
It's in the movie.
But
As
John,
scared as you are.
Yeah, but you were scared.
Yes, ma'am. I was scared. You, when you're scared, you're scared. But you don't stop until the director says cut.
Was it any fun to make this movie, or was it all being scared?
It was the most fun I've ever had.
It really was. It was just great. I mean,
it was the most fun because we weren't doing Saturday night, and
we had a great feeling
just
with
concentrating
this crew,
on that movie. and it was the most fun.
Are you guys going back to Saturday night
No.
ever?
Saturday night does not exist anymore.
Well, no.
As we know it.
Well,
As we know it. Or
as
as
we
we
knew
knew
it.
it. You know.
Let's not. Gene
it-
Demanian is the new
There's a new
producer.
staff, a new writers, a new producer,
And
and
it
there
will
should
go
be
on.
all fresh people. See, what John and I, we explored everything we could. You know, it got to the point where he was doing Samurai just once too often, and I was, you know, another
But
Conan. So here we go again. You know.
It was if it was up to NBC, I'd have done it every week.
Yeah, that's right. You see,
I held back a lot.
we think that we, you know, explored like, you know, what more can you do in 3-minute television bit formats? You know, I think we explored it to, you know, to the best of our ability, and you know, we explored it to the outside of what that is, 3-minute television material. You know, we took it as far as it could go. You know, it just felt right to leave. Also, the commitment to this movie, you know, it was well over a year in terms of preparation and work, and
But it was wonderful just to work on one thing, you know, instead of Saturday Night, 1941, putting the Blues Brothers together, the movie, the Blues movie,
If you guys had it to do over, would you still do 1941?
Yes,
I would. Definitely.
She's asking a lot of annoying, like really digging questions, I'd say, where she's really digging at John Belushi, especially calling him weird. And now, because 1941 wasn't a huge blockbuster at the time, asking if it's a mistake. That's not a bad movie. Directed by Steven Spielberg, by the way. Anyway, let's continue this clip.
Yes.
Even though it was not the big success everyone hoped it would be.
It was a success when we were working on it, and everybody I've talked to said they like it. I mean,
I
I'm talking
will
about
defend
kids now,
anything
you know.
I do, you know.
Excuse me, John?
I'll defend anything that I have done.
Good for you.
It was a pleasure to work with Spielberg. It really was. He's, you know, I like him a lot.
I like Steven, and we did it, and we'll take the knocks for it.
Steven is in the Blues Brothers. Did you know that?
He's in the Blues
I know. I read.
at the end.
Yeah, at the.
He's good.
Assessor's office.
He's very good.
Sandwich.
I want to ask all of you, do you think that it would be better for the film if it were rated PG rather than R?
No.
Why do you say that, John?
John?
Well, actually, that's an interesting point, because every child who's ever seen the movie goes bananas for it. R means parental discretion. And in fact, the language is I'm not going to say harsh, what the language is realistic in the movie. And I've had a number of people say to me, how come it got an R? Because the language, there's no nudity.
forced it to be an R.
There's no nudity. Well, there's no nudity in the film. There's no blood in the film.
There's no drugs.
No
There's
drugs.
sex.
It's completely slapstick
But,
family
I mean,
entertainment.
you go into any
great
average
music.
schoolyard, you're going to hear those words out of kids 12 and 11 years old.
quite honestly, a movie like Saturday Night Fever, which is a much rougher movie than Blues Brothers. Blues Brothers is pretty innocuous. Saturday Night Fever had
The
explicit
guy falls
sex.
off the bridge.
Had explicit sex and so, you know, that film. I don't think that R keeps young children out anymore, because I don't think theater managers are going to turn away the dollars.
Well, excuse me, though, for instance, in our area, the council has just passed an ordinance, and now any child under 17 who is admitted without parent to an R movie, they're going to be fined.
The child or the theater?
The theater is going to be fined. And so this is going to keep a lot of kids from
Well, I hope
seeing
that
the
their
movie.
parents or an older person
Yeah.
takes them.
Parents will take them.
I hope
because
so.
the parents are our age, and they will take the children.
Were you offended by the film?
Oh no, because and as you say, it's only language. But no, that's the thing about it.
But that's
I think
type
kids.
of language an inmate would use.
No, but I understand.
What an
You think
uptight
kids would
lady
love the film.
or person.
Kids, absolutely.
Gender doesn't
The
matter.
age-
She's just uptight, no matter if she's male or female. The person interviewing is named Bobby Wygant. Gosh, she's so uptight.
10, 11-year-olds, but unless their folks take them, they're not going to be able
Or
to go.
someone over it.
Belushi, he's just scratching his head. I wish I had this on camera for you, because his expressions are hilarious. He's wearing these dark sunglasses, and just from the get-go with her question about him being weird, how weird is John Belushi? He's sitting there smoking a cigarette. He looks like he's about to really lose it. It's pretty funny.
No, it has to be parent or guardian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, they're giving us a wrap-up signal, but very quickly, John,
I don't like uppity people. I don't care what their gender.
Of all the stunts in the movie, which one was the hardest, and which one are you most proud of?
Their thumb up their ass.
Hardest one.
Think they're better than everybody else.
They were all equally difficult. I
don't
very
make
proud of
mistakes.
sequences. The mall, I'm very proud of a shot in 5 days. It's quite extraordinary. The dropping, that Pinto drop is pretty extraordinary. But I think the most spectacular single stunt is the pile up under the L. And those cars keep coming. That was very complicated and was worked, I think, very well.
Okay, we're out of time, but what a joy to see you all. And again, congratulations on a wonderfully funny and entertaining movie. And
Recommend parents to take their children.
You two guys are coming to Dallas, and so I'll see you when you come to perform as the Blues Brothers in person.
Okay.
Okay.
Dallas, the city that
Thank you very
killed
much.
our president.
What?
Thank you. Thank you.
This is all off camera.
See, he is weird.
You are weird. That's the answer. He is weird. He is weird.
You're demiking her as you. Boy, what an uppity person. I can't stand uppity people. So that's the great John Belushi, who obviously is a legend in comedy and in movies. I even like Neighbors, the original Neighbors, which they eventually remade. Man, so many good movies and moments in Saturday Night Live. See, I can't play any of the clips from Saturday Night Live. NBC, Xfinity, Comcast, whatever you want to call it, who owns that stuff, they really keep that locked down. So I don't want to have a problem. So can't play any of those clips. Cheeseburger. And I like to replay Captain James T. Kirk in the last voyage of the Starship Enterprise when the show was canceled. It's a funny classic bit. Oh, man. Anyway, all right, moving on. This guy, man, good Catholic boy, lot of problems. The great Chris Farley, living in the van down by the river. He was obviously a very tortured soul, but what a funny, interesting person he was. And he lives on thanks to film and video, celluloid. But Chris Farley was born in Madison, Wisconsin, back on Saturday, February 15th, 1964. And I have a clip I want to play. It's kind of a mini bio of the great Chris Farley. And then we'll talk about some other things about Chris Farley. Just got a couple clips of Chris because he's one of my favorite heavy comedians. Fat comedians, as it were. That's the topic of tonight's Pod Blast. Famous, fat, funny people. Here we go.
The life of legendary funny man Chris Farley was one filled with laughter, but also of pain and escape. Hey guys, it's Phoebe with Watch Mojo. Today we're taking a look at the tragic life of Chris Farley.
Come on, Eileen. Oh, I swear we're living at this moment. You mean everything.
Oh, man.
While skyrocketing up the ranks of comedy royalty in the 90s, Chris Farley was also struggling with drug and alcohol abuse in order to mask his feelings of inner turmoil, which ultimately brought his short life to an end at just 33 years old. Let's take a look.
Like John Belushi?
Farley was born into a typical Midwestern middle-class family in 1964. He grew up in a suburb of Madison, Wisconsin called Maple Bluff, where his father owned an oil company and his mother tended to the family. He was an overweight child and ridiculed for his size, but turning this situation into a positive, Farley used his size to his advantage on the high school football field, thus increasing his popularity, but not really addressing the hurt he carried inside. Also, in a move that would become his trademark comedic style, Chris found that he could often mitigate cruel jokes being made about his weight by first making jokes about it himself. Thus, he relied on such fat jokes about himself to keep others from mocking him. Once in university, Farley took one step closer to making comedy his profession when he enrolled in theater classes. He ended up double majoring in theater alongside communications, and, well, as they say, the rest is history. Farley kicked off his comedy career at the Arc Improv Theater in Madison, and it wasn't long before he was invited to join the famed Second City Theater in Chicago.
Authorized personnel only.
It's okay, I'm authorized.
Yeah, you're in the wrong area. We'd like you behind the barrier, please.
Here, he'd team with soon-to-be SNL buddy Tim Meadows in hit sketches like Motivational Speaker, and became a standout on the show. Also, it was here that Farley was mentored by improv legend Del Close, the same man who mentored Chris's comedic idol in John Belushi. In a strange twist of fate, Farley and Belushi, employing similar comedic and lifestyles, would both end up dead as a result of an overdose in their 30s. But before that would happen, fame kept rushing at Chris hard and fast. Soon he was called up to Saturday Night Live in 1990, after being discovered by Lorne Michaels.
The City Steakhouse serves the best beef in town. Their sensual setting will set the mood for any romantic rendezvous.
He'd made the big time. On stage, Farley was a force to be reckoned with, and his physical, chaotic style of comedy was a massive hit on TV, as seen in such sketches as Chippendales and Matt Foley, the motivational speaker.
First off, I am 35 years old, I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river.
Like at Ark and Second City, Chris soon became a rising star on SNL, and along with other young comics like Adam Sandler, David Spade, Tim Meadows, Chris Rock, and Rob Schneider, helped create a renaissance of the show in the early 90s. But behind the scenes, Farley was spinning out of control. A bit of a prankster and practical joker, his behavior became wild and erratic off stage, and his drug and alcohol abuse began to affect his performances on stage. He was suspended from the show multiple times and forced to seek treatment for his addiction issues, but he could never stay clean.
There's this part of him that was really loving and caring and sweet. When he reverted back to the addiction, he turned, it's like the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde syndrome.
He was even threatened with being fired from SNL should he not clean up his act. Ultimately, being unable to right his downward trajectory, Farley, having angered NBC management, was fired in 1995. Yet outsiders didn't know Farley was struggling with substance abuse as his film career took off.
I'll turn this damn bus around. That'll end your precious little field trip pretty damn quick.
After first making standout appearances in hit movies like Billy Madison and Wayne's World, he then went on to star in his own popular movies like Tommy Boy and Black Sheep.
I think I got it. No way.
I think it's in there.
He was deeply unsatisfied with how Black Sheep turned out, however, as it was so similar to Tommy Boy, and this seems to have been responsible for a major downturn in his efforts to stay sober. As a result, his next project, Beverly Hills Ninja, could not begin until he underwent rehab.
Good job.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it was to be a short-lived rehabilitation period, as Farley really fell into decline after making Beverly Hills Ninja, one that he tragically would not be able to recover from. Ninja was released early in 1997, and by the time Farley made his first ever SNL host appearance in October of that year, it was obvious to viewers that his health was in serious decline. He had gained more weight, his voice was hoarse and cracking, and his face was red and flushed.
You look good, you trimmed down a little. Jay, let's face it, I have ballooned up. Now, to reduce proportion, it's nice.
But no one expected that, less than 2 months later on December 18th, 1997, Farley would be found dead in his Chicago apartment as a result of a drug overdose from cocaine and morphine. Also, coroner reports revealed that he was suffering with advanced atherosclerosis, which is a narrowing of the arteries, and this ultimately played a major role in his passing. At just 33 years of age, Farley left this world just like his hero John Belushi, young, famous, and unable to escape the pitfalls of substance abuse.
You can hear the angels laughing right now because of him.
His funeral was held in Madison, Wisconsin on December 23rd and was attended by masses of people, including good friends Adam Sandler, Chris Rock, and Phil Hartman. What the future held for
Before
Farley
Phil
can
was
only
murdered
be left to the realm of speculation.
by his crazy
but we
wife.
do know that he was originally the voice of Shrek. He may also have been considering a turn towards dramatic roles, such as portraying silent-era comedian Fatty Arbuckle. His tragic death brought all that to a close, but his legacy lives on, and Farley is still very much part of the public consciousness. His movies continue to bring laughter and joy to the hearts of his fans, both old and new alike, and his friends and former castmates keep his memory alive with wonderful stories of the kind-hearted comedian.
Then he cartwheeled around the room and slow danced with a cleaning lady. He was a one-man party. You know what I'm talking about my friend Chris Farley.
Before we continue, be sure to
Yeah,
subscribe to our channel
there it
and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You'll have the option to be
Watch
notified for
Mojo
occasional videos
on
or
YouTube.
all of them. If you're on your phone, make
Watch
sure you go into your
Mojo.
settings and switch on notifications.
.com.
Chris's memory has also been kept alive in print and on the small screen as well, with a well-received book about the comedian called The Chris Farley Show and a TV documentary entitled I Am Chris Farley. The loss of Farley weighs heavily on fans' hearts to this very day. He was just too lovable, and thus many people fell in love with him and adored him. He provided endless hours of laughter and joy to people, and he was often described as an angel that would do anything for anyone, except for himself, of course. And that's truly the tragic part of this story. The idea that his view of himself somehow resulted in his life coming to an abrupt end when it was far too short and contained so much potential still brings a tear to our eye more than 20 years after his passing.
So long, Chris. We'll miss your laugh and your beautiful blue eyes. And most of all, we'll miss your humanity. Thank you.
Chris Farley will go down in history as one of the most iconic comedians of all time. And if how his fellow comedians continue to pay homage to him to this day is any indication, he is dearly missed. What do you guys think? Let us know in the comments or tweet me at Phoebe_WM and check out this video.
Yep. So I'm going to play just an interview with him in his own words. Chris Farley at his best. Let's listen to him doing some performance art. His kind of performance art. I'm depressed. God, this is supposed to be a happy show. Oh, man. Let me get this going for you real quick. Chris Farley. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Where is it? I can't get this to go for some reason. Damn. Here, this should work. It should work, but it doesn't. Chris Farley, really important to me. Just never met him, of course. Certainly never worked with him. Just as a viewer from afar.
Curtain. Oh, look at this thing, huh? Well, you keep this curtain around here. I got two things I could do with that. I could towel dry after the shower and wipe my rear end with it. Hey, look at here.
Motivational speaker. One of his best characters.
Zip it, pal. Your showbiz antics won't give you jack squat. We got a heck of a crowd here tonight. Look at this audience. I can't see real good. Looks to me like it's golf out here. You people, you're gonna go back to Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, or wherever you're from. Your neighbors are gonna say, hey, I heard you went to Conan O'Brien's show. By God, you have a good time? Well, you're gonna be sitting there saying, I shoulda, woulda, coulda. The old man's gonna keep an eye on you, so you better get your act together.
He just did a flip. As you heard, this is an interview by Conan O'Brien. Let's listen to a little bit of this. High energy. Chris Farley. Always on the high wire.
What in God's name is that all about? Little.
You gotta work this crowd harder.
Hey, I gotta do something.
We get some oxygen in here. Oxygen, it drops down in the middle of the show. You'll be fine. Now, who is that guy? That's the motivational speaker. Where does he come from?
Well, anytime I grab motivational speaker, I can get a wacky pair of glasses. Here we go. That was written by Bob Odenkirk.
Uh-huh.
And it's also a little bit of my dad and my high school football coach. My dad would just, like, blow his stack. You know, like
that?
Oh, yeah, you know, it'd be spur of the moment, everything be honky-dory. Then all of a sudden he said, I said, does anyone want to go to Gimbel's? Thought I told you boys to shovel the walk.
So is the whole family like that? Is just your dad? Just your dad?
No, we're all pretty loud, you know. Real loud.
Wait a minute.
family.
Your mom peeked her head into one of the shows a couple of days ago, and she seemed incredibly normal, quiet, sweet.
My God, she's a tiger going anyway. She is. She's the poor saint is the only calm one in the bunch. And all my brothers, and then, and my poor mother. My God, no.
Can she restrain your dad when he's like that? Can she deal with him effectively at all when he's going?
She tries to wrestle him down. No,
You want a towel, by the way?
Sweating.
We should have a provision for hosing guests off.
Oh, Tubby hose down.
Oh,
okay.
no.
When Tubby falls down, everybody goes home happy.
The falling down helps, right?
Yeah.
Always gets a laugh.
Yeah, it breaks the ice a little bit.
You're a very physical performer. Nothing goes with you. Is that right?
I like to be manhandled. I like to, no. Yeah, I
Would you
do.
like me
It's
to
like a first hit in football. It takes the butterflies away. Because I was backstage like going, oh, God, they're going to know I'm dumb. So I just fall down and try to do something physical. Usually doesn't work. Yeah. No.
But they love you for it.
Hey, do you?
You big burly bear. All right, we gotta go. We'll have more with Chris Farley when we come back, so stick around. Yeah, man.
So that's number 7 on my list. I got 20 comedians for you that are heavy or fat, if you will. Fat, famous, funny people. And again, I think people that have weight are the funniest comedians of all. Whether they're male, female, black, white, doesn't matter.
You know who I like is the brunette over there.
You gotta be heavy.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta be heavy set, big boned to be funny.
Yeah. You know, she's
to
more
qualify
your
on this
type,
list.
Actually. Yeah.
She's my type, all right.
Yeah.
I think she likes me, man.
Yeah, I really do. I think she does.
Remember he played a female
I don't know,
flight
man.
attendant
2 of us, 2 of them.
on Saturday Night Live.
I hear you, friend. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hi there.
Oh, what am I doing?
What's the matter?
I got a girlfriend, Conan.
Yeah?
Margaret O'Rourke, yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
She's a
That's
good
great.
Irish lassie, and I'm sitting here catting around with some page. I shouldn't,
No, well, don't worry. You're allowed to look. You're not dead.
Right, I can look. I just can't order off the menu.
All right, now, Chris, how long you been on Saturday Night Live? You've been there a while, a couple years.
My God, it's my 4th season this year.
What's it like? What's it like for you now? Has it changed for you since you first arrived, a fresh-faced cub from Wisconsin?
Yeah, it is. Like, now I feel like we're seniors this year, you know, me and Adam Sandler, Tim Meadows, and all the guys, we kind of like, oh, yeah!
Yeah.
Good buddies, we hang out, you know?
That's right. You have the good lockers.
We got the good lockers, yeah, because when we first got there, it was like, Dana Carvey would be sitting there going, get the church lady a cup of coffee. You know? So he said, Dana Carvey used to say, make sure I get up to the comedy buffet, and then you let yourself get in there and get a few crumbs here and there. Well, now who's getting the crumbs? I don't know.
No, but you made a lot of friends there. Things have changed. You know, were you in you know?
We haze the new guys now.
Oh, really? You give them a hard time?
Yeah, me and Sandler and Timmy, we go, you know, we gave them a little trouble up at Mohunk.
What's Mohunk? You have like that's
we
a
all
retreat
go up
you
there
guys
as a
have.
retreat. Yeah, everyone, cast and crew and everything like that.
This is before the season starts. You all
Before
get
the
away.
season starts, we just get a little, you know, fraternization and camaraderie. We sit and wrestle.
You can't use your hands anymore.
Okay.
It's a new rule.
Oh, but we razzed all the new guys, like Dave Mandel, one of the new writers. We took him and wrecked his room and put shampoo and toothpaste in his bed and hung his underwear on the lamp and stuff.
Chris, you're in your 40s. What are you doing?
Well,
it's going to go too
30
far, isn't it?
32
I'm
or
going to start branding guys with a hot iron. Hey, it's funny.
You want to be part of the game?
All right, so rest in peace to the great Chris Farley. Now here is a really immortal comedian, really made a mark in comedy and television history, the great Jackie Gleason, who's number 8 on my list. And this is in no particular order. I just grouped women first, and then African-American women, and now the men. So here's number 8, Jackie Gleason, born John Herbert Gleason on Saturday, February 26th, 1916, in Bushwick, New York, New York. And of course, Jackie Gleason's film roles included The Hustler as Minnesota Fats, another billiards pool movie, of course, which co-starred Paul Newman, whom we talked about earlier tonight. And of course, how could forget Smokey the Bandit, Buford T. Justice, I'm going to barbecue your ass, bandit! That's a bad impression. Yeah. And he was in all 3 of the movies. There were 3 Smokey the Bandit movies from 1977 to 1983, which co-starred Burt Reynolds, of course, at least in the first 2 movies. Along with the Great One, his moniker was Mr. Saturday Night because his show, The Jackie Gleason Show, aired on Saturday night, and movie theaters had a problem back in the 1950s and in the early 60s with the American Scene magazine, another show he did, because people didn't go to the movies. They stayed home in front of their TV sets to see the great Jackie Gleason, a funny, heavy set comedian. And I have a couple clips, of course. These aren't too long, but this is Jackie Gleason on 2020 before he passed away, of course. And he died on Wednesday, June 24th, 1987, at the age of 71. He made Miami his home when he left New York. So let's listen to a little bit of Jackie Gleason on 2020, the news magazine show on ABC, of course. And this is something I've never played on the Pod Blast before, even though we've talked about the Honeymooners and we talked about Jackie. But here is a interview I've never featured before. Let's listen. And there's some funny clips from the Honeymooners as well. Let's see. To the moon, Alice! Bang! Zoom!
It was the 1950s, and Americans were looking for a good time. We just couldn't get enough of fun and games and brand new toys.
The hula hoop.
Television was the best new toy on the block, and we were buying them. The number of sets in use skyrocketing from 6,000 in 1946 to 22 million by 1952.
And that's why movie theaters went to widescreen. In the beginning, movies were the same size, roughly, as a television set would be. And so they expanded the CinemaScope to compete and draw people in away from the television sets to watch the big screen and pay for all those concessions, popcorn and candy and cigarettes.
Around our favorite TV shows and TV stars. This man became Mr. Saturday Night. Jackie Gleason was a man who had searched for years for just the right place to show off his talents. Television was that place. The marriage of the big man and the little box was to be a magical one. Gleason brought to television his lavish touch, his vitality, and like the handful of other entertainers who made it big on this young medium, he was welcomed in millions of American homes.
How sweet it is. I knew that nobody could be on television week after week as themselves and exist for any length of time, because no one has that rich a personality where they can show up as themselves every week. So I knew that I had to create some characters.
Reggie Van Gleason III awaits outside.
Each Each Gleason character was distinct, from theme music to costume to gesture.
For instance, Reggie, he was always dressed in tails, which he associated with having a good time. He was ready for a good time at all times. So he was psychologically constructed.
Joe the bartender was the neighborhood homespun philosopher.
All the other characters were more or less constructed from what I considered to be what they would do in real life.
No ice. You'll have to drink this room temperature.
Rum Dum was always drunk and always getting in his own way. And the most vulnerable of all, the poor soul, who never said a word.
There has to be pathos. It is difficult for people to appreciate their own laughter unless you show them some pathos along the way. Because without that, it's a one-dimensional effort you're making.
Steve Allen, no stranger to success, comedy and television, also studies and writes about the art of comedy.
Gleason as a comedian has one quality which most, even very successful comedians, do not have: the ability to make you feel actively, emotionally sorry for him, sympathetic to him. Stan Laurel had that quality. Woody Allen does in some of his realistic roles, at least. Chaplin could, of course. There are very few others.
No character won as many American hearts as this one: Brooklyn bus driver Ralph Cramden. The Honeymooners began as a sketch on the larger Jackie Gleason show. It went on to become television's first major spin-off. This series of 39 classic episodes, co-starring Art Carney, Audrey Meadows, and Joyce Randolph, has rarely been off the air in reruns in a quarter of a century. Today, these shows enjoy a cult status among viewers young enough to be grandchildren of the Cramdens.
I'll be very proud if you win the $600.
$600? Peanuts, peanuts. What am I going to do with peanuts?
Eat 'em like any other elephant.
Gleason drew most of the material for the Honeymooners from his own childhood in Brooklyn. Even the Cramdens' address, 358 Chauncey Street, was the actual building in which Jackie spent several boyhood years. Gleason has traveled many miles from that modest Brooklyn home to this serene lakefront setting in Inverary, Florida. He has found success both critically and financially. But even today, the memories of his tough early years are as real as if they were yesterday.
My father disappeared when I was about 7 years old, never to show up again. And my mother died when I was quite young. And I didn't start school till I was 8 years old, because I had a brother who died when he was 14. And then with my father leaving, I was the only thing left that my mother had, and she was overly attentive to me, and she didn't even want me to go to school. Now, I was never allowed out in the street to play with the other kids. I would sit on the window and watch all the kids playing. There was never enough to eat. As a matter of fact, I had to go to a shop where they gave you food, and my mother would send me twice a week to go and pick up some bread or some spaghetti or something. And they always had big labels on it, free food. So the first thing I did when I got out of the store was tear that label off. I was so embarrassed by it. So naturally, when I could afford to get food, I got a lot of it. So it certainly started by the fact that I didn't have things as a child, and I was determined to get them, which I think is a good thing. It gave me ambition anyway.
Jackie coupled his ambition with a dream. He had once seen a vaudeville show, and he was going to be a star. He had no interest in school, so he played hooky and hung around pool halls. After 8th grade, he quit altogether. He entered local amateur night contests and took some odd jobs. always living with his mother until age 19.
The day she died, the day we buried her, I had 36 cents. And we came back from the funeral, and we were sitting on the stoop, and the Dunnies said to me, well, what are you going to do? I said, I guess I'll go to New York.
It was 1935. For 15 years, Jackie struggled personally and professionally. At age 20, he married Genevieve Halford, and they had 2 daughters. The marriage was troubled from the start, but for religious reasons, they would not divorce for another 20 years. Gleason was already getting a reputation for his love of a drink and a good time. And rich or poor, he always picked up the tab. His weight fluctuated wildly, a problem which would plague him all his life. His professional journey took him from 2-bit clubs to fancy New York night spots, sometimes earning $1,500 one week and nothing the next. He tried Hollywood with a series of small parts in Warner Brothers films. He tried Broadway, radio, even early television, playing Chester A. Riley on the first TV adaptation of The Life of Riley.
Jackie Gleason. Let's listen to a little more of this. There's not much more to it, but he broke his leg, too, on the Jackie Gleason show while performing. He did a flip in 1954. So he broke his leg.
Finally, he got a chance to mold his own television show, on screen and off. And the magic was finally born.
We shall reconstruct the crime. First, you kiss Miss Birchbark. Mel. And you had a drink that made you feel gay and in the mood to dance. I feel like dancing.
Like everything else in Gleason's life, when he became a star, he became a big one in 1954, becoming the highest-paid entertainer on television.
Like that.
With Gleason dolls, toys, and even comic books. Grocery store sales and traffic were reported down on Saturday night. The owner of the Cordial Bar next to Studio 50 in New York City still remembers.
The line was from here to 8th Avenue. To get a ticket was harder than to get to see the president. People were offering all kinds of money. More money than you pay for a legitimate show to get a ticket to see the show.
Is it true that you literally didn't rehearse a lot of those things? And just...
I didn't rehearse at all. I would sit and have a stand-in walk through, unless there was some difficult move that we had to, that necessitated my getting up and getting in it. And I wouldn't have worked that way if it upset Connie or Meadows, but as I've told you before, they could do a show in the middle of the Civil War and it wouldn't bother.
Attention, Rangers! I want all you Rangers at home to recite the Captain Video Ranger pledge.
Gleason's co-stars, whatever their later achievements, still hold a special place in their hearts for the show that launched them and for the man.
All right, that did it. All right, out! Get out!
Academy Award winner Art Carney.
Boy, he was so generous with with his talent, along with my talent, you know, that he just gave me free rein. And there's not too many comedy stars that have their own show that can do that.
Art Carney and Jackie Gleason were, I think, the best comedy team since Laurel and Hardy. And it's interesting that they have in common
Steve Allen
the factor of being good actors.
His humor and mine just seemed to click. I knew that I had to be on my toes because I was with a heavyweight. Not physically.
Yes, physically.
You know what I mean.
Actress and businesswoman Audrey Meadows won an Emmy for her portrayal of Alice in The Honeymooners.
And I've always said that Jackie has a guardian angel watching over him. Whatever he does seems to just work like magic. Everything he did was larger than life. And having done that before he was a big star, it was just born in him. I think he just knew he was destined for stardom.
All right, then listen to this. Get something in your head, Alice. I'm the king here, remember that. This house is my castle. I'm the king. Remember that. King, king, king. You are nothing. A peasant. This is my house, my castle. I'm the king.
Gleason always thought like a king, with new lands to conquer. He even traveled like one, renting the most luxurious trains filled with a large entourage and musicians and plenty to eat and drink. At every stop, he was greeted by his adoring fans. In 1964, the Great Gleason Express took him to a new home, Florida, and a new love, golf. Creatively, Gleason always moved on, winning highest dramatic honors, Broadway's Tony, and an Academy Award nomination for this portrayal of Minnesota Fats in The Hustler, starring Paul Newman.
You shoot a good stick. Fats, let you and I shoot a game of straight pool.
The film drew upon his dramatic ability and his lifelong passion for pool. With another film, Gigot, Gleason expanded still further, writing both this touching story of a lonely mute and its musical score. Without formal training, he composed, among other songs, the themes to both The Honeymooners and The Jackie Gleason Show, and he orchestrated over 55 albums, which he lovingly calls vanilla music.
By humming it, he would hum it. On camera, you can see this is a cassette tape, Jackie Gleason, best of. And that's true. I think that's an amazing statistic. Let me continue here. It's almost over. It's just another couple minutes.
Other film triumphs include a memorable performance as a tough boxing manager in Requiem for a Heavyweight, and most recently...
Good morning, Sheriff.
Oh, good morning, nice lady. The films Smokey and the Bandit and its sequel, Smokey 2, both starring Burt Reynolds and both colossal box office winners, have, like the Honeymooners reruns, brought Gleason a whole new generation of fans. Today, at his Florida home, Gleason keeps up with his current projects and hobbies. The largest room is an elaborate playroom, which reminds us of the child in the man, the Brooklyn child who has come so far. Naturally, at the room's center is a huge sunken bar.
And also, these chairs are set in tight, so no matter how loaded you get, you can't fall out.
As Jackie Gleason nears his 65th birthday this week, has he slowed down? 2 years ago, after 6.5 hours of open-heart surgery, it was suggested that he should.
I figured if they fixed me, they fixed me.
Right.
And that meant that I could continue to smoke, although that's a stupid habit, smoking. And I drink as much as I used to. If there's an occasion, in the old days, if a button fell off of Lawrence Welk's shirt, that was enough to start a party. These days, I have to have a little more incentive than that.
Has he gotten everything he dreamed of as a boy?
When you first begin to make money and become a success, you say to yourself, I better get all these things I wanted. Because how fruitless it would be if you could afford these things and didn't get them. So you accumulate everything. And then you begin to realize that the materialistic things aren't of a great value. It's just getting them. Once you've got them, they lose all the greatness.
Gleason got fame and wealth earlier in life, but in later years, he got something more. The girl he left behind. Marilyn Taylor, a former June Taylor dancer and June's little sister.
Right. Marilyn and I had gone together 25 years ago. And we were very much in love. But I couldn't get a divorce, and Marilyn didn't want to waste her time. She was too fine a woman to do that.
Marilyn went off to Chicago and married a businessman. Meanwhile, Jackie didn't get his divorce from his first wife for another 20 years. But then in 1974, after a short second marriage, he called up Marilyn, who was recently widowed. They had not seen each other in all those years. They were married soon after.
Well, when we first fell in love, well, you think that everything's going to work out. And unfortunately, it couldn't.
I never thought that we would have to wait as many years. And when it didn't work out back in the 50s, never in the world would I have dreamed that we would have ended up being married.
Happy endings, like happy birthdays, were familiar to the honeymooners.
What's that?
Happy birthday, Ralph.
Baby, you're the greatest.
Wish you the happiest birthday in the world, Jack. I wish I were there to give you a big hug.
Hey, Ralph. Happy 65th birthday.
Happy birthday, Ralph. Happy birthday to you, Ralph. Happy birthday to you. Happy, whoop, happy birthday to you, Ralph. Happy birthday to you. How sweet it is.
So that would have been, according to my calculations, 1981 when that interview was conducted for 2020. And then just a few years later, all along as that was conducted in Florida, he had a bunch of films stuffed in a vault, his retirement fund. Even though he was loaded, he didn't need any more money. He had the lost episodes, which were kinescopes of live skits featuring the honeymooners from the live 1-hour Jackie Gleason show, which aired on first Dumont Network and then CBS starting in 1952. Tons of skits he had on reel-to-reel films. And a kinescope, briefly, is just, I've mentioned it before, but not everyone hears every moment of the show. It's where a film camera would record a monitor. You know, they didn't have videotape yet. And so what would happen is to transmit a live show coast to coast, or to just preserve it, Jackie would film the monitor with a film camera and filming the monitor that the studio audience, the live studio audience, would see as it was done live. And so he had these in the vault, hundreds of sketches beyond the classic 39, which were produced in the 1955 to 1956 television season, which was one season. So wow, back then 39 episodes would be made in a season, unlike today where 22 episodes is a full television season. But I love Jackie Gleason, and so in 1984, he had a big press conference, and he announced an exclusive on Showtime Pay Cable. They would start airing the hidden episodes of The Honeymooners, and they released them on VHS too. MPI Home Video released the hidden episodes. They were called the lost episodes on Showtime, the hidden episodes on home video with MPI. So he would die in 1987, some 3 years after he released the lost and hidden episodes. So he managed to have another big payday. And Jackie Gleason's just one of my favorite rotund comedians of all time. Moving on to number 9, Ralphie May, who is no longer with us. He died way too young, just like Chris Farley and John Belushi. He was born on Thursday, February 17th, 1972 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This guy does say, I remember in this clip, I did hear the N-word. So be warned. I don't condone it. Other than that, it's a little raunchy. But besides that, it was really funny. Ralphie May. This is titled, These Are Glorious Times. Ralphie May, I'll just say before I play the clip, he passed away. Just to give you warning, there's, of course, adult language. And I'm warning you, there is the use of the N-word in this clip. But he passed away at age 45 on Friday, October 6th, 2017 from cardiac arrest. Ralphie May. Let's listen to a clip. And I don't think this is long, but it's very harsh. Very, very harsh. And we lost, guys. So I mentioned Meatloaf already. God, so many. In 2022 already, it's been a harsh year with a lot of talent going away temporarily from us, but their work lives on forever. thanks to video and film. Okay, here's Ralphie May. Now, again, hide the kids.
Hey, thanks for clapping till I almost got my fat ass up to the microphone. I appreciate you. Bunch of dicks. Hey, give a round of applause for my pal Brad Williams. Come on, y'all. He's awesome. I love Brad.
Let me try to censor it.
I
don't
go
like
drinking with him though, man. Don't go fucking drinking with Brad Williams. He gets drunk, gets a little salty. He, last night at the bar, he had like 12 thimbles of whiskey and he was all fucked up. Gets touchy. I was like, Brad, you know you're my favorite fucking midget. And he's like, man, stop calling me midget. It's little people. And I'm like, no, that's too vague. A little people could be a kid or a midget or a Filipino.
Okay. I'm a little person. I'm not a midget, as he says. But, you know, that's why don't get offended when I'm talking about fat people, fat comedians being the funniest of all. Because, I mean, I'm a little guy, and I don't get offended by short people got no reason. I'll put the clip back on. You want to hear him, not me. I get it. But that Randy Newman song, it doesn't offend me. I'm not offended being called a midget. But anyway, just be warned. Here comes some harsh language and stuff.
I mean, he gets mad. He goes, well, then call me a dwarf. No, you're not in the direct possession of a battle axe. I'm not going to call you a fucking dwarf. If you're a dwarf, I'm a dragon. Get the fuck out of here. Then he said the word midget was as offensive as the word nigger is. And I'm like, really, Brad? There wasn't 400 years of slavery of midgets. Okay? We didn't have y'all picking cotton on your tippy toes. I told him I've had it up to here with his ass about that shit. It's like, he's awesome. This is my third time in Canada. First time I was here, I was in Winnipeg in February. Fuck me. It was so goddamn, it was negative 42 degrees. Fuck, that's too cold. I've never been that cold before. It's like, let's leave. Come on, y'all. They had a record for snowfall. They had 38 inches of snow in 12 hours. Holy shit. I'm from the South. The only snow we get comes up from Colombia. You don't measure that shit in inches.
Okay. That's a sign. I should cut the clip, probably. Ralphie May.
So I walked outside eating a carrot. I about got my eyes poked out. People thinking I was Frosty the fucking Snowman. I'm like, Jesus. I got hit on by a hooker when I was in Winnipeg. That's the heart of an entrepreneur right there. You know what I'm saying? If you're selling pussy when it's negative 42 degrees, bitch, you need the money, okay? I can love you. She came up to me, freeze her ass. You want a blowjob? Not from your chattering ass, I don't. Fuck no. You can do it, my dick look like a Tic Tac. I ain't got no time. I might see you in July, but... I got a 6-inch dick. Just medium. It's a legit measure. I'm not trying to hurt nobody.
But it's fat, right?
I know, girls, it's weird for you to hear a guy say he's only got a medium dick. Because you've been conditioned that you want the biggest dick possible. Probably not. See, girls, big old dicks are like a CD player in a Dodge Neon. It sounds good, but it ain't. I mean, girls, you've all had a cock way too big for you, right? You, especially y'all. Okay, all right? Lots of dick. All right. Girls, you've all had a cock way too big for you, right? Let's go back to that night, shall we? Did that guy go down on you for an hour to get that pussy ready for that monster cock?
How crude.
I'll take that as a no, okay?
How crude.
All right. Did he spoon feed it into your pussy meat?
God, I'm gonna have to cut this.
Saying sweet
I heard
things
this part.
while he did it. Shh, shh, shh.
Oh, jeez.
Breathe in. Just 9 more inches.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Okay.
No, he didn't do that, did he? He fucking spit slapped it. And then punched you in the fucking liver, didn't he?
Rest in peace, Ralphie May. I got to cut that clip. I haven't heard any more beyond that, and I shudder to think about what he might have said. He definitely was funny, but damn, that's a bit raw right there. But hey, as Ryan taught me, there's no rules in comedy, not if you're doing it right. That's for sure. And I am against censorship. Number 10 on the list, the great John Candy, in our list of fat, famous comedians. And he really wasn't a stand-up comedian. He did sketch comedy and improv and acting, and he was in so many great movies. But John Candy was born of all days, Halloween Day. Born with the birth name John Franklin Candy on Tuesday, October 31st, 1950. And he lived until Friday, March 4th, 1994. A beloved actor, comedian. He was in such iconic films, including Stripes, National Lampoon's Vacation, Splash, Cool Runnings, Summer Rental, The Great Outdoors, Spaceballs, and Uncle Buck, as well as some dramatic roles like in Only the Lonely and JFK. One of John Candy's most renowned on-screen performances was as Dale Griffith, the talkative shower curtain ring salesman in the John Hughes comedy film Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I do have a clip of John Candy. Let me just play this for you now. It's called That's Life, John Candy, if you want to look this up. But this isn't a terribly visual clip. This is an interesting, I think, interesting pod blast. A little bit sometimes depressing pod blast. When you hear about behind a great comedian is tragedy. And we're certainly hearing that tonight. But let's listen to a little bit of John Candy's story in his own words.
I don't have to introduce most of you to John Candy. You probably know his brilliant, funny work from television, in films, or on the stage. But the John Candy we're about to meet, you may not know. Why? Because we met him at his home. And he wasn't dying to make us laugh. He was just relaxing with his family and reflecting on what has been so far an amazing career. We're here in what's kind of a retreat for you, a place which I imagine you don't see that often. Do you have any idea how big a star you are in your hometown?
No.
Do you know that when you appear on screen in Stripes, I've been told that people cheer? They say, "There's John Candy, our hero."
That's nice to hear.
Is any of that sinking in, or is it just weird?
It's very weird, you know. It's hard to relate to. Yeah, I still have to change the kitty litter every night. Every 3 days. A week. Okay, once a week I change the kitty litter. No, it's hard. This is the house, you know. This is my home. I feel comfortable here. I like New York, but New York drives me crazy. It's just so... Especially, I go crazy there. I like it. You know, it's too much of a good thing. There's everything. John Belushi said when he was trying to convince me to do Saturday Night Live, and he said, and he played Frank Sinatra's New York, New York. And he said, "Look, New York is Rome. This is Rome. Everything is in New York." And he's right, I guess, in a way. I just like the suburbs of Rome, I guess.
John's suburb of Rome is a pleasant home in rural Ontario, a quiet place with a barn and pond, and he can relax there.
Over there, that's where the Martians landed. And then they left this water. I don't drink it.
Now, of all the characters that you've made, I suppose the one that's most had its impression on me is Johnny LaRue, and I don't think I'm alone in that.
Kids love LaRue. you know, because he's such a sleaze. You know, he's a loudmouth, pompous idiot. He's always getting in trouble, and his shady connections with the mob. He's an interesting character.
And you're proud of what you do?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very proud of what I do. I'm very proud of the show. I'm very proud of Second City. Now people are going to see me and go, oh, that's all he does. This is how I think of ideas. I'll sit out here for maybe 14 hours and try to think of something. This is very difficult.
In a hammock,
I usually
swinging,
don't think of anything
swaying.
out here.
How are you as a husband?
As a husband? Geez, real bad, I guess, because I'm hardly here. I'm an actor.
And your father.
Yeah, that's great. There's my daughter over there, Jennifer, which is the best thing that ever happened to me.
So success hasn't changed you. It's a corny question, but do you feel it has?
I guess in a way, maybe it has a little bit. Sure, you know, my attitudes are, I'm a little more cynical, I think, now than I was before. And that's bad. I'm trying to change that.
What's it like to go out trying to be funny when you feel terrible, when you feel cynical? When you feel
well, working with this group, it's real easy. It's very easy. I mean, if you're down, somebody will pick you up, and if they're down, you try to pick them up. It's really good. It's a good group. And it's the best television I've worked on, and the people I just respect so much. I really respect everyone's talent on the show.
You're lucky, in a way, do you figure, to have found this to do, John? Do you think?
Oh, God, I wouldn't know what I'd be doing if it wasn't this. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just so fortunate. I really am so fortunate.
And what does your own family feel about having a famous son?
It's hard on them. You know, it's hard in a way. I'm sure they like it in a way, but it's hard. My brother, I think, doesn't like it that much. It's always, you're John's brother. He's my older brother, too, so that's even worse than an older brother. I feel terrible about that, but not much you can do, really.
Walking with John through his property, the pressures of being a television and movie star seem far removed. He grew up around here, and owning a place like this has always been a dream for him. The time that John Candy gets to spend here is precious. He's on the road at least 5 months of the year. Here, he spends that valuable time with his wife Rose and his daughter Jennifer. He has the time to enjoy the fruits of his success, and sometimes he reflects on what it was that got him where he is now.
Second City really did it for me, you know. I was working in Toronto doing commercials, underground theater, and good underground theater. I was in the production of Creeps. Second City just, I really grew up when I went there in a lot of ways. I learned what life was like. It was my first time away from home, really, and away from the city, from the womb. And it was Chicago, you know. Bars were open till 5 in the morning. It was good times. I was meeting all sorts of interesting people. And I was learning my craft, which I never understood at that point. I'm just now understanding what I was learning then.
A lot of temptations down there, too.
Oh, sure there was. Sure there was. And I exploited all of them. It was fun. It was great. I had a great time. I really learned a lot.
So success hasn't spoiled John Candy?
Well, if this is spoiled, yeah, I guess I am.
John Candy sadly passed away at the age of 43 back in 1994. What a great actor and comedian. Number 11 on the list. Now, I said earlier when Jason called in that I don't consider Steve Harvey to be fat or, rotund. So maybe I shouldn't have this gentleman on the list because they're about the same size, I think. But number 11 on my list, in no particular order, is 57-year-old comic Cedric the Entertainer. And Cedric the Entertainer was born as Cedric Antonio Kyles in Jefferson City, Missouri on Friday, April 24th, 1964. He's a stand-up comic and game show host. He's hosted BET's Comic View during the 1993 to 1994 season and Def Comedy Jam. I almost got that backwards. No, I don't have dyslexia. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And Def Comedy Jam in 1995. Cedric is best known for co-starring with Steve Harvey, speaking of Steve Harvey, on the WB network sitcom The Steve Harvey Show, as one of the original kings of comedy. That's probably when Steve Harvey had that, what I think was a hairpiece. Nothing wrong with that, just saying. He's one of the original kings of comedy, and he's known for starring as Eddie Walker in Barbershop, the movie. Cedric the Entertainer, as he's known, has hosted the 12th season of the daytime version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in 2013 to 2014, and he starred in the TV Land original series The Soul Man, which aired from 2012 to 2016. Cedric has also done voice work for Ice Age, the Madagascar film series, the new Charlotte's Web, Planes, and Planes Fire and Rescue. Cedric the Entertainer currently stars on the CBS sitcom The Neighborhood. In 2019, Cedric received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I'm going to play a little clip of Cedric doing some stand-up from back in the day, not too long ago. And it's right here. Thanks for being with me. And this is another long pod blast, but it's winding down. I just have a few more clips to play, and then we'll talk about something else as we say before we say goodnight. All right, here's Cedric.
Now we're going to do something for the weekend, you know. He was like, said, let's do this comedy thing. And I was like, all right. And he was like, cool. And I was like, damn, so you going to say something? He was like, nah. You know, so that's how that went, you know. So he's doing his part right now. He ain't saying a damn thing this evening. I like the beard, Shaggy. Shaggy got all them names, you know. He the big cactus. The big Aristotle. He grew that beard. He over there looking like the big Baron Davis right now. Look at that. Look like remember Baron Davis had that big ass beard. That's how your ass look. That's my dog though. Shaggy been that big for a long time though. I mean, you know, he was born like 6'1". Look at Baby Shoe as an 11. Got them hanging across the window like. Sometime in life you wish you was that tall, but you know, it's others I don't know if I would want to be that damn big. I don't know, I wouldn't want to raise nobody that big. I don't know if I would have, you know, had no big ass kid every time, Daddy, I'm hungry, you know, this was, God damn. Come in your room, can I borrow your church shoes? I got an assembly at school tomorrow. What? It's thunderstorming outside. Ooh, can I get in the bed with y'all? I'm scared. You don't get your big ass out of here. But I'm 8. Michael Phelps and smoking that weed. You know you ain't supposed to smoke and swim. Everybody know that shit. But when you think about it, he deserved an extra medal for that shit, because you do everything slow when you high. This nigga was actually going faster. He must have had some of that ooh-wee. See, that is terrible that so many people know what ooh is. No. Got A-Rod on the steroids. Damn, A-Rod. I wasn't even really tripping off baseball because a lot of baseball players been on that shit. I mean, you know, I ain't really going to point nobody out. But, you know, I mean, I saw Barry Bonds one time in life. And this thing got a big-ass head, dog. I'm just saying, anytime you got to wear a button-up wife beater, nigga, yo, shit, nigga.
Barry's in the news, Barry Bonds, about the Hall of Fame and stuff.
When you got to go to Pottery Barn to get a straw hat, nigga, is I'm just saying, you know, lower the dosage. And
not cool.
My president is black, man. Y'all got to give it up for brother.
This is in the Obama years. All right.
Shit. That's a hard-ass job right there.
Half black, to be honest now.
Okay, good, because I love asking people, they be trying to say it. But
that's a fact. Not a judgment, that's a fact. Half black. Like, what's that duck? Half black! I'm kidding.
What?
Half black!
It was a bigger fat man, lifetime, you know, lifetime experience right there. You know, the thing about it is that Barack, you know, came in when the whole world going on. They just trying to pass the stimulus package now, but nigga, they had everything going wrong, and the man just quit smoking. Shit, and as soon as he got off, he probably just gonna open up a pack of cigarettes.
All right, we got to move on. Number 12, John Goodman. The 69-year-old was born on Friday, June 20th, 1952, in Afton, Missouri. And I'm going to play a brief clip. I'm going to try to speed things along as we wind down this pod blast. Let Here's John Goodman with, of course, the great David Letterman. Now, he is heavy, John Goodman. He's lost weight in recent years, but he definitely qualifies as fat.
I just want to thank Tony Mendez for his service to our country, first of all.
What did you do? Are these fresh?
You know, at the hotel, you all put me up at the Terminal Merchant Sailors
Sure.
over by the bus station. I was going to get some fresh air. I was sliding the window open, and the whole damn thing came down.
The glass came out of the frame and cut your...
It just shattered.
Oh.
Just I'm stronger than I look.
Yeah. How bad are the injuries? I mean,
Not bad. They just bleed a lot.
Yeah. Well, thank you for persevering.
Thank you.
You're a true pro and a true.
If I could get Dr. Lofkowitz.
Yeah. No, he's back at the hotel now.
I had purchased some pills from him earlier. Just why I'm so damn perky.
Let me. You look great. Where are you in the scale of? I know it's none of my business, but sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. Where do you find yourself?
I'm about in the middle, nice and cozy. Yeah.
You comfortable with it?
Yeah.
You look good.
Yeah.
Tell me about living in New Orleans, and you're not. Are you from New Orleans?
I'm not from
St. Louis.
From St. Louis. Yeah.
What drew you to New Orleans?
I have no idea. I've always loved it down there. It's just something in the air that there was an extra chromosome in me missing that was filled down there.
Is it the climate? Is it the culture?
It's all of it. It's the culture. It's the music. It's nonstop. It's just a beautiful place.
Right. And you've lived there how long now?
About 15 years.
15 years. Yeah. And so you lived through the nightmare of Katrina and the recovery and so forth?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how are things now?
Everything's swell. It's a great place to go and visit and bring the kids. There's a lot to do.
Yeah. Now, if I wanted to, say Paul and I wanted to go down there, could you show us places where there was great music?
Well, I don't go out.
Oh.
I can warm up the high five for you.
Yeah.
No, I'm joshing.
Yeah. But see, I don't know. You walk through like Bourbon Street and you hear bands coming out of this one and that one and this one. How do you know where the really good stuff is in terms of music?
Ask somebody who lives there. They'll tell you. I mean, there's a lot of papers with that information. Use the internet. Get on your computer or device and use your internet.
Yeah. Now,
New Orleans.
Do you go out and listen to music there?
I do sometimes, yeah.
What about the food? The food is unparalleled.
It's yummy.
Yeah.
Especially the Lucky Dogs.
The Lucky Dogs? What is a Lucky Dog?
Lucky Dog is a foot-long dog on the sidewalk. And
yeah. And what about the seafood, the oysters and the little crayfish, the crawfish?
Crawfish,
yeah.
Yeah, it's all good in season, and it's usually season's pretty good. I think crawfish is out of season right now, but everything else is there.
Uh-huh. And what about the local beer? Do they still have local beer there?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I'm retired.
Oh. And right across the way there, they make the Tabasco hot sauce, don't they?
Yeah, in New Iberia, Louisiana. There's a great local brewery up above the lake.
What do they call it?
Beer. Abita Brewer.
Abita Brewer?
Abita Beer.
Abita Beer.
And by the way, he was here in Atlanta in the revival of the Blues Brothers. House of Blues, John Goodman. Sort of picking up where Belushi left off.
Abita, Louisiana.
Back in '96.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Now let's talk a little bit about the Argo, based on a true story. And
an old joke.
And an old joke. What is the old joke?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Argo.
Argo who?
Argo, yourself.
I will. The first. No, you're being okay. You're being smart, but I will. I absolutely will. Thank you.
I
for
can't.
That tip. No, I'll stop it.
No action for Johnny tonight.
Mm-hmm. But the movie, you and Alan Arkin are tremendous in the movie. Had you worked with him before?
I'd never worked with him before, and a lot of people don't know he's 28 years old.
Really?
That's what kind of an amazing actor he is.
That is a remarkable
Just looks
portrayal.
like he's 78.
And Ben Affleck, not only as the star, but also the director. Had you worked with him in either capacity?
I'd never met him before. He called me up. I went to meet him and told me this fantastic story that I'd never heard before. I had no idea that it actually happened.
No, if I knew it, I forgot about it. And what is the story? Let's tell.
It is when the embassy takeover in 1979 in Tehran. They took a bunch of American hostages. 6 embassy workers escaped.
At the very last minute, got out.
And they were hidden by the Canadian embassy. The Canadians were kind enough to take them in. They'd been rejected elsewhere and hid them for quite some time. And this man, Tony Mendez, thank you, Tony. Went in with a preposterous story of wanting to film a movie, a Canadian movie in Tehran and Iran, and spirited the people away.
Yeah, was able to, right under their noses, walk these people out, get them on the airplane, and everybody was fine. And it's just a remarkable story. And many of the people involved at the time still living. Your character was not still alive. But what did you know about that guy, old-time makeup artist?
Mr. Chambers, John Chambers, was the first makeup artist to win an Academy Award in 1969. He invented the Spock ears, the Planet of the Apes makeup. Yeah.
Wow.
Very well respected.
Yeah. Let's take a look at a clip here, John.
And he designed in Lost in Space a Dr. Smith mask for an episode called Space Destructors from season 3, where there's multiple Smiths and an android machine gone awry is creating androids in the image of Dr. Smith. And also he did an episode called Fugitives in Space towards the end of the final season of the original Lost in Space, not the one on Netflix that's currently on Netflix, the 3 seasons there, but in the old show, now owned by Disney. He designed ape makeup for a creature named Creech, who was played by an actor who went on to star in Hill Street Blues. What's his name? Michael Conrad. He had a wandering eye. I think he had a glass eye. Anyway, he played Creech, who was like a criminal. And Smith and West are sentenced to this really hot prison planet. And this guy Creech, it's the same makeup basically as used that year, that summer, when they filmed the first Planet of the Apes, released in '68, but shot in '67. So anyway, continuing.
Do you know?
Great makeup artist.
I think I'm in the restaurant with Tony Mendez.
Okay, here we go. It's John Goodman, Ben Affleck from Margot. Take a look. Opened earlier today. I'm telling you, I'll take all of that you got. John Goodman. Well, it's a wonderful story. Great job in the film, John.
Thanks.
Especially you and the scenes with Alan Arkin. Just delightful to watch. Congratulations. I'm sorry about the blood loss.
That's all right. It helps me lose weight.
Well, whatever
I
it
get
takes.
bled 3 times a day. Thank you.
All right. It's John Goodman, ladies and gentlemen. The film is Argo. We'll be right back with Jeff Altman.
Speaking of David Letterman, I heard he's for the 40th anniversary of the first Late Night with David Letterman from February 1st, 1982. There's a rumor he's going to be on Late Night with Seth Meyers on NBC, and I think that's in his old studio, which Conan O'Brien took over in '93 when Dave went to CBS, when he scored another big fat contract back in that year. So he's got that wild beard. I've always been a fan of classic Dave, so I'll be watching. But I hope that's true. It probably is for the 40th anniversary. You know, I don't think that Seth Meyers is very funny, very talented. I'm not very talented either. So, but that's just me. Not my style of host. But Dave, I can't wait to hear what he's got to say. And he also showed up for the Kennedy Center Honors, which is on Paramount Plus. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Something about Paramount Plus that's streaming there I found. It'll come to me. Damn. I got to move on and keep the show moving here as we wind down. Here is number 13 out of 20 fat comedians. 56-year-old Kevin James. Born Kevin George Nipfing on Monday, April 26th, 1965, is known professionally, of course, as Kevin James, actor, comedian, and screenwriter. He's best known for his role as Doug Heffernan on the CBS sitcom The King of Queens from 1998 to 2007, for which he was nominated for a 2006 Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series. And he was Paul Blart Mall Cop on the big screen. But he starred in another CBS sitcom titled Kevin Can Wait from 2016 to 2018, for which he was nominated for a 2017 People's Choice Award. Kevin James appeared in the films Hitch in 2005, I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry in 2007, Mall Cop I just talked about, Freudian slip, Mall Cop in 2009, Grown Ups in 2010, Zookeeper in 2011, Here Comes the Boom in 2012, Pixels in 2015. He's also done voice work for Monster House, Barnyard, both released in 2006, and the first 3 films of the Hotel Transylvania franchise between 2012 and 2018. So let me play a clip of him doing some stand-up, since we're talking about comedians that are rotund tonight. Get this right. Now think about what the hell was that clip on Paramount Plus. It was something I wanted to recommend to you that I stumbled on. But let me get the clip. It's right here. The Kevin James. And this bit's called Phone Number. Phone number.
I was on the phone with somebody today trying to get a phone number from that person and write it down, but they didn't have...
This is dated, of course, but we're a nostalgia show. It's a push button phone. Hang on, I got a visual aid for the camera.
Have phone number rhythm, and that pissed me off. Talking about phone number rhythm, especially if there's like an area code involved, like 212 bum bum ba bum ba bum ba. That is the rhythm I think we're all familiar with. This guy had no clue. I was like, okay, Hank, give me the number. He's like, all right, it's 2129. $15, 8, 11, 6, 42, 5, 8, 7, 2. Did you throw in your zip code? Because I got a lot of extra numbers over here. I have extra. I can almost start a new number. What do you got? Start again from the top. They really screw you up on the last 4 numbers. That's where they get you. 555 6 1841. Dude, I already wrote the 6. I made the dash too close. I can't shimmy the 1 in there now. Forget you. You know what else annoys me? People leaving slow-ass, boring messages on my machine. Unbelievable. Yeah, you come home late at night, you got to go to the bathroom, you're like, oh, look at this, I got a message. Oh, this could be important. I better check it out now. Boop. Hey. Kevin, how's it going, man? It's Tim Duffy from work. What's going on, man? Anyways, give me a call back if you get a chance. I will be, well, you know what? If you call at 9:15, I should be back. Actually, anything after 9:18, I'll be home. Give me a call. I'm at 631. This is great. Now I got to play the whole Tim Duffy message again from the top to try to get the number at 100 miles an hour. That's fun when you're hunched over your machine with like an index card and a little pen. I got nothing on that pass. I got absolutely nothing. I got nothing. I got a 6, 4 blanks, a 4, and then I'm out. I'm out again. I don't know what to do. I got a freaking G. I got a G. Timmy gave me a G.
All right, now suddenly I'm Carrot Top here. I'm not even going to try to do some comedy, but you know, when you hang up with a Apple iPhone these days, it doesn't have the same power. You can't like show anger when you hang up on someone like you can with one of these. Listen to this. I told you I wanted my pizza in half an hour. Fuck you. Sorry. This is an old school phone Excuse my language. I regret that. I'm playback saying F you, but it's a push button phone. Anyway. It just doesn't have the power. You know, when you hang up on somebody with a cell phone, it doesn't have the power that it does when you hang up on them with an old school phone where they can really hear the anger when you slam that phone down. Number 14 on the list of heavy comedians is forever 65-year-old Oliver Hardy. Now, that's going way back. Oliver Norval Hardy was born on Monday, January 18th, back in 1892. And he lived until Wednesday, August 7th, 1957, after a heart attack and a series of strokes, which put him in a coma, sadly. But, of course, he was an American comedic actor and one half of Laurel and Hardy, the double act that began in the era of silent films and lasted from 1927 until 1955. He appeared with his comedy partner Stan Laurel in 107 short films and cameo roles. Oliver Hardy was credited with his first film, Outwitting Dad, in 1914. In most of his silent films before joining producer Hal Roach, he was billed on screen as Babe Hardy. No clip. Number 15. I bet you thought I'd forget about this guy. Not a chance. Benny Hill. The great Benny Hill. Let's listen to a quick interview with Benny Hill from way back in 1991. Then I got a few facts about the great Benny Hill, who definitely qualifies as a fat comedian of great talent. And this is on a show called Des O'Connor Tonight. Hill.
Benny. Oh, is it Benjamin? I never did quite.
My name is Alfred Hawthorne Hill.
Alfred Hawthorne Hill?
And I called myself Benny because I admired Jack Benny so much.
Oh, I see. This is all news. I was hoping we'd get some of this out of you because Benny said, I'm going to hate this bit. I don't like being myself because we only ever see yourself, a couple of minutes at the end of each show.
Yes.
You do all the characters. So treat this, if you like, if it's going to be painful, as a visit to the dentist. I'll try not to make it too painful.
I must remember Michael Parkin says, never lean back when you've got that. Always lean forward like that.
Oh, I see.
Like he does, and you don't notice it so much there.
Well, the double...
Tricks of the trade.
Now, we were just talking to Mariah there, and she's had this phenomenal success in America. Now, I've just come back from America, and in the comedy field and television, I mean, yours is on an equivalent basis. You say to someone, well, first of all, they spot your English. You're English. The first thing they say is, do you know Benny Hill? Not Mrs. Thatcher. Not the Queen.
Well, I'm prettier, aren't I? Ain't it the truth?
But when you go there, how is it for you?
It's lovely. It's lovely. People come up and say, hi there. Hiya, Benny. How you doing? Where's the little guy? Smack him on the head. Where'd you get the gorgeous gals from? Oh, God, they're gorgeous.
But you've never gone there, have you, to work? You don't really like the live stuff, do you, or do you?
I don't do live stuff, or very seldom. No, I prefer television. That's my sort of, my meat.
Yeah. Let me ask you a few things. Now, I'm going to try and get some answers out of you.
Go on.
A few questions I must ask, because we've never seen Benny sitting on a couch with an interviewer before on television. What about this thing about you being a recluse?
Oh, that's the newspapers, they say that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I'll tell you. My diary. I'll show
Got a diary?
Recluse. I go out, I enjoy myself, I have a great time. Here, look at it. This is last Thursday. Went to showbiz party. Drank Asti Spumante till I couldn't say it. Then went on the beer. Met Jim Davidson, a fine comedian and a gentleman. Had drinks with all three of them. Talked to Ray Allen, the ventriloquist. He told me he was taking Lord Charles to work in Israel. Asked if he could borrow my pencil sharpener. I'll wait.
That was one of the few clips I could find that weren't visual, because of course his comedy is all visual, right? And had good-looking babes in it and stuff. But the great Benny Hill was born Alfred Hawthorne Benny Hill on January 21st, 1924, which was a Monday, and he passed away at age 68 back on Monday, April 20th, 1992. Born on a Monday and expired on a Monday. And he sadly had a mild heart attack, and his physicians told him, encouraged him to lose weight. And he refused, and then what eventually killed him, sadly, was kidney failure. So, but he lives on, through all of his wonderful bits, and just one of the best comedians of all time. So, rest in peace to the great Benny Hill. Now, next up, number 16 on our list is Dom DeLuise. He lived to be 75 years old. Born Dominique DeLuise on Tuesday, August 1st, 1933. Of course, he was an actor, director, comedian, producer, a chef, and an author. Known primarily for his comedic performances, he was on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson a lot, with his buddy Burt Reynolds by his side. Dom DeLuise rose to fame in the 1970s as a frequent guest on television variety shows. He is often identified for his work in the films of Mel Brooks and Gene Wilder, as well as a series of collaborations and appearances with Burt Reynolds. I just said that. Beginning in the 1980s, Dom DeLuise's popularity expanded to younger audiences from his voicing characters in several major animated productions, particularly those of Don Bluth. Dom DeLuise died also of kidney failure on Monday, May 4th, 2009. May the 4th be with you, sir. And I do want to play a clip from 1981 of Dom DeLuise with the great Johnny Carson on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. Get that for you here. I don't think this one's too long. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. Apologies there for the delay.
This is Irving R. Levine. I'm in front of the White House. No, wrong person. My next guest, have you ever worked with Dom in a picture?
No, I wish I had.
He's truly a fine comedy actor, and he's going to be performing at the Aladdin in Las Vegas.
I think that's
August
Angie
the 6th
Dickinson,
and the 9th.
who was
And
just
he's in
speaking
two
there.
new movies, the Mel Brooks picture, The History of the World Part 1, and Cannonball
Yeah.
Run, the Burt Reynolds picture.
Great
Welcome,
movies.
Dom DeLuise.
Both awesome, funny movies. All right. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Yeah, I know. Yes. I figured why not.
Why not?
As of 12 minutes ago, showtime.
Yes.
You had a birthday.
Yes, it's my birthday
Happy
right
birthday.
now, August 1st.
Happy birthday.
Yay!
Happy birthday to you.
It's Angie Dickinson for sure.
You like Brooks? Is that for good luck or is that a superstition?
Oh, it's good. No, it's good luck if you don't want to waste any. You know. What
That's
I mean?
right. Yeah. Do you, as you get older,
As I get older.
do birthdays depress you? A lot of people don't want to hear about the birthdays. They say
Of course. Are you kidding?
it means we're one final step.
I just got a new car, and my son. We were sitting in the new car, the smell of the leather and everything, and my son said, "Oh, Dad, this is great." And he said, "When you die, can I have this car?" I says, "I'll give you the keys now." You know what I mean?
Are you kidding me?
Yes, I just went, ugh. You know,
But
it's a funny
he
thing.
said that with humor, I'm sure.
No, he's 14. He needs a car.
But you never think about it. Well, we all think about it occasionally.
Sure.
Nobody wants to leave, but does it bother you when you think about it?
It does. It does. That's one of the reasons I lost a little weight, because I was going condo, you know. I tell you, last night I was watching Sylvester Stallone, and he talked about Rocky 1, Rocky 2, Rocky 3, and I made a picture called Fatso. If I make Fatso 2, and I thought the third one would be called Look Out!
Yeah,
You know.
get out of the way.
Yeah.
You're
so
not on
it
the,
does work.
You're not on the diet again, are you?
Yeah, but that's all right. I got it. Yeah, sure. I have clothes like Jackie Gleason. I just moved down one. You know.
Three separate wardrobes? Yeah.
Sure.
Did you watch the royal wedding?
I watched the wedding.
Yeah.
But you know, you were talking about sexy. What is sexy? In the dictionary, sexy is shrewd and cute and bow-legged. Isn't that what that means? Because she was...
Bow-legged?
1 out of 3 ain't bad.
Cute? It is. Cute and bow-legged. Hello. Remember me? I'm a personal friend of John's.
No, I didn't know that was part of the description.
Yeah.
Cute, bow-legged.
All right. The wedding was thrilling because you watch this wedding, and then, naturally, I've been married 15 years, but I thought of my wedding. You know what I mean? Didn't you think of your wedding? When you saw them waving and smiling with this wonderful part, I mean, Prince Charles can part his hair, boom, like that, you know? And I don't do that. You were talking about rollers. I'd love to get one roller in my head. Just, you know what I mean? Who gives? I don't care. If you want
Just
to
to
see
have
me in
enough to
rollers, I'll
roll
put
up.
on rollers. I mean, I couldn't find the hair to do it.
How did it remind you of your own wedding? You mean
Well,
just,
I mean,
just...
in other words, I watched them. I watched how they got to the wedding, the transportation. When I got married, they said, "You want us to send the car for you?" I said, "No. I'll get there. It's only 49th Street. I'm 55th. Don't worry." I went outside. It was drizzling. I'm in New York. I'm trying to get a cab. And
You took a cab to your wedding?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't exactly like the royal wedding. I mean,
Yeah.
yes, I took a cab, and I was trying to get a cab. I couldn't get a cab. So I stopped the guy in a tuxedo, and I'm holding the paper over my head. And I said, "I'm going to get married." He says, "Do you know speak English?" I said, married, you know. And he said, "Hey."
Only in New York. Hey,
New York.
sure. Same to you
I
too,
finally
fella.
got
Yeah.
there. I gave a guy $3 and he got me to the wedding, you know. And then you remember the dress that, well, you must have remembered. Did you see the
She had a
Lady Di?
25-foot train.
I never saw so much material. She's a little girl. The dress would have been perfect for me. Do you know what I mean? It was so many, wasn't it a lot of material? It really was. Oh, it was beautiful. Oh, it was lovely.
Ivory, what was it that you would know? Taffeta, ivory, I don't know.
Ivy taffeta. Sure.
You remember her, Ivy?
Yes, well, those things, you know, you use them a lot. You cut them off and you go to balls with those.
Did your bride have a train? Did she wear a train?
No, my wife borrowed her wedding dress from her sister-in-law, and we gave it right back the next day. It had mothball smell.
But that's sentimental.
It is. It's very sentimental. Thank God it fit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then you know that cake they had at the wedding, the big cake, but boom.
You know what that cake cost? I read. I couldn't believe it.
Over $100. I don't know if there was a
They
prize.
said $40,000.
For cake?
For the cake.
For the cake? What a waste! At my wedding, everybody ate good. There was 2 sausage sandwiches for everybody.
Little celery tonic?
with peppers and onions. Delicious. You know, when you bit into that, you had to open your legs, though, because the grease would run down your knee. It wasn't $40,000.
You're talking high-class wedding.
It wasn't. And the Queen Mother, don't you love her when she comes out? She looked like she had an electric hat. It just kind of, you know, her hat was going like that, you know? Now, it was wonderful.
They're big on hats.
My mother, no hat. My mother's beautiful, about this big. All of her hair is pulled back in a bun.
Right.
That's filled with meatballs.
That's the second time that we heard shtick about a royal wedding. Lonely Love, and about a different wedding, and then Dom DeLuise back in '81 when Lady Di and Prince Charles tied the knot, and she was talking about Merkel and Prince Harry, former Prince Harry. Anyway, and I remember what I was talking about at Paramount Plus. I saw Gleason. We talked about Jackie Gleason earlier, or I talked about with you. He's, I think, probably, I don't want to rank these people, but he's got to be number 1 or number 2 on my personal list of favorite fat comedians. But Brad Garrett played Jackie Gleason back in 2002, and it was a television movie. It was excellent, called Gleason, and I was surprised to see that is on Paramount Plus streaming. I highly recommend it. It was very well made, even though it was made 20 years ago. So let's continue on here as we wind down. We're already at number 17. Thank goodness. I'm going to try to speed this along. 73-year-old funny man George Wendt was born George Robert Wendt Jr. in Chicago, Illinois on Sunday, October 17th, 1948. Of course, he's an American actor and comedian. Obviously, I got this part from Wikipedia. They always say an American actor or whatever, or Canadian actor and producer, whatever the nationality is, because they're the International Movie Database, don't you know? But George Wendt, to me, isn't laugh out loud funny, but he's amusing and he's very likable. Now, I loved him on Cheers as Norm, but he's best known for playing Norm Peterson on the sitcom Cheers from 1982 until 1993 on NBC, which earned him 6 consecutive nominations for the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series. And George Wendt also appeared in the motion picture comedies Fletch, Gung Ho, Dreamscape, which was not a comedy, House, Forever Young, Hostage for a Day, Man of the House, that was in 1995 with Chevy Chase and Farrah Fawcett and Jonathan Taylor Thomas from Home Improvement. And he was also in Lake Boat. Do you have a brief clip from May 9th, 1990? I'm going way back. on Late Night with David Letterman, a brief bit of an interview and a top 10 list. Here's George Wendt, ladies and gentlemen. Pull up the clip, and hell, we're almost done with this list, and I just have a couple other things to say, and then we will adjourn from this nostalgic pod blast. But here is George Wendt. Let me play a little bit of this for you now. May 9th, 1990.
What is that he's playing over there, a harmonica?
That's what we call a blues harp. In
yeah,
the,
nice going. Hey. Do you have a whole box of different harmonicas over there?
Is that a trick question?
No, Charlie.
I got all keys.
Hey, you got what?
All keys.
All keys?
Different keys.
Oh, they're tuned to different...
All keys, that's correct. So whatever key we want to play in, he's right with us. Because he is blues legend, Charlie Musselwhite.
Now, if he had like a larger instrument, would he have to have more than one of those? Like if he had a clarinet, would you have to have more than...
There's several things I could edit out of the pod blast. I was thinking about that the last several weeks, where I've gone 6 hours, and I'm approaching that now as we're live. There's so many things I would edit out that I put in the show. I'm going to get better. I'm going to get better at this, but see, here I am taking up more time stopping the tape to say this nonsense.
Clarinet?
No.
No.
Well, it's a luxury then that you have a smaller item to play.
Because they're so little, you got to have...
All right, let's wrap this up, Charlie, okay? I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm thrown. I'm still thrown. Here we go. Let's do our top 10 list and then get on with the big program. Tonight's category... Dan Quayle is traveling across Europe now.
So I understand,
Yeah,
yes.
Vice President Dan Quayle. And the category tonight, Dan Quayle's top 10 complaints about the country of France. He's been in France for a couple of days. He now has 10 complaints about that country. Yeah, here we go. Number 10, virtually impossible to find a box of Captain Crunch. Number 9, long lines at Jerry Lewis movies. Number 8, French people speak some kind of weird moon man language. Number 7, water fountain and bathroom must be designed for midgets. Number 6. Drinking out of the bidet. Number 6, snobby French won't elect their government officials unless they have qualifications of some kind. Number 5, dubbed version of Ernest Goes to Camp makes Ernest sound like a sissy. Number 4, doesn't know how many hours ahead to set Mickey's hands. Number 3, the Happy Meals taste different. Number 2, language barrier inhibits execution of pull my finger trick. And the number 1 complaint of Dan Quayle about France, everyone keeps referring to him as Le Bonehead. Our first guest tonight, of course, you know him. This man has been on, Cheers has been on the air like 10 years.
10 years.
This is one of the most popular situation comedies in America of all time. He plays the part of Norm Peterson on that program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to our show, George Wendt. Oh, George!
Come on, come on. I want to go to bed. Say something, please.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you.
Are you done for the year filming your show?
Yeah, we finished a few weeks ago.
How did it go?
It went well. We just sit around and laugh all day.
Yeah.
It's the greatest job, I swear to you.
Are you surprised not only by the success of the show, but by the longevity of the success?
Yeah, now it just seems like it could go on forever, like some barroom conversation.
the pod blast.
And does the cast want it to go on
Not in a good
more
way.
and more?
I do.
Yeah.
I just, I'm so sentimental. I mean, the thought of a last show.
Right.
It's just like, I couldn't, I'd have to ditch. I would.
You mean you wouldn't show up for the last show?
I mean, how could you get through a last show? I'd just be sobbing the entire time.
You have a great part on television. That turned out to be one of the great roles in comedy on TV today, didn't it?
I know. It's amazing.
Yeah.
My next life, I'm sure I'll come back as a fungus on a piece of cow flop or something like that. It's just too great. I mean, you sit around at the end of a bar and crack jokes, watch sports.
And you're beloved doing it, aren't you?
And you have these $1 million Hollywood comedy writers just giving you all these great jokes. It's the greatest.
Well, I wouldn't know about that. I'm sorry, boys. Now, we were talking this afternoon, and somebody was saying that they read that you jog, you run each day.
You know, I used to, but I blew out my knee.
Yeah. Now, how much did you run?
Well, you know, I used to run like, I'd warm up, I'd walk about a mile, I'd run about 3 miles, and then I'd interval for like 2 miles. This is all, you know, it's a man of leisure. We're talking, you know, a couple of hours it takes me to do this.
But now, yeah, but, you know, if you're saying that you can cover essentially 6 miles in a couple hours, that's pretty good, you know?
Yeah, I suppose, what's that, 3 miles an hour?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So you injured your knee, huh?
Yeah, I was in my manager's driveway, you know, and unfortunately, or fortunately, he manages several other comic types.
So you were expendable.
Well, I was expendable, but also they were all there in the driveway playing basketball with me and you know, heckled me. Could you move off the driveway? I got to get my car through, you know.
Please say something interesting or I'm going to cut the clip.
Now, when you were running, were you a little lighter than you are now?
Yeah.
And did you play sports in college? Where did you go to school? Notre Dame?
I went to Notre Dame.
Now, what kind of a student were you there?
The football team.
Oh, you did play football?
No. No, I was a very poor student.
Really?
Yeah.
What were you studying there?
I don't know. But, you know, I do know. I'm probably the only person who actually, let's say I majored in drinking beer and partying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, for example, and hanging around and talking about sports in a bar, right?
Yeah.
At Notre Dame, which is what I did.
Yes.
Making me probably the only person in the history of college education to actually major in school with what they did with their living.
Yeah.
Right.
Very shrewd of you to select that as a course of study. Now, did you complete your undergraduate studies?
No. Well, yes, but not at Notre Dame. I bounced around. I got kicked out of Notre Dame with, I'm very proud to mention my grade point average that got me booted out, 0.00.
Yeah. Were you even enrolled?
Yeah, I was there. That was the problem. See, I was enrolled. Yeah. And because I just hung out and didn't go to classes. We actually had a road trip, you know, sitting around in a bar saying, you know, we should go to Denver. Let's go to Denver on semester break. Yeah, but when you plan these things, they always screw up. You know, the best trips are the kind that just come really spur of the moment,
Boom,
you know?
Let's do it now.
It's just spur of the moment. And then, like the devil, took over all three of us. You know, so we got in this guy's, like, little MG, 3 of us. And I'm in the back of an MG. Like, you know,
so you left,
18 hours to
Clip's
Denver.
almost over,
you were in Notre
folks.
Dame, South Bend, somewhere on campus.
A few more
in a
seconds.
bar, and you just left and drove to Denver?
Yeah.
And that was it?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. How long did you stay in Denver?
Just a couple of weeks, I guess.
Yeah.
You're kind of...
Just a couple of weeks?
You remind me of my dad, though. And you just went to Denver?
Well, you had a good time, though. We have to do a commercial, and then we'll come back and continue visiting.
No. Got to move on. Got to move on. Number 18. He's still with us. 45-year-old comic Gabriel Iglesias. He was born on Thursday, July 15th, 1976, also known as Fluffy. And Scooter Parker in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group recommended him when I posed the question, who's your favorite fat comedian? Fat in quotes. Not in a hateful way. I'm just describing. Anyway, I'm always on the defense. I don't know why. Anyway, he was born Gabriel Jesus Iglesias on Thursday, July 15th, 1976. He's also known as Fluffy, as I just said. He's a stand-up comedian and actor, obviously, and he has produced a number of stand-up specials for television outlets such as Comedy Central and Netflix, including I'm Not Fat, I'm Fluffy, and Hot and Fluffy. As an actor, he has appeared in numerous live action and animated TV shows and films, including starring in the sitcom Mr. Iglesias on Netflix, playing Tobias in the 2012 movie Magic Mike, and its 2015 sequel, and providing the voice of Speedy Gonzales in Space Jam: A New Legacy. He was also the host of the shows Stand Up Revolution on Comedy Central and Fluffy's Food Adventures on Fuse. In 2018, Iglesias was one of the top 10 paid comedians in the world. And we're going to listen to a clip of him. And this is from I'm Not Fat, I'm Fluffy. If you want to watch this on YouTube, that's where you'll find it. That's the title of the clip. Let's see here. Right. Now I need to... Nope, never mind. Yep, I need to jet ahead here in the clip. Just a second.
On my 21st birthday, I'll never... Siéntate, tío, siéntate.
Here we go.
Oh, my God. Somebody saw me running. Córrele, gordo, córrele, córrele. Yeah, no, I forget. Oh, my God.
He sounds like Sam Kinison there.
What took you so long to come back to El Paso? I don't have a good excuse, but I hope this makes up for it. Man, I have some history in this town. Been coming here since July of 1997. Yeah? Used to perform on the west side of town over at Bart Reed's comic strip. I was here on my 21st birthday. I'll never forget. I'll never forget it. And that's the last time I drank in El Paso. You guys don't mess around. It was my birthday. I'm hanging out at the club, and they're like, "It's your birthday." I'm like, "It's my birthday. You want a drink?" "Sure." So I started drinking.
He sounds like a lot.
Drinking, and then the staff was like, "Do you want a party?" I was like, "I want a party." "You want to dance?" "I want to dance." I passed out, and I woke up at some place called the OP.
He sounds like Sam Kinison. Sam Kinison is someone I definitely should put on the list for Volume 2 whenever I do that. I'm not going to do this topic next week, but when I get around to it, and I'm sure I'll get some comments, "You didn't mention so and such." But Sam Kinison, yeah, I think he definitely qualifies as a fat comedian, and a funny one at that. God rest his soul. I think he was only 38 years old when he passed away, but let's get back to this. Get some more water. Losing my voice.
Now see, you guys are clapping and you're laughing because you know. I didn't know it was an alternative nightclub. I'm from LA. I thought OP stood for Órale Pues. And that is a messed up way to sober up. You know, I'm at the club, I'm dancing, you know. Hey. Hey. Hey! There was a little guy behind me going, "Pikachu! Yo también soy Pokemon." No! But it was kind of crazy. I was getting checked out by guys. I was like, "Oh my God." And I know they were checking me out because they're looking at me like I look at tacos. But then I thought about it. Oh my God, I just turned on a man. Shoot. Man, I call my girlfriend. I said, "You better not mess up. I have options." I have a memory. A few years back, I was doing a show at the comic strip, and my idol, Mr. Paul Rodriguez, was in town doing a benefit. He calls up the comic strip and he says, "Hey, listen, I'm doing a benefit up the street. ¿Sabes qué, vato? I'm gonna come down there and I wanna do some shots, unos tequilas, unos tacos." I'm like, "Let's do it." He shows up to the club and he says, "All right, get in the car. Let's go." I go, "Where are we going?" "We're going to Juarez." "Juarez? Let's eat some tacos here." "I can't afford you here. Let's go to the other side." So we wind up on the other side and we wound up killing some tacos and, you know, we wound up crossing the border. And when we crossed the border, it was a few months after I taped a bunch of water commercials here. You guys remember the water commercials? And then they pulled me off the advertising because they said I was too fat to sell water. Whatever. So we're crossing the border, and immigration was right there, and they're checking the cars, and we're in a blue van. My buddy Jim, who's sitting over there, was driving, And Border Patrol comes over to the window, and he opens the door, and he sees me. He goes, "Oh my God, it's you. You're hysterical." And I go, "What do you think of this guy?" And Paul was like, "Hey, what's up?" And the guy was like, "Oh my God." And so we wound up taking pictures at the border. And it was so funny because we're outside the car, and we're pretending to be arrested, right? People are driving by going, "Let Paul Rodriguez and Pikachu go! They're American, puto! Let them go!" Priceless. We crossed the border, and Paul's like, "Hey, I want to go hang out and have a good time." He went to this place off the 10 called Jaguars. It's a male, gentleman's club, whatever you want to call it. So we go in there, and I'm like, "Oh my God." As soon as we walked in, I'm thinking Paul's going to be all, shh, I don't want nobody to know I'm here. Goes over to the DJ, and the DJ's like, "All right, ladies, look who just walked in, Paul Rodriguez." All of a sudden, there's like 32 lap dances that stop like that. And all these girls, they bum rush Paul, and I'm like, wow, I gotta get funnier.
Yeah.
So we're hanging out there for a couple hours. We wind up outside in the parking lot, and this girl jumped into the car, and she's like, "Oh my God, Paul Rodriguez, I love you. My mom is a huge fan too. Here, please, please, please." And whatever you want, ven para acá, come here. Here, please talk to her on the phone. Ora. He looks at me in the front seat, and he goes, "Hey, tú, Iglesias, here, be me." He put me on the phone with the girl's mom. I'm like, "Hey, señora, how you doing?" "Yeah, your daughter, she's a real angel. Yeah, that's what they call her here."
Very good. All right, we got to move on to number 19. He just passed away. Louis Anderson. Funny man Louis Anderson passed away at the age of 68. And Louis was born on Tuesday, March 24th, 1953 in St. Paul, Minnesota. He's the best employee that McDowell's ever had. Rest in peace. And, of course, that's in reference to Coming to America. And he was in the sequel, too, which was shot in Atlanta, Georgia, where I'm at, where I'm live in your nostalgic pod blast. And I have a clip from 1984 of Louis Anderson at Rodney Dangerfield's comedy club, Dangerfields. Let's listen to a little bit of Louis Anderson. I bet you thought I was going to play a clip with David Letterman. That's what I posted in the Facebook group. No, I want to play this one. And in Volume 2, I guess Dangerfield will make the list, even though I don't consider him to be heavy. I'm sure a lot of you will disagree. And he's got so much great material I could play, so many great bits. But here we go. Here's Louis Anderson. God rest his soul. I got just one more after this. One more clip, if I can get this to go.
Here's a guy I saw 5 years ago in Minneapolis. He was working at a little comedy club there. And I said to myself, here's a guy you got to watch. In fact, you can't miss him, okay? Give him a big round of applause. Louis Anderson, okay, Louis.
This is 4 minutes long, folks, this clip.
How you doing? Listen, I can't stay long. I'm in between meals, so bear with me on this. Let me move that so you can see me. Yeah, I live out in California where there are only 3 fat people. They have us on 8-hour shifts, so it works out. I tried to get in that California living. I tried the beach life. Every time I'd lay down, people would push me back into the water. Hurry up, he's dying. I was harpooned 6 times. And the bums down at the beach always coming up to me. "Hey, buddy, could you help me out with a sandwich?" "Well, sure, where is it?" What originally brought me out there were the Olympics. I don't know if you recognize me. Hula hoop contest. Tried all the events, tried the pole vault. Drove that sucker right in the ground. I did a good thing, though. I straightened out those uneven parallel bars. Broad jump, killed her. Sorry, I'm sweating, but if I don't, I'll explode. Well, let's face it, if I didn't do these fat jokes, you guys would sit out there and go, "Do you think he knows he's that big?" Like I woke up one morning, oh no. I was mean to my brother, I'll tell you. I had older brothers, that's where I learned it. They were cruel to me. They always take a landmark and terrify you with it. You're 4 years old. Louie! See that swamp over there? Yeah. There's a monster in it. There is? Well, it's a good thing we're over here. Well, its arms could reach you. So for years, I walked way around that swamp. So I got a little older, and a little smarter, and a little brother. Tommy! See that swamp over there? That's where your real parents live. Can't you see their eyes bugging out from here? You ever get scratched by an animal when you're little? Your brother goes, uh-oh, what? Rabies. One of those. Well, first you start foaming at the mouth. Then they take a needle about 75 feet long. And they shove it in and out of your eye 50 or 60 times. You run home to your mom. This is rabies. I'll be foaming. There's a big... Are you on dope?
Well, give me some.
Yeah, brothers are great like that. I also have a brother who's crazy. A lot of people don't admit they have crazy people in their family, but they're coming from somewhere. There's a one couple in Minnesota having them all. Oh, good, another one. Kids are different nowadays. You got the kids into the punk thing. That's my grade. I love that, man. Don't be too hard on them. Because, you know, in 10 years, they're going to have kids. And those kids will find those pictures. And if they have any little brothers or sisters, this is what your real mom and dad are. You're going to have a mohawk and a spike through your head. He says, I'm going to have a mohawk and a spike through... Are you on dope? Well, then give me some. Thank you very much and good night.
Rest in peace, Louie. He was a host, of course, of Family Feud for a while. Maybe not, of course. Maybe you don't know that. But he was an all right host of Family Feud. I think Steve Harvey's probably the best up there with the original host, Richard Dawson, in my opinion. You had Richard Karn hosting Family Feud from Home Improvement, Tool Time. All sorts of unusual. Elaine's boss in Seinfeld, John O'Hurley, hosted Family Feud right before Steve Harvey. And who am I forgetting? Of course, Ray Combs. Now, that makes me sad because he hung himself and he had a lot of kids. He had like 7 children. I think he's Catholic from Ohio. And he sadly invested in comedy clubs and went belly up. And he hung himself in an institution. It's very, very sad. I don't know how you could leave your family behind, your wife, and especially your little kids. He had little children at the time. Really sad story. But Ray Combs was the first host after Richard Dawson retired in the spring of 1985. Debuted in 1976, Family Feud. And Ray Combs took over in 1988 after a hiatus for a few years between 85 and 88, maybe 2.5 years off. Had the same announcer, though, Gene Wood. He came back to do the announcing work when Ray Combs took over. And then in 1994, Richard Dawson returned for which lasted, unfortunately, 1 year, the 94 to 95 season, because of the O.J. Simpson trial. That was getting all the ratings in daytime television on CNN, Greta Van Susteren and the like, Court TV. That's what everyone was riveted by back then. And Richard Dawson was a little bit heavier. Speaking of heavy comedians, and he was a funny guy, Richard Dawson. He was funny on Match Game. He had a great personality. He's funny as Newkirk and Hogan's Heroes. Not one of my favorite sitcoms, but I understand it because of the Bob Crane factor and the subject matter. You know, you're making light of World War II, and in a way, not really. It was a prisoner of war camps, not really the Holocaust, but still, it's very serious stuff it's based on, World War II, where so many people, so many lost souls died. And I mean that sincerely. So, and a lot of people like it. Older people that I know, oh, it's funny, you should watch it. I don't know. It's just not my thing. But especially the Bob Crane thing, he was a real sicko, supposedly a real pervert, and he would film people and do things with married women. And I shouldn't speak ill of the dead because he got his. He was buddies with William Shatner, and anyway, I digress. Hey, Autofocus with Greg Kinnear and Willem Dafoe. I mentioned that earlier. Man. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to mention this aside. Oh, well, we got to do the last comedian. Here's the very last one. And then I got to play a very brief clip. But this is one from my sentimental childhood heart, Fred Berry, who's no longer with us. He wasn't really a stand-up comic. He was a performer and a dancer, a good dancer, and a heavy, fat, funny man. And he's best known as Rerun in What's Happening and in What's Happening Now. And I do have a clip. It's somewhat visual, but I love the music in it and Fred Berry's dancing. There is some audio quality to it. I mean, in terms of the dialogue, but it's not a long clip. It's from What's Happening. I love the funky music. This is Fred Berry and the Lockers. That's a band. The Lockers, like a locker in a high school. Let me play this, and then I got something else for you. Let's see. The Lockers. Starting to lose steam. When it gets to be 6 hours, my mind starts to wander a little bit. I have two quick clips of Fred Berry. Let's listen to the first one real quick, please.
Freddie Stubbs.
That's him.
That's me. Please, gentlemen, I'll do the talking. That's him.
That's a him.
Looks more like a them.
That's funny.
Meet Freddie Stubbs.
Hey, Freddie, how you doing?
And I'm his agent, Roger Everett, Gerald Thomas.
All right.
Freddie, where's your music? What music are you referring to exactly?
The music he's gonna say us to.
Oh, that music.
Where is it?
Where is it? You want it now?
Right now.
Right. Tiptoe.
This is funky. He's dancing. He's dancing, man. Dancing very well, Fred Berry.
Hey, fellas. Let me see what you look like with
You gotta be kidding.
No. Try it.
Music. I dig that. So that's clip one. Here's clip two. Very brief. This is Fred Berry, America. Let's get it. Raise the roof. And this is a serious interview. We're talking about opportunity in America. This is not too long. This is from January 16th, 1995 in Huntsville, Alabama.
Opportunity never comes.
I like this.
It's here.
We just got to put in the hours and do the work.
We got to get up off our rusty dusty and do it. And do it. I love those Nike commercials. Just do it. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
This is America. I still think it's the greatest country in the world that you can still live out your dreams and your goals if you go for it. When I was over in Europe, I was doing my programs and stuff over there. I was singing at night. I was doing concerts at night, and I was visiting schools during the daytime. And I don't know if you've ever been over there, man, but there's a tightness in the air. That's not the freedom. We feel free here to go to Wyoming or go to New York or go to LA. There is a tightness in Europe. You don't feel that freedom in the air like you do here. You know, you violate the law over there, you go to jail, and they just throw the key away. They don't hurt you. don't have to have a child or nothing, you know. Over here, we have the freedom just to do what we want to do and go where we want to go. I got back over here after my first time going to Europe, and I kissed the ground. I did. I kissed the ground. I was so happy to be in America. And you know, we don't realize that over here. We take our freedom for granted. And we need to take advantage of every opportunity.
Right on, man. I don't know. It's just my instinct told me, I never met him, that he was a good person. And I saw a lot of footage of him being inspirational. He passed away at the age of 52, sadly, on October 21st, 2003. Fred Allen Berry. And he was born March 19th, 1951. I thought he was great. He was really, really funny. And I liked him in What's Happening Now. He's playing like a used car salesman. He was funny. So that's my last one, but actually I did have a bonus one. This is an unknown, to my mind anyway, a fat comedian, female comedian, white woman. She kind of lost me in the first 30 seconds, but let's give her a chance. This is Melissa Butts, stand-up comedy debut. Let's, oh shit, excuse my language. I pulled the wrong clip. God, my mind is, here it is. Maybe that's a sign I shouldn't play this, but shit. I've been there. I've tried to do stand-up. It's hard, man. It's really difficult. There it was. Darn it, I had it. Let's listen to Melissa Butts, and then we got something else to talk about.
God. So, yes, you heard correctly. My last name is a body part. It is spelled like the body part, too. It's B-U-T-T-S. So come on, bring it on. Tell me a joke I've never heard before, because you know what? I haven't heard anything new since 5th grade. But I did have a casting director once ask me if that was my stage name. And I said, no, but that's my backstage name, bitch. Yeah. So, I'm sure, you know, everybody in here knows how great California is. There's lots of great stuff here. The ocean, the mountains, the weed. But I'm telling you what, In-N-Out ain't one of them. I do not get In-N-Out Burger. In-N-Out Burger sucks. It's a copy of...
This is where she lost me. She's dissing In-N-Out Burger. Listen.
McDonald's, they copy the special sauce. It's just an average burger. And you know what else? There's always a fucking line at In-N-Out. It's no In-N-Out. You go in, then 45 minutes later, you go out to McDonald's because you're fucking starving.
Okay. I don't think her delivery's bad. I don't think she's unfunny. It's just, you're attacking In-N-Out Burger. If you've ever been to California or out west, that is a great burger place. I don't know. That was a dangerous move to attack In-N-Out Burger when you're in California performing some stand-up.
I don't get it. I'll never get it.
It's way better than McDonald's.
Recently, I went to Sedona for a spiritual retreat, and I met this woman she's a total hippie. And she said, hi, my name is Celestia. We're going to do a candle ceremony. The red candle is to release the things from your life you don't want anymore. And I'm thinking to myself, is that how you really talk? Because I need to release myself from the situation. I got the hell out of there fast. So I cannot wear white shirts because when I eat, food falls on them because my boobs are like a shelf and they catch all the food. So I ruin so many shirts. I mean, you know, there's lots of pros and cons to having large breasts. Some of the pros are that it's like an extra hand or an extra pocket. You know, I can put my money in there. I can hold your cell phone. I can even put a drink in there. You know, I get lots of good looks from guys and sometimes even women. And I got some pretty good cleavage. So, you know, those are the pros. But the cons, you know, there's cons. There's always cons. Who am I kidding? There's no cons. I recently read that Heinz is adding sriracha to their ketchup. Yeah, sriracha. I'm glad they're finally catching up with the times. Yeah, all right. I also read recently that some scientists found a galaxy that's shaped like a smiley face. Yeah, and I'm wondering, does even God use emojis? God. I am terrified of falling in love with a con man. You know, he's charming, he's good looking, he has all of their fucking family in Rancho Cucamonga. And then when I find out about that other family, I have to kill his ass because he lied to me, which leads me to my second biggest fear, which is being featured on an episode of Snapped. But wait, you know, now that I think about it, I could use that credit on my acting resume. So I'm a karaoke diva. I love karaoke, but here in LA, it is very, very competitive. So I'm not going to karaoke and sing just anything. I have a list in my phone of songs that are perfectly polished that I'm willing to sing at any time. You girls know what I'm talking about, don't you? These songs are perfectly polished, and I will perform them at any time. Songs like, "You're a heartbreaker, dream maker, love taker, and you're messing around with me." Or, how about, "You're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain." All right. But I also have another list of songs I'm working on that I work on at home during my spare time. You know, songs like "River Deep, Mountain High." Yeah. Okay. See, I told you that one needs some work.
Okay, and so, you know, God bless her. That was the comedy debut. That's my bonus comedy clip. Like I need a bonus. I've gone over 6 hours, but that was Melissa Butt's stand-up comedy debut. It went a little bit longer, but, you know, at least she could sing some classic songs, I guess. All right. I'm going to forego some things I had planned because this went way too long and get to the nostalgic sweet treat of the week. Sweet Tarts. Remember Sweet Tarts? Can't have that anymore. You know, it'll ruin your teeth, diabetes, that sort of thing. I mean, I'm not saying me. I'm just saying per se. You know, it's not good to eat all that sugar. But when you're a kid, man, the chewy Sweet Tarts wrecked my retainer and my braces, and I don't know how many cavities those giant hard Sweet Tart candies caused growing up. Jeez. But Sweet Tarts, of course, are sweet and sour candies invented under the direction of Menlo F. Smith, CEO of Sunline Incorporated, in 1962. The candy was created using the same basic recipe as the already popular Pixie Sticks and Lick-O-Maid, the Fun Dip products, in order to broaden the market for the tangy taste sensation. In 1963, Sweet Tarts were introduced with the same flavors as the popular Pixie Sticks: cherry, grape, lemon, lime, and orange. And taffy products were also produced with the Sweet Tarts brand. Probably Tangy Taffy, which I guess is Laffy Taffy. I don't know, it's not the same, but Laffy Taffy is similar in taste. It was grape and cherry growing up. But Sunline Inc. became a division of Sunmark of St. Louis's group of companies, which was later acquired in 1986 by Rowntree Mackintosh of the United Kingdom in England, which was in turn taken over by Nestle, the chocolate company, of course. The Willy Wonka brand candies were developed by Sunmark in a joint venture with the Quaker Company, the Quaker Oats Company. Sunmark eventually acquired the rights to Willy Wonka and established a division with that name, which produced the Willy Wonka brands, based on the movie Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. The Wonka symbol, played by Gene Wilder, of course, the original, and Johnny Depp in the remake. The Wonka symbol was subsequently applied to most Sunmark brands. Nestle has since sold its confectionery business of confections to Ferrero S.p.A. And there weren't many commercials that I saw, but I think this one's from the 90s. I'm going to play just a couple seconds of a Wonka Sweet Tarts commercial, and then we'll get to the nostalgic toy of the week, and we'll wrap it up. Let's see. I'm breathing heavy, probably because I talked over 6 hours like a freak. Here we go. Thanks for listening, by the way, if anyone's still out there.
Aha! Sweet Tarts from Wonka.
It's like a British commercial.
A mouth-watering medley of candies, each with its own combination of sweet and tangy tastes, guaranteed to enliven your mouth. Or anyone else's. Wake up your mouth with Sweethearts. And if you really want a jolt, you can try the shockingly sour Sweethearts Shockers from Wonka.
So there's that. And now it's time for the Nostalgic Toy of the Week. And I'm going to play two quick commercials for the Nostalgic Toy of the Week. The first one being from 1978.
I'm Merlin, the electronic wizard, challenging you to 6 computer games. Start with simple tic-tac-toe. Your turn, my turn. I'll tell you if you win and when you lose. Play all kinds of games. Echo, Blackjack 13, Magic Square, or formidable Mind Bender, or make beautiful music together. Merlin, the electronic wizard from Parker Brothers.
Yep, Merlin. Merlin has the form of a rectangular device about 9.5 inches long, that's what she said, and 3 inches wide, that's what she said. The play area of the game consists of a matrix, like Matrix 4, when Shane B called in and reviewed, which he reviewed. It was a matrix of 11 buttons. Each button contains a red LED light. These buttons can either light up or flash. The array is encased in a red plastic housing bearing a slight resemblance to an overgrown touch-tone telephone that I showed before the camera earlier tonight, my prop. 4 game selection and control buttons are also placed at the bottom of the unit. A speaker takes up the top section. Supporting electronics, including a simple microprocessor, however you want to pronounce it, are contained within the shell of the game. Parker Brothers later released Master Merlin with more games, and the rarer Split Second, where all games involve time, with a more advanced display, having line segments around the dots. Both of these shared the same general case shape and came out a few years after Merlin did. Merlin's simple array of buttons and lights supported a play of 6 different games, some of which would be played against the computer or against another person. The games that can be selected are Tic-Tac-Toe, Music Machine, Echo, which is a memory game similar to Simon, Blackjack 13, Magic Square, a pattern game similar to Lights Out, and Mind Bender, a game similar to Mastermind. The Music Machine game functions as a musical instrument. In this mode, each key is assigned a musical note. I remember this very well. It was cool. And sequences of notes can be recorded and played back. That was cool. You could make your own tune. This makes Merlin one of the earliest digital sequencers, as well as an early consumer-level electronic synthesizer. In 1978, Merlin appeared with Milton Bradley Simon on the cover of the Christmas issue of Newsweek magazine and on the October issue of Boston magazine. The Toy Manufacturers of America named Merlin the best-selling toy and game in America in 1980, with 2.2 million units sold. In its lifetime, Merlin has sold more than 5 million units. And now here's another brief clip. Let's see, I thought I had another one for you, yeah. Of Merlin. I like that. I never owned one. One of my neighbors had it, Laura, and I really liked that game. I thought it was cool. Well, you know what? In the interest of time, we're going to move along. And I'm gonna 86 taglines this week. I had some taglines for you. No, we've gone too long. I think got to sign off. Sometimes I need to learn that less is more. Less is definitely more. But I appreciate you being here. I want to thank Shane B for calling in and talking movies with me. Thanks to Jason who called in. Good stuff. And we went off the cuff there. And, thanks to all comedy lovers out there. I love comedy, and I hope you have an awesome, awesome weekend. And that's the show for the week. Thanks for listening to the Nostalgic Pod Blast. Have a great week and weekend.